Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Read Harry. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry found Salazar Slytherin's journal in the garden at age 8 and learned Parselmagic. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. The serpents whisper. The summer sun beat down on Privet Drive with the kind of relentless enthusiasm that made the neat rows of identical houses shimmer like mirages. Number 4 sat precisely in the middle of the street, its lawn trimmed to regulation height, its windows gleaming, its garden beds bursting with Aunt Petunia's prize roses. Harry Potter knelt in the dirt between those roses, his too large shirt soaked through with sweat, his knees aching against the hard ground. He'd been weeding since 6 in the morning. It was now past noon, and Aunt Petunia had not seen fit to offer him water. He didn't expect her to. He'd stopped expecting things from the Dursleys years ago. "Missed a spot," Dudley called from the shade of the porch, where he sat with a tall glass of lemonade and a video game. "There's a weed by your foot, freak." Harry didn't look up. The weed was a marigold that Aunt Petunia had planted herself, but pointing that out would only earn him another evening without supper. He'd learned the geometry of survival in this house, which battles to fight, which to surrender, which to avoid entirely. His fingers worked mechanically through the soil, pulling dandelions and crabgrass, depositing them in the bucket beside him. The work was mindless, which meant his thoughts could wander. They usually wandered to the same place, away. Anywhere away from here. He was 8 years old, and he had already mapped every escape route from number 4 Privet Drive. The loose board in the fence behind the garden shed. The gap in the hedge where he could squeeze through to Mrs. Fig's property. The drainpipe that ran past his cupboard's tiny air vent, which he could climb if he ever needed to flee in the night. He'd never used any of them. Where would he go? The Dursleys had made sure he understood that no one wanted him. His parents had died in a car crash, drunks, according to Uncle Vernon, and left him as a burden on decent, hard-working people. He had no other family. No friends. Nothing. But he planned anyway, because planning felt like power, and power was the one thing Harry Potter did not have. His trowel struck something hard. Harry frowned, brushing dirt away from the obstruction. Probably a rock. The garden was full of them, and Aunt Petunia blamed him personally for each one, as if he'd somehow conjured them into existence to spite her roses. But it wasn't a rock. It was leather. Old leather, cracked and weathered, the color of dried blood. Harry's fingers traced the edges of the object, carefully excavating it from the soil. A book. No, a journal. He could see the binding now, the way the leather wrapped around what looked like handmade pages. It was roughly the size of his hand, thick enough to contain several hundred pages, and it thrummed. That was the only word for it. The journal thrummed against his palms like a second heartbeat, warm despite having been buried in cool earth, almost alive. "What have you got there?" Dudley's shadow fell over Harry before he could react. His cousin had apparently decided that tormenting him was more entertaining than his video game and had waddled over to investigate. "Nothing," Harry said, trying to slip the journal into his shirt. Dudley's meaty hand shot out and grabbed it. And screamed. The sound that came from Dudley Dursley was not the performative wail he used to get Harry in trouble. This was genuine, a shriek of pain and terror that sent birds scattering from nearby trees. He dropped the journal as if it had burned him, stumbling backward, cradling his hand against his chest. His palm was red. Not just red, blistered, the skin already puckering into welts that would become scars. "Mom!" Dudley bellowed, tears streaming down his fat cheeks. "Moo!" The back door slammed open and Aunt Petunia emerged like a fury, her eyes fixed on her precious boy with a terror that she'd never once directed at Harry's welfare. She rushed to Dudley's side, gathered him against her, and then her gaze found Harry. Found the journal in his hands. Harry hadn't consciously picked it back up, but there it was, resting against his palms, warm and welcoming and utterly harmless. It didn't burn him. It felt like coming home. What did you do? Aunt Petunia's voice was barely a whisper, which was somehow worse than screaming. What did you do? I didn't, freak. Dudley sobbed. He's a freak, Mum, his freaky book burned me. Aunt Petunia's face went white. Not angry white. Not disgusted white. This was something Harry had never seen before, something that looked almost like recognition. Almost like fear. Give me that book, she said. Harry's arms tightened around the journal without his permission. No. The word surprised him. He never said no to Aunt Petunia. He'd learned by age 4 that defiance meant the cupboard, meant hunger, meant Uncle Vernon's belt. The geometry of survival demanded compliance. But his arms wouldn't obey, and his mouth had spoken, and the journal pulsed against his chest like it was pleased. Give it to me. Aunt Petunia stepped forward, reaching. The journal grew hot in Harry's hands, not burning him, never burning him, but radiating warmth like a warning. Aunt Petunia's fingers came within inches of the leather cover. She stopped. Her hand trembled in the air, frozen, and Harry saw something he'd never seen on his aunt's face, naked terror. Petunia. Uncle Vernon's voice came from the doorway. He'd emerged to investigate the screaming, his massive form filling the frame. What's all this, then? What's the boy done now? Aunt Petunia withdrew her hand slowly, like someone retreating from a venomous snake. Her eyes never left Harry's. Never left the journal. Nothing, she said, her voice strange and flat. Dudley burned himself on the garden tools. Harry, go to your cupboard. But Mum, Dudley started. Now, Harry. Harry went. But he took the journal with him, and Aunt Petunia said nothing to stop him. The cupboard under the stairs was 4 feet wide, 6 feet long, and 5 feet tall at its highest point. Harry had measured it with a piece of string when he was 6, converting the measurements to numbers he'd seen on a classroom ruler. He'd wanted to know exactly how much space he was allowed to occupy in the world. The answer had been, not much. But it was his, and that was something. The Dursleys never entered the cupboard. They opened the door to shove him inside or let him out, but they never crossed the threshold. It was beneath their dignity, he supposed, to occupy the same space as a freak. Their disdain had become his sanctuary. Harry sat on his thin mattress with his back against the wall, the journal in his lap, and studied it by the thin light filtering through the vent. The leather was old, impossibly old, he thought, though he couldn't have said why he knew that. The binding was hand-stitched with thread that gleamed faintly silver. There was no title on the cover, no author's name, nothing to indicate what lay within. He opened it. The pages were blank. Harry flipped through them, frowning. Cream-colored paper, thick and heavy, clearly handmade. Hundreds of pages, all empty. Why would someone bury an empty journal? Hello, he whispered, feeling foolish. The pages rippled. Harry nearly dropped the book. The paper had moved, actually moved, like something was stirring beneath it. As he watched, ink began to bloom across the first page, forming shapes that writhed and coiled before settling into patterns. Not English. Not any language he recognized. The letters seemed to slither across the page, rearranging themselves as if unsure how to present themselves to this new reader. And then Harry heard it. Finally, something whispered, directly into his mind. A worthy heir. Harry should have been afraid. A book was talking to him, inside his head, and any sane person would have thrown it across the cupboard and screamed. But Harry Potter had never had the luxury of sanity. He'd seen too many strange things happen around him, glass vanishing at the zoo, his hair growing back overnight, finding himself on the school roof when Dudley's gang chased him. The Dursleys called it freakishness. They punished him for it, feared him for it, hated him for it. But the journal didn't feel like punishment or fear or hate. It felt like recognition. Who are you? Harry breathed. The ink shifted, and now he could read it. Somehow, impossibly, the writhing letters resolved into words that made sense, though they still seemed to move at the edges of his vision. I am what remains of Salazar Slytherin, once called the Serpent Lord, founder of the great school of magic, keeper of secrets long forgotten. And you, child, are of my blood. Harry stared at the words until they burned into his memory. Magic, he said slowly. Magic is real. Of course it is. Did you think those incidents were coincidence? The glass, the hair, the impossible escapes. You are a wizard, boy. More than that, you are my heir. The words kept coming, filling page after page with flowing script that Harry devoured. Salazar Slytherin had been a founder of something called Hogwarts, a school for magical children, over 1,000 years ago. He had been betrayed by history, his name twisted into something monstrous by enemies who feared what he represented. His true legacy had been hidden, waiting for one who shared his blood and his gift. The gift of Parseltongue. The language of serpents. Speak, the voice in his mind commanded. Speak as your blood knows how. Harry opened his mouth, unsure what would come out. What emerged was not English. It was something older, something that felt like it had been coiled at the base of his skull his entire life, waiting to be released. Hissing, sibilant syllables that resonated in his chest and throat. I hear you, he said in the serpent's tongue. I understand. Yes, Salazar Slytherin's echo roared in his mind, triumphant. Yes, you are the one. The journal blazed with sudden light, and Harry felt something unlock inside him, a door he hadn't known existed, opening onto a vast chamber of power and possibility. The magic that had always lurked beneath his skin, emerging only in moments of stress or fear, suddenly became visible to him. He could feel it flowing through his veins, responding to his will, eager to be used. Now, the journal whispered, settling into something calmer, almost paternal. Let us begin your education. There is much to learn, and your enemies are already moving. Enemies? In time, child. First, you must learn to guard your mind. A wizard's thoughts are his most vulnerable treasure. Without protection, any skilled enemy can reach inside your skull and take what they want, memories, secrets, your very sense of self. This art is called occlumency. It will be your foundation, your armor, your first and most important defense. Close your eyes and breathe. Feel the magic inside you. Now imagine a wall. 3 months later, Harry Potter was a different boy. Not outwardly, he was still small for his age, still dressed in Dudley's cast-offs, still pale from too many hours in the cupboard. The Dursleys still treated him like something unpleasant they'd found on the bottom of their shoes. But inside, everything had changed. The journal had been relentless. Every night, after the Dursleys went to sleep, Harry would open its pages and continue his education. Occlumency came first, as Salazar had promised, weeks of mental exercises that taught Harry to organize his thoughts, build barriers around his memories, and eventually construct an impenetrable fortress in his mind. Your defenses are crude, Salazar's echo had told him after the first month, but serviceable. A casual legilimens would find nothing but surface thoughts. With practice, even masters will break themselves against your walls. Harry hadn't known what a legilimens was yet, but he understood the principle. People could read minds, and now they couldn't read his. It was the first real power he'd ever possessed. The Parseltongue came next, not just speaking it, but understanding its magical applications. Salazar had called it Parselmagic, a branch of sorcery unknown to modern wizards. It operated on different principles than wand magic, requiring no focus except the wizard's voice and will. The serpent's tongue speaks directly to magic itself, the journal explained. When you hiss a command in Parseltongue, you are not asking reality to change, you are telling it. This is why Parselmagic requires no wand. The voice is the focus. The intent is the power. Harry practiced in secret, starting with simple exercises. Making small objects move. Lighting candles with a hissed word. Creating tiny shields of force that shimmered in the air. Each success fed his hunger for more, and the journal obliged, each page revealing new techniques as Harry proved himself ready. By the time autumn arrived, Harry could do things that would have made the Dursleys faint with terror, had they known. He chose not to show them, not out of fear, but out of strategy. Power revealed is power diminished, Salazar had taught him. Let your enemies underestimate you. Let them think you weak and harmless. When they finally see your true strength, it should be the last thing they see. Harry had taken this lesson to heart. He still did his chores without complaint. He still accepted punishments with bowed head. He still allowed Dudley's gang to chase him, though now he let them catch him less often, using subtle magic to enhance his speed or redirect their attention. But when Uncle Vernon raised his belt, Harry's magic pushed back, not visibly, but undeniably. The leather strap twisted in Vernon's grip, the metal buckle whipping around to crack against his own knuckles. Vernon had stared at the belt for a long moment, then at Harry, then quietly returned to his chair and his evening television. He hadn't tried to strike Harry since. The Dursleys didn't discuss it. They never discussed anything related to Harry's freakishness. But Aunt Petunia started leaving food outside his cupboard door, and Dudley found reasons to be elsewhere when Harry was present, and even Uncle Vernon seemed to have developed a sudden interest in avoiding eye contact. Fear, Harry reflected, had its uses. But it wasn't enough. Fear faded. People who feared you today would hate you tomorrow and plot against you the day after. The journal had been clear about this. True power is not just strength, Salazar's echo explained during one of their nightly sessions. It is respect. Understanding. The ability to make others want to follow you, not because they fear what you'll do if they refuse, but because they believe in what you're building. What am I building? Harry had asked. The journal's response came slowly, as if Salazar's echo was choosing its words with care. That is for you to decide, child. I can teach you magic. I can share my knowledge, my mistakes, my triumphs. But I cannot tell you who to become. That choice, the most important choice any wizard makes, is yours alone. Harry thought about this often, in the quiet hours between midnight and dawn. Who did he want to become? What did he want to build? The answer, when it finally came, surprised him with its simplicity. He wanted a family. Not the Dursleys, who had never been family in any meaningful sense. Not the parents he couldn't remember, lost to a car crash he increasingly suspected was a lie. He wanted people who chose him. People who stood beside him because they wanted to, not because they had to. It seemed like an impossible dream for a boy in a cupboard. But Harry was learning that impossible was just a word people used when they lacked imagination. Winter settled over Privet Drive like a cold gray blanket, and Harry's education continued. The journal had begun teaching him about the wider magical world, its structure, its politics, its dangers. There was a ministry of magic that governed wizards in Britain, corrupt and hidebound and fearful of change. There were ancient families who hoarded power and looked down on those without proper bloodlines. There was a school called Hogwarts where young witches and wizards learned to use their gifts. And there were enemies. I did not build Hogwarts alone, Salazar's echo told him one night, the pages filled with his flowing script. There were 4 of us, myself, Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Helga Hufflepuff. We were friends once. Allies in a common cause. What cause? Protection. In those days, magic users were hunted by those without power, muggles, the non-magical folk. But the greater threat was not mundane persecution. It was something older. Something that sought to control all magic for itself. The ink shifted, forming a symbol that made Harry's blood run cold. A serpent being crushed by a human hand. The Covenant of Morgana. They existed before Hogwarts, before Merlin, before recorded magical history. They believe that magic is sacred, that it should be limited to those of pure blood, but their definition of purity is far more extreme than modern blood purists imagine. They seek to control who may practice magic, who may learn it, who may live with it. Are they still around? They have existed for over 2,000 years, child. They survived the fall of Rome, the rise and fall of 100 magical empires, the witch hunts, the statute of secrecy. They are patient, subtle, and utterly ruthless. And yes, they still exist. Harry studied the symbol, memorizing its every line. How do I recognize them? The symbol is one sign. They also have tells, phrases, gestures, allegiances that seem too perfect. Many do not know they serve the Covenant. They are manipulated through intermediaries, their actions guided by invisible hands toward purposes they never understand. I founded Hogwarts partly to create a sanctuary beyond their reach. The school's wards were designed to keep them out, to protect magical children from their influence. But I failed in the end. My own paranoia, my conflicts with the other founders, my departure, all of it weakened the protections I had built. The Covenant has had 1,000 years to sink their roots into the magical world. Then I'll dig them out, Harry said simply. The journal was silent for a long moment. Then, you remind me of myself at your age. That is both encouraging and terrifying. Harry smiled in the darkness of his cupboard. It was not a pleasant smile. Spring brought warmth to Privet Drive, and with it, an unexpected development. Harry was weeding the garden again. Aunt Petunia seemed to believe that manual labor was the only safe way to occupy his time, when he heard a small voice. Warm rock, sun is good, yes, very good. Harry's head snapped up. The voice had been serpentine, a gentle hissing that his Parselmouth ears automatically translated. A grass snake was sunning itself on a flat stone near the garden shed. It was perhaps a foot long, green-brown, utterly ordinary. And it was talking to itself. Hello, Harry hissed softly. The snake froze. Its tiny head swiveled toward him, and Harry could have sworn he saw surprise in those beady black eyes. Speaker, the snake exclaimed. A speaker. Here. In this place of loud ones and bad smells. Harry glanced around. Dudley was inside, glued to his television. Aunt Petunia was at the neighbors, exchanging gossip. He was alone. I am Harry, he said, settling into a more comfortable position. What is your name? Name. The snake seemed confused by the concept. I am me. I am Snake. I am here. Would you like a name? The snake considered this for what seemed like a very long time. Finally, yes. Name would be good. Name would make me more than just Snake. Harry thought about it. The journal had taught him about magical serpents, basilisks and runespores and ashwinders, but this was just an ordinary grass snake. Still, there was something appealing about the idea of an ally, however small. Sasha, he decided. It means, defender, in an old human language. Sasha, the snake repeated, tasting the name. Yes. I am Sasha. I am defender. What do I defend? Me, Harry said. If you're willing. Sasha slithered closer, her tongue flicking out to taste the air near Harry's hand. You smell of old magic, speaker. Old and deep, like the roots of mountains. You are important. Will you stay with me? Where else would I go? I have a name now. I have purpose. Sasha stays with Harry. It was, Harry reflected later, his first true friendship. Not the conditional tolerance of classmates who would abandon him the moment Dudley glared at them. Not the grudging acceptance of the Dursleys, who endured him only because they had no choice. Sasha chose him, freely and without reservation. It meant more than he could express. The months blurred together. Summer, autumn, winter, spring. Harry grew taller, though not by much. The Dursleys' grudging provisions were enough to survive on, not to thrive. He grew stronger in other ways, his magic deepening as Salazar's journal revealed more of its secrets. He learned to create Parseltum wards, barriers of force and misdirection that only he could see or cross. His cupboard, once a prison, became a sanctuary warded against intrusion. He expanded the space inside using techniques the journal called serpent folding, creating a room that was larger than its external dimension suggested. It wasn't much, perhaps twice the original space, but it was enough for a proper bed, a desk, a shelf of books he'd rescued from the neighbors' rubbish bins. For the first time in his life, Harry had a home. He learned the basics of magical combat, practicing alone in his expanded cupboard with targets he conjured from shadow and will. Parselmagic was devastating in ways wand magic couldn't match, direct, instinctive, requiring no incantations except the hissed intent behind them. A wizard with a wand must speak a spell, move their focus, push their magic through an external channel, Salazar explained. You need only want something badly enough and tell reality to make it so. The serpent's tongue is the oldest form of magic. Everything else is a pale imitation. Harry also learned patience. The journal warned him constantly against revealing too much too soon. There is a world waiting for you, child. A world that remembers the name Potter, though not for the reasons you might expect. When you enter that world, you will be watched, tested, manipulated by forces that have been preparing for you since before your birth. What do you mean, remembers the name Potter? Your parents did not die in a car crash, Harry. They were murdered by a dark wizard called Voldemort, a monster of remarkable power who terrorized Britain for over a decade. Your mother sacrificed herself to protect you, and her death invoked ancient magic that reflected Voldemort's killing curse back upon him. You are the boy who lived. The only person ever to survive that particular curse. In the magical world, you are famous. Harry absorbed this in silence. His parents hadn't been drunks. They'd been murdered. By a dark wizard. Who he had apparently defeated as an infant. Is Voldemort dead? I doubt it. True death is remarkably difficult to achieve for a wizard of sufficient power and paranoia. I suspect he lingers somewhere, diminished but not destroyed, waiting for the opportunity to return. Then he's my enemy. He is everyone's enemy, child. But yes, he killed your parents and tried to kill you. That makes it personal. Personal, Harry thought. Yes. That was one word for it. The spring of his 11th year brought changes Harry had been anticipating for months. The journal had told him about Hogwarts letters, how they were sent to magical children on their 11th birthday, inviting them to attend the school. Harry's birthday was July 31st, which meant his letter should arrive in late July. It arrived early. The first envelope appeared in June, addressed in emerald ink to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Uncle Vernon saw the address and turned purple. How do they know, he spluttered. How do they know about the cupboard? He burned the letter before Harry could reach it. Harry let him, curious to see what would happen next. What happened next was an escalation that would have been funny if it weren't so desperate. More letters arrived, first one a day, then a dozen, then hundreds, pouring through the mail slot, sliding under doors, appearing in egg cartons and cereal boxes. Uncle Vernon nailed the mail slot shut. The letters came down the chimney. He dragged the family to a hotel, then to a shack on a rock in the middle of the sea. The letters followed. Harry watched all of this with detached interest. He could have retrieved a letter at any time, his Parselmagic would have made it trivial, but he wanted to see how far Uncle Vernon would go. How much would the man sacrifice to keep Harry from learning the truth he already knew? The answer, apparently, was everything. The shack on the rock had no electricity, no heat, no comfort of any kind. The Dursleys huddled together on the single lumpy bed while Harry lay on the floor beneath a thin blanket, counting down the minutes to midnight. To his birthday. To freedom. The storm hit at 11:47. Rain lashed the tiny shack, wind howled through gaps in the walls, and waves crashed against the rock with enough force to make the whole structure tremble. At 11:59, Harry heard footsteps. Heavy. Deliberate. Approaching the door. Boom. The door shuddered. The Dursleys screamed. Harry sat up, his magic coiled and ready. Boom. The door flew off its hinges, revealing a silhouette against the storm, a figure so large it had to duck to enter, with wild hair and a beard that seemed to have its own weather system. "Sorry Abu, that," the giant said cheerfully, propping the door back against its frame. "Couldn't find the knocker." Uncle Vernon appeared from the bedroom, white-faced and trembling, wielding a rifle that had been hung on the wall. "I demand you leave at once. This is breaking and entering." The giant looked at the rifle, looked at Vernon, and with casual ease bent the barrel into a pretzel shape. "Dry up, Dursley. I'm here for Harry." He turned, and kind beetle-black eyes found Harry in the darkness. A smile broke across his craggy face. "There ya are. Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Ya look a lot like your dad, but ye've got your mum's eyes." Harry stood slowly. He'd been expecting someone from Hogwarts. The journal had warned him they'd send a representative eventually, but he hadn't expected someone quite like this. "Who are you?" he asked. "Name's Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." The giant reached into his enormous coat and withdrew an envelope. "Got your letter, Harry. Happy birthday." Harry took the letter, feeling the weight of it in his hands. The parchment was heavier than normal paper, the seal a coat of arms featuring a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent around a letter H. He already knew what it would say. But he opened it anyway, because some moments deserved to be savored. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Hagrid was kind. Harry recognized this immediately, a genuine, uncomplicated kindness that expected nothing in return. The giant spoke about Harry's parents with obvious affection, about Hogwarts with pride, about magic with the enthusiasm of someone who had never lost his sense of wonder. But Hagrid was also not subtle, and Harry learned to navigate the conversation carefully. "Everyone knows about you, Harry," Hagrid said as they shared birthday cake in the broken-down shack. "You're the boy who lived. Most famous wizard of the age." Harry nodded, filing away the confirmation. "Because I survived." "Not just survived, you stopped him. You know who came to your house that night, killed your parents, and when he tried to kill you?" Hagrid shuddered. "Nobody knows how ye did it. But the curse bounced back, and he was gone." "Is he dead?" "Some say yes, some say no. I don't think he had enough human left in him to die, if ye know what I mean. But he's gone, and that's what matters." Harry didn't think that was what mattered at all, but he kept that observation to himself. The next morning, Hagrid took him to London. To Diagon Alley. The Leaky Cauldron was exactly as the journal had described, a tiny, shabby pub that seemed to exist in a space ordinary people couldn't perceive. The patrons reacted to Harry's name with everything from awe to reverence, and Harry practiced keeping his expression neutral while his mind catalogued faces and reactions. "People will want things from you," Salazar had warned. "Some will want your fame, others your influence, others simply to touch something they believe is special. Learn to smile and give nothing away." Harry smiled. He shook hands. He allowed Hagrid to guide him through the crowd with the manner of someone who was charmingly overwhelmed rather than quietly analyzing everything he saw. The brick wall opened onto Diagon Alley, and Harry let himself feel a moment of genuine wonder. This was the magical world, bright and chaotic and alive in ways little whinging had never been. Shops selling cauldrons and broomsticks and animals, witches and wizards in robes of every color, children pressing their faces against windows displaying racing brooms and magical sweets. This was where he belonged. "First stop, Gringotts," Hagrid announced. "Need to get your money." Gringotts was a white marble building that dominated one end of the alley, its bronze doors flanked by creatures that Harry's education identified immediately, goblins. Small, sharp-featured, and watching him with eyes that missed nothing. Harry inclined his head slightly to the guards as they entered. The gesture was respectful without being submissive, exactly what the journal had recommended for dealing with goblins. Acknowledgement without deference, Salazar had explained. Goblins despise those who grovel, but they respect those who recognize their worth. A small bow is appropriate. A deep one is insulting. The guards' expressions didn't change, but something in their posture shifted slightly. Harry filed this away as confirmation. Inside, Hagrid handled the arrangements with the kind of bumbling cheerfulness that seemed to be his default mode. They descended into the vaults, first to retrieve something small and wrapped from a high-security location, then to Harry's family vault. The vault door swung open, and Harry went still. Gold. Mountains of it. Coins in neat stacks, jewelry in open boxes, artifacts on shelves along the walls. This was more wealth than he had imagined existed in the world, let alone belonging to him. But it wasn't the gold that caught his attention. It was the other items, journals and books stacked on a desk in one corner, a trunk with the Potter crest, a rack of what looked like magical equipment. "This ain't even the main Potter vault," Hagrid said, noticing Harry's expression. "This is just your trust. Your parents set it up for when ya came of age." Harry nodded slowly. "May I have a moment?" Hagrid looked surprised but nodded, retreating to wait by the cart. Harry moved deeper into the vault, past the gold, to the desk. The journals were his father's. He recognized the name James Potter on the first one he opened. Accounts of school years, adventures, friendships. Useful, but not urgent. The trunk was filled with personal effects, photographs that moved. He'd known magical pictures existed, but seeing his parents wave at him was something else entirely, letters, a few magical items that pulsed with enchantments he couldn't identify. And in the back, hidden behind a loose stone that Harry found only because his Parselmagic could feel the ward around it, was a second journal. This one was old. Older than his father's journals, older than the trunk, older than the vault itself. The leather was similar to Salazar's grimoire, not identical, but from the same era. Harry slipped it into his pocket without examining it. That would come later, in privacy. He returned to Hagrid with a bag of gold that was more than the letter had specified. The giant didn't notice, or didn't care. They had shopping to do. Diagon Alley blurred past in a rush of purchases, robes from Madame Malkin's, where a pale blonde boy his age sneered about blood purity and Hagrid's status, books from Flourish and Blots, where Harry added several titles not on the required list, a cauldron and scales and telescope and potions ingredients. Then Ollivander's. The shop was narrow and dusty, crammed with boxes that reached the ceiling. The air hummed with magic, thousands of potential focuses, each one waiting for the right wizard. "Ah," said a soft voice. "Mr. Potter. I wondered when I'd be seeing you." Ollivander materialized from the shadows, pale eyes gleaming. "It seems only yesterday your mother was here, buying her first wand. Willow, 10¼ inches, swishy. Very good for charm work." He moved closer, and Harry felt the shopkeeper's gaze like a physical weight. "Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration." Ollivander's hand reached out, brushing the hair back from Harry's forehead to reveal the lightning bolt scar. "And I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that gave you that. 13½ inches. You. Powerful and terrible in the wrong hands." Harry held perfectly still. The wand maker was testing him. He could feel it in the way Ollivander's magic probed at his defenses. A legilimens, he realized. Subtle, almost passive, but definitely reading surface thoughts. Harry let him see curiosity. Wonder. A little nervousness. All the things an 11-year-old should feel in this situation. His true thoughts remained safely behind walls of serpent scale. Ollivander's eyes narrowed slightly, but he withdrew. Well, let's find you a wand, shall we? The process took over an hour. Wand after wand was pressed into Harry's hand, only to be snatched away almost immediately. Holly, ash, oak, vine. Dragon heartstring, phoenix feather, unicorn hair. Nothing felt right. Or rather, nothing felt right enough. Harry knew what the problem was. His magic had been shaped by 3 years of Parselmagic, learning to flow through voice and will rather than external focus. The wands worked, they all produced some spark when he touched them, but they felt like trying to write with his offhand. Functional but wrong. Finally, Ollivander withdrew a box from deep in the shop, his expression troubled. I wonder, unusual combination, let us see. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. The wand warmed in Harry's hand, and red and gold sparks shot from its tip. The match was better than the others, not perfect, but close enough to pass. Curious, Ollivander murmured. Very curious. What's curious? I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. The phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. Brother to Voldemort's wand. Connected to the man who had killed his parents. The wand chooses the wizard, Ollivander said softly. We can expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Harry paid for the wand and left the shop without responding. He had no intention of being compared to Voldemort, but he also had no intention of arguing the point with an old man who measured greatness in terrible acts. The holly wand went into his pocket alongside the stolen journal. It would serve when he needed to appear normal. For everything else, he had his voice. The month between Diagon Alley and September 1st passed in a haze of preparation. Harry read everything he'd purchased, not just the assigned textbooks, but the additional volumes on magical history, politics, and obscure theory. The journal from his family vault turned out to be a Potter grimoire, passed down through generations, containing notes on family magic and alliances stretching back centuries. The Potters had been allies of the founders. Not just allies, friends. Harry found references to a Hardwin Potter who had married into the Peveril family, and a Fleamont Potter who had created a fortune selling hair potions in the early 20th century, and a Charles Potter who had married a Black and been involved in politics during the last war. More importantly, he found references to the Covenant. We stand against them, one ancestor had written, sometime in the 15th century. The serpent crushers seek to control all magic, to decide who may practice and who must perish. The Potters remember a time before their tyranny, and we will see it restored. The Potters had been fighting the Covenant for generations. And they had died doing it. Harry added this to his mental map. The Covenant had enemies, old enemies, hidden enemies, enemies who might become allies if he could find them. The wizarding world was not simply divided between light and dark, as so many seemed to believe. There were deeper currents, older conflicts, and Harry intended to understand them all. He also practiced. Every night, in his warded cupboard, he pushed his Parselmagic further. Combat techniques, defensive wards, the beginnings of blood magic theory that Salazar's journal introduced but did not yet fully explain. Blood magic is the oldest form of power, the journal taught him. It is also the most dangerous. A wizard who works blood magic carelessly will destroy himself. One who masters it will be nearly unstoppable. I will teach you the theory now, and the practice later. First you must understand what blood actually is, magically speaking. It is not simply the liquid that flows through your veins. It is memory. It is connection. It is the thread that binds you to all who came before and all who will come after. Your mother's sacrifice worked because she gave her blood willingly. Her love, carried in her blood, created a protection that Voldemort's killing curse could not penetrate. This is blood magic at its highest form, not taking, but giving. Not power stolen, but power shared. Harry understood, dimly, what this meant. His mother's protection still existed. It was why Dumbledore had placed him with the Dursleys, blood relatives who could anchor the ward. It was also why touching him had burned Quirrell's hands, according to a book on defensive magic he'd found in his vault. His mother's love was literally in his blood. It was his first and best defense. He practiced reaching for it, feeling for that warmth that had nothing to do with his own magic. It was there, a golden glow beneath the silver green of his Parselmagic, different in texture and purpose. He couldn't control it the way he could his other powers, but he could feel it. And it felt like home. September 1st arrived with the kind of crisp autumn morning that made everything feel possible. Harry stood at King's Cross Station with his trunk levitating beside him, an invisible charm that made it appear as though he was pushing an ordinary trolley, and studied the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. The journal had told him how to reach platform 9 3/4. Run at the barrier, believe in the magic, and it would let you through. Simple enough for someone who had been walking through walls since he was 9. But Harry paused anyway, taking a moment to absorb the significance of what he was about to do. For 3 years, he had prepared for this moment. He had learned magic in secret, built defenses in his mind, gathered knowledge and power while pretending to be nothing more than an unwanted freak in a cupboard. He had transformed himself from a victim into something else, something that didn't have a name yet, but would. Now he was about to enter the world that had shaped him, that had made him famous, that had enemies and allies and dangers he was only beginning to understand. "Remember what I told you," Salazar's echo whispered from the journal in his pocket. "Power revealed is power diminished. Let them see what they expect to see," the boy who lived, a little overwhelmed, a little awed, eager to learn. "Your true strength remains hidden until you choose to reveal it." Harry smiled slightly. "I remember." He walked through the barrier. Platform 9 3/4 exploded into existence around him, a steam train painted scarlet, crowds of students and parents, owls hooting and cats yowling and the air thick with the chatter of 100 conversations. This was the wizarding world in miniature, chaotic and colorful and utterly unlike anything Privet Drive had ever offered. Harry navigated through the crowd, his trunk following obediently, and found an empty compartment near the back of the train. He settled in, arranged his things, and opened the window to watch the platform. Families said goodbye. First years clung to their parents while older students pretended to be too mature for such displays. He saw the blonde boy from Madame Malkin's, Malfoy, someone had called him, strutting along the platform with 2 large boys who looked like bodyguards. He saw a family of redheads, so numerous they seemed to fill an entire section of the platform, all waving goodbye to a trunk-laden son who was arguing with his mother. And then he saw her. A girl his age with bushy brown hair and an anxious expression, struggling to get her trunk up the train steps while her parents, clearly non-magical, based on their clothing and bewildered expressions, tried to help without getting in the way. Harry was moving before he consciously decided to. A whispered word in Parseltongue lightened the trunk just enough that it suddenly became manageable, and the girl stumbled slightly as the weight shifted. "Oh." She looked around, confused, then caught sight of Harry approaching. How did, that was magic, wasn't it?" "Probably," Harry said mildly. "The whole train is magic. I'm Harry. Hermione Granger." She stuck out her hand in a gesture that was slightly too formal for their age, and Harry shook it. "I'm Muggle-born, so this is all new to me. I've read all the textbooks, of course, and several supplementary volumes." "Which supplementary volumes?" Hermione blinked, clearly not expecting someone to engage with her book recommendations. "Well, I found Hogwarts, a history, quite comprehensive, and Great Wizards of the 20th Century was illuminating, though I thought Modern Magical History was a bit sensationalist. Did you notice the bias in the Goblin Rebellion chapters?" Her eyes went wide. "You read them too?" "I thought I was the only one who, yes, the bias is appalling." The authors clearly didn't consult any goblin sources at all. Harry smiled. This was unexpected, finding someone who read as voraciously as he did, who noticed the same problems in the same texts. Someone who might understand. Hermione's face lit up with the particular joy of someone who had expected rejection and received welcome instead. I'd like that very much. They navigated her trunk to Harry's compartment together, and by the time the train began to move, they were deep in a discussion of the theoretical limits of transfiguration that would have baffled most adults. Harry was careful. He didn't reveal his true knowledge, didn't show off his Parselmagic, didn't mention the journal or his training or any of the secrets that defined him. But he let himself enjoy the conversation for what it was, his first real interaction with a peer who valued intelligence. It was, he thought, a promising beginning. The compartment door slid open around noon. "Excuse me, is this seat taken? Everywhere else is full." A boy with red hair and a smudge of dirt on his nose stood in the doorway, looking uncomfortable. Harry recognized him from the platform, one of the enormous red-headed family. "Of course," Hermione said, shifting to make room. "I'm Hermione Granger, and this is Harry. Ron Weasley." The boy sat down heavily, eyeing Harry with poorly concealed curiosity. "Harry? Just Harry? Harry Potter." Ron's reaction was immediate and predictable, his jaw dropped, his eyes went to Harry's forehead, and he made a small choking sound. "Blimey. Is it true? Do you have can I see, the scar?" Harry pushed his hair back, revealing the lightning bolt. "It's just a scar." "Just a scar," Ron repeated faintly. "You defeated you-know-who, and it's just a scar." "I was a baby. I don't even remember it." This seemed to help Ron collect himself. He nodded, still staring a bit, but the awe was fading into something more manageable, curiosity, mostly, with an undercurrent of excitement. "My brothers told me you'd be starting this year," Ron said. "Fred and George, they're third years, and Percy's a prefect. Charlie and Bill already graduated, Charlie's in Romania with dragons, and Bill's a cursebreaker for Gringotts. 6 children." Hermione sounded impressed. "That's quite a large family." 7. "My sister Ginny starts next year." Ron's ears went red, though Harry couldn't tell why. "We're not, there's a lot of us, so," he trailed off, clearly embarrassed about something. "Money," Harry guessed, noting the boys' second-hand robes and the worn sandwich that appeared when the food trolley came by. Harry bought enough sweets for all 3 of them without making a production of it. Ron's gratitude was transparent and slightly painful to witness. A boy unused to plenty, offered abundance by someone who had grown up with even less. "We're both survivors," Harry thought. Different circumstances, but the same instinct to grab what's offered before someone takes it away. The afternoon passed pleasantly. Ron explained the basics of wizarding chess, which Harry filed away as potentially useful. Hermione demonstrated a simple spell she'd practiced over the summer, which worked perfectly. Harry contributed little but observed much, mapping the dynamics between his 2 new acquaintances. Ron was insecure but loyal, desperate to prove himself outside his brother's shadows. Hermione was brilliant but socially anxious, so eager for acceptance that she often pushed too hard. Together, they would balance each other, if they didn't drive each other mad first. Harry could work with this. The door slid open again, and Malfoy entered with his bodyguards. "They're saying Harry Potter is in this compartment." The blonde boy's gray eyes swept the space, landing on Harry with satisfaction. "So it's true. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." Ron made a poorly suppressed snorting noise. Malfoy's expression flickered with irritation. "Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. Red hair, freckles, and second-hand robes, you must be a Weasley." Harry watched the exchange with clinical interest. Malfoy was performing, playing a role he'd been taught, hitting marks that had been set for him long before this moment. The words were rehearsed, the sneers practiced. You'll find some wizarding families are better than others, Potter, Malfoy continued, turning back to Harry. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He extended his hand. Harry studied it for a moment, then met Malfoy's eyes. What makes a family better? The question seemed to throw Malfoy off script. What? You said some families are better than others. I'm curious what you mean. Blood? Wealth? Political power? Magical ability? Harry tilted his head. By most of those metrics, the Potters rank quite highly. What makes you qualified to judge my choices? Malfoy's pale face flushed. This wasn't how the conversation was supposed to go. Harry could see him struggling to adapt. The Malfoys are one of the oldest, so are the Weasleys, actually. Arthur Weasley works at the Ministry, doesn't he? Department of Muggle Artifacts. Harry glanced at Ron, who looked stunned. That's a respectable position. And the Potters have intermarried with the Blacks, who, unless I'm mistaken, are related to the Malfoys. That's what I'm saying, Malfoy, is that I don't make alliances based on 5 minutes of conversation. Harry's voice remained perfectly pleasant. If you want my respect, earn it. Prove you're worth knowing. Then we can talk. The compartment was silent. Malfoy stood frozen, his hands still extended, his face a complicated mixture of emotions Harry couldn't fully read. Then, slowly, Malfoy lowered his hand. You're not what I expected, Potter, he said quietly. I rarely am. Malfoy left without another word. His bodyguards followed, looking confused. They had clearly expected a different outcome. Ron let out a breath. Bloody hell. Did you just? No one talks to Malfoy like that. Someone should, Harry said mildly. He's clearly intelligent under all that bluster. It's a waste. Intelligent? He called my family, he repeated things he's been taught. That's not intelligence, it's programming. Harry shrugged. Maybe he'll surprise us. Maybe he won't. Either way, I'd rather have him thinking than attacking. Hermione was studying Harry with an expression he couldn't identify. That was very strategic. Was it? Harry smiled, deliberately lightening his tone. I thought I was just being polite. The train rattled on toward Hogwarts. The castle rose from the darkness like something from a dream. Harry had seen images in the journal, descriptions that tried to capture its majesty. They had failed entirely. Hogwarts was not a building, it was a presence, a living thing of stone and magic that seemed to have been waiting for him specifically. Home, something whispered in his mind, and Harry wasn't sure if it was Salazar's echo or his own thought. The first years crossed the lake in boats that moved without visible propulsion, guided by lanterns that floated in the mist. Harry shared his boat with Hermione, Ron, and a round-faced boy named Neville who seemed constantly on the verge of apologizing for his own existence. My Gran says I'm barely magical, Neville confided miserably. She thinks I might be a squib. Can you do accidental magic? Harry asked. Unusual things that happen when you're emotional? Well, there was this one time my uncle dropped me out a window, and I bounced. Then you're not a squib, Harry said firmly. Squibs can't do any magic at all. Bouncing out a window requires significant magical power. Neville looked at him with something approaching hope. You really think so? I know so. Harry met his eyes steadily. Your grandmother is wrong. Don't let her convince you otherwise. The boats reached the shore, and the first years climbed stone steps to the castle's massive front doors. A stern-faced witch in emerald robes met them, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid called her, and delivered a speech about houses and honor and points. Harry barely listened. He was watching the other students, cataloging faces and reactions. The nervous ones, the confident ones, the ones who had something to prove. His potential allies and potential enemies. The Great Hall was everything the journal had described, cavernous ceiling enchanted to show the night sky, long tables beneath banners of crimson and gold, blue and bronze, yellow and black, green and silver. The staff table at the far end, with Dumbledore in the center seat, his eyes twinkling as he surveyed the new arrivals. Harry felt those eyes settle on him and kept his expression neutral. Curiosity, wonder, a little nervousness. The perfect mask. The sorting hat was placed on a stool, and to Harry's carefully hidden surprise, it began to sing. A song about the 4 houses, their values and their founders, their histories and their virtues. Slytherin was cunning, the hat sang, using any means to achieve their ends. Not quite right, Harry thought. Salazar had been pragmatic, not ruthless. The difference was important. Names were called alphabetically. Abbott, Hannah, became a Hufflepuff. Bones, Susan, joined her. Granger, Hermione, was sorted into Gryffindor after a long deliberation, and Harry saw her glance back at him with something like disappointment. Longbottom, Neville, became a Gryffindor too, after an even longer wait. The hat seemed to struggle with him. Malfoy, Draco, was sorted into Slytherin almost before the hat touched his head. He walked to the green and silver table with the satisfied air of someone whose destiny had been confirmed. And then, Potter, Harry. The great hall went silent. Every head turned. Harry felt hundreds of eyes on him as he walked to the stool, sat, and felt the hat descend over his eyes. Well, well, said a small voice in his mind. What do we have here? Harry had prepared for this. The hat was a legilimens of sorts, it had to be, to sort students based on their true nature. But it wasn't human, and its magic was different from what the journal had described. He let the hat see certain things, his determination, his intelligence, his desire to prove himself. He kept other things hidden, the journal, his true power level, his long-term plans. Interesting, the hat mused. Very interesting. You're good at this, better than anyone I've sorted in decades. But you can't hide everything from me, Mr. Potter. I see the serpent coiled in your soul. Where will I learn most? Harry thought deliberately. Where can I do the most good? Ah, but those aren't the only questions, are they? You want to know where you belong. Where you'll find the family you're looking for. Harry's mental walls wavered slightly. The hat had found something true. You would do well in any house, Mr. Potter. You have courage, you wouldn't have survived your childhood without it. You have intelligence, your mind is a fortress. You have loyalty, limited in scope, but fierce in intensity. And you have ambition, not for power itself, but for what power can build. But there's something else. Something old. Magic I haven't tasted since, well, since the last time someone like you sat beneath me. Who? That would be telling. The hat's voice turned thoughtful. You have a choice, Mr. Potter. Gryffindor would give you allies in the light, a platform to be the hero everyone expects. Slytherin would give you access to the other half of the game, the shadows where real power moves. But you already know which one you want, don't you? Harry did. Slytherin, he thought. I need to understand them. I need them to see what Slytherin's heir can really be. Brave, the hat said, and it sounded almost impressed. Gryffindor would have suited that courage. But I can see you've made your choice. Very well, Slytherin. The silence that followed was absolute. The boy who lived. The vanquisher of the Dark Lord. Sorted into the House of Serpents. Harry removed the hat and walked toward the green and silver table. He could feel the weight of stares, confusion, suspicion, anger, curiosity. At the staff table, Dumbledore's expression remained serene, but something flickered behind his eyes. Professor Snape, Harry recognized him from the journal's descriptions, looked like he'd been struck by lightning. Harry sat down at the Slytherin table, next to a blonde girl with ice-blue eyes who was watching him with frank appraisal. That was unexpected, she said quietly. Was it? Harry met her gaze evenly. I thought it was inevitable. She studied him for a long moment, then extended her hand. Daphne Greengrass. Harry Potter. He shook her hand. Though I suspect you knew that. Everyone knows who you are, Potter. What they don't know is what you are. Her eyes were sharp, assessing. I look forward to finding out. Harry smiled, his first genuine smile since arriving at Hogwarts. So do I. The Slytherin common room was exactly what the journal had described: cold stone, green-tinted light filtering through the Black Lake's waters, elegant furnishings that managed to be both beautiful and unwelcoming. Serpent motifs coiled around every pillar and doorframe, watching with carved eyes. Harry felt at home immediately. The older students watched him with expressions ranging from curiosity to hostility. He was an anomaly, the boy who lived in their house, a half-blood who had defeated the Dark Lord their parents had followed. He didn't belong here by their rules. But Harry wasn't playing by their rules. A seventh year with the look of someone used to obedience stepped into his path. Potter. We need to talk about expectations. Do we? You may be famous out there. The older boy gestured vaguely. But in here, you're just another first year. You'll learn your place, or we'll teach it to you. Harry looked at him, really looked, letting his acclimacy sharpened senses take in every detail. The boy was nervous. Not of Harry specifically, but of something. His eyes kept flicking to the corner of the common room where several other older students were gathered. Testing me, Harry realized. Putting on a show for whoever's really in charge. I appreciate the warning, Harry said calmly. May I offer one in return? The boy blinked. What? I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm not here to take over or disrupt the existing order. I just want to learn and make allies who are worth knowing. Harry paused. But I'm also not going to be a convenient target for anyone who wants to prove themselves. If someone comes after me, I'll respond proportionally. If they escalate, so will I. And I promise you, they'll run out of escalation options before I do. The common room had gone quiet. Everyone was watching now. Is that a threat, Potter? It's information. Harry smiled pleasantly. I thought Slytherins valued information. Was I wrong? The older boy stared at him for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, he laughed. You've got stones, first high. I'll give you that. He stepped aside. Welcome to Slytherin. Try not to die. Harry nodded politely and continued to the first-year dormitories. Behind him, he heard whispers beginning. Good. Let them talk. Let them wonder. Let them realize that the boy who lived wasn't what they expected. Well done, Salazar's echo whispered as Harry settled into his bed and began erecting Parseltongue wards. You've made an entrance without making enemies. Now the real work begins. Harry lay back against his pillow, staring at the green-tinged ceiling. 3 years of preparation. Thousands of hours of study and practice. Endless nights building the foundations of what he would become. And now he was finally here. Finally in the place where Salazar Slytherin had lived and taught, where the Chamber of Secrets waited, where the enemies the journal warned about were already circling. He thought about Hermione's intelligence, Ron's loyalty, Daphne's sharp assessment. He thought about Malfoy's confusion and Dumbledore's watchful eyes and the mystery of why Voldemort's wand had chosen him. He thought about the family he wanted to build and the world he wanted to create. Tomorrow, he told himself. Tomorrow it all begins. But for tonight, he allowed himself a single moment of something he hadn't felt in years. Hope. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Sorting of Serpents. The dungeons were cold in September. Harry woke before dawn, his body trained by years of rising early to cook the Dursleys' breakfast. The habit persisted even though no one here expected him to serve. Old reflexes died hard. He lay still for a moment, listening to the breathing of his dorm mates. For beds besides his own, Draco Malfoy, Theodore Nott, Blaise Zabini, and Gregory Goyle. Vincent Crabbe was in the adjacent room with the overflow. Apparently there had been an unusually large Slytherin intake this year. Malfoy slept like someone who had never known fear, sprawled across expensive sheets with one arm flung over his face. Nott was curled tight, defensive even in sleep. Zabini's bed was silent. Harry couldn't even hear him breathing, which suggested either very good silencing charms or very light sleep. Goyle snored. Harry rose silently, gathered his things, and made his way to the bathroom. The Slytherin facilities were surprisingly luxurious: private showers with actual hot water, marble sinks, mirrors that offered unsolicited grooming advice. "Your hair is a disaster," one mirror informed him. "It's always been like this," Harry replied, not bothering to whisper. "It doesn't listen to combs." "Have you tried everything?" "Yes." The mirror huffed but fell silent. Harry showered, dressed in his new robes, and examined himself in the mercifully quiet mirror above his sink. The green trim of Slytherin House looked strange against his pale skin and dark hair. Strange but right. He reached into his pocket and touched the journal, Salazar's grimoire, which he'd kept close since the day he found it. The leather was warm, welcoming. "First day," he murmured in Parseltongue. "Any advice?" The journal didn't respond directly anymore. It hadn't since he'd reached a certain level of competence. But he felt a pulse of something that might have been approval. He slipped the journal back into his pocket and went to meet his future. The great hall was nearly empty at this hour, populated only by a few early risers and the ghosts who drifted between tables with the aimlessness of those who had nowhere else to be. Harry selected a seat at the end of the Slytherin table, far from the few older students who were already eating. He loaded his plate with eggs and toast, more food than he'd ever been allowed at the Dursleys, his body still not quite believing that seconds were permitted, and began to eat while studying the hall. The enchanted ceiling showed a grey dawn, clouds heavy with the threat of rain. The house banners hung motionless in the still air. The staff table was mostly empty, though a severe-looking witch in tartan robes sat at one end, marking papers with sharp movements of her quill. Professor McGonagall, Harry remembered. Transfiguration and head of Gryffindor House. The journal had extensive notes on her, skilled, stern, fair in her own way but deeply biased toward her own house. Not an enemy, but not an ally either. "You're up early." Harry looked up. Daphne Greengrass stood beside the table, dressed impeccably despite the hour. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a simple knot, her blue eyes alert and assessing. "Habit," Harry said. "May I help you with something?" "I'm trying to figure you out, Potter." She sat down across from him without waiting for an invitation. "You don't fit the narratives." "Which narratives are those?" "Any of them." She began filling her own plate with the precise movements of someone trained in etiquette from birth. "You're supposed to be either the light's golden hero or a traumatized orphan. Instead you sit there eating breakfast like someone who's been planning this moment for years." Harry allowed himself a small smile. "Maybe I have been. That's what I thought." She took a bite of toast, chewed, swallowed. "My father thinks you're dangerous. My mother thinks you're a political opportunity. My sister thinks you're romantic. And what do you think?" "I think you're interesting." Her eyes met his directly. "I don't meet many interesting people. Most of them are playing games I learned when I was 5. And I'm not." "You're playing games," Daphne acknowledged. "But I can't tell which ones yet." "That's what makes you interesting." Harry considered her for a moment. The journal had mentioned the Greengrass family, old blood, politically neutral, historically clever about avoiding entanglements that might cost them their independence. Daphne seemed to embody those traits. "I'm not here to be anyone's enemy," he said finally. "Or anyone's puppet. I'm here to learn and to build something worth building. If that makes me dangerous to some people, that's their problem. And if it makes you useful to others?" Then they should be very careful about what they try to use me for. Harry's voice didn't change, but something in his eyes did. I don't appreciate manipulation. I respond to it, poorly. Daphne studied him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, she smiled, a small thing, barely visible, but genuine. Good, she said. I don't appreciate it either. They finished breakfast in companionable silence, and Harry filed Daphne Greengrass away as someone worth knowing better. The first-year Slytherins received their schedules from a prefect named Gemma Farley, a tall sixth year with an air of harried competence. Double potions with Gryffindor first thing Monday, she announced, scanning the parchment. Herbology with Hufflepuff, history of magic with Ravenclaw, defense against the dark arts with all houses combined. Transfiguration and charms are split, you'll have half the sessions with Gryffindor, half with Ravenclaw. Why do we keep getting stuck with the Gryffindors? Pansy Parkinson complained. She was a pug-faced girl who seemed to have attached herself to Draco Malfoy's orbit. Because Dumbledore thinks competition builds character, Gemma replied dryly. Or possibly because he enjoys watching us hex each other. Any questions? No. Good. Don't be late for potions, Professor Snape has no patience for tardiness. The first years dispersed to gather their books. Harry found himself walking beside Theodore Nott, a thin boy with dark hair and watchful eyes who had barely spoken since the sorting. Potter, Nott said quietly. A word? Harry slowed his pace, letting the others pull ahead. Of course. My father talks about yours sometimes. Nott's voice was barely audible. Not kindly. But he respects him. Says James Potter was a better duelist than anyone gave him credit for. That's unexpected. My father respects competence. He doesn't let politics blind him to reality. Nott glanced at Harry sidelong. I'm telling you this because I want you to understand something. I'm not my father. I don't have his loyalties or his debts. I'm going to make my own choices. And you're telling me this because you're going to be important. Anyone can see that. And when you're important, people choose sides. Nott shrugged. I want you to know that I'm not automatically on the other side. That's all. He walked ahead without waiting for a response, leaving Harry to consider the implications. Theodore Nott. Potential ally. Complicated family history. Worth watching. The potions classroom was in the dungeons, which meant the Slytherins arrived first while the Gryffindors got lost twice on their way down. Harry used the extra time to examine the room, the pickled specimens floating in jars along the walls, the cauldron stacked in corners, the ingredients cabinet that his Parselmagic could sense was heavily warded. He chose a seat near the middle of the room, where he could observe both the professor's desk and the door. Daphne sat beside him without asking, which he took as a statement of some kind. The Gryffindors arrived in a rush, Ron Weasley and a boy named Seamus Finnegan arguing about something Quidditch-related while Hermione tried to find a seat near the front. She caught Harry's eye and gave a small wave, which he returned. You're friendly with Granger. Daphne murmured. We talked on the train. She's brilliant. She's Muggleborn. And? Daphne was quiet for a moment. Nothing. Just making sure I understand where you stand. Before Harry could respond, the door banged open. Professor Snape swept into the room like a malevolent shadow, his black robes billowing behind him. He moved to the front of the class and turned, his dark eyes sweeping across the students with obvious disdain. There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class, he began, his voice barely above a whisper but carrying perfectly. As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion-making. However, for those select few who possess the predisposition, I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death. His eyes found Harry, and something flickered in their depths. Then again, maybe some of you have come to Hogwarts in possession of abilities so formidable that you feel confident enough to not pay attention. Harry met his gaze steadily. Mr. Potter. Our new celebrity. Snape's lip curled. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The question was from the third-year curriculum. Harry knew this because he'd read ahead. Significantly ahead. The draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion. Something shifted in Snape's expression. And where would you look if I asked you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat, sir. It's a stone that serves as an antidote to most poisons. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, also known as aconite. The classroom was silent. Hermione's hand, which had shot up at the first question, slowly lowered. Ron was staring at Harry with his mouth open. Snape's eyes narrowed. It seems fame isn't everything. 5 points to Slytherin for correct answers. He turned away abruptly and began writing instructions on the board. Harry felt the weight of attention from every direction, his housemates reassessing him, the Gryffindors confused, Snape's back radiating barely controlled hostility. He expected me to fail, Harry realized. He wanted to humiliate me in front of everyone. Why? The journal had mentioned Snape's history with James Potter, schoolboy rivals, mutual hatred, decades of grudges. But there was something else in the professor's reaction, something that looked almost like disappointment mixed with the anger. Harry filed it away for later consideration and began preparing his cauldron. The potion they were making was a simple boil cure, theoretically within the capabilities of first-year students. In practice, the classroom quickly devolved into controlled chaos. Neville Longbottom somehow managed to melt his cauldron within the first 20 minutes, sending a wave of improperly brewed potion across the floor. Snape's fury was incandescent. He vanished the mess with a snarl and sent Neville to the hospital wing, covered in painful boils. "Idiot boy," Snape hissed, loud enough for everyone to hear. "Can you not follow simple instructions?" Harry watched Neville shuffle out, shoulders hunched with humiliation, and felt a flash of anger. The boy clearly had ability issues, probably magical confidence more than actual incompetence, and public humiliation would only make things worse. But confronting Snape directly would accomplish nothing except making Harry a target. Different approach, he decided. When the class ended, Harry lingered by the door, timing his exit to coincide with Hermione's. Ron trailed behind them, still looking dazed from the class. "That was, you knew all the answers," Hermione said, a mixture of admiration and something like competitiveness in her voice. "I read those too, but I didn't expect him to ask third-year material." "Neither did he, I think." Harry shrugged. "He wanted to embarrass me. I didn't cooperate." "Snape's a git," Ron declared. "My brothers warned me about him. Hates everyone who isn't Slytherin." "He's not particularly kind to Slytherins either," Harry said. "He just hates Gryffindors more." They walked together toward the entrance hall, an unusual sight, a Slytherin with 2 Gryffindors. Harry could feel eyes following them. "I should go find Neville," Hermione said as they reached the stairs. "Make sure he's all right." "That's kind of you." Harry meant it. "Tell him the potion disaster wasn't his fault." The instructions Snape gave were deliberately vague. He left out a step that prevents the copper reaction. Hermione's eyes went wide. "He sabotaged a student's potion." "No, he just didn't prevent the most common mistake. There's a difference, legally speaking." Harry's voice was dry. "Welcome to Slytherin teaching methods." Hermione looked troubled but nodded and hurried off. Ron lingered, clearly wanting to say something. "What is it?" Harry prompted. "I don't understand you, mate." Ron's voice was a mixture of confusion and something that might have been hurt. "You're in Slytherin. You're supposed to be, I don't know, evil or whatever. But you're nice to Hermione and you answered Snape back and you're talking to me even though my family's considered blood traitors. I'm supposed to be a lot of things, Harry said quietly. The boy who lived. The Dark Lord's vanquisher. The hero of the light. None of those people asked my permission before deciding what I am. He met Ron's eyes directly. I decide who I am. I decide who my friends are. And right now, I'm deciding that I'd like to be your friend, if you're willing to judge me by my actions instead of my house. Ron was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he grinned. All right, Potter. You're mental, but all right. He stuck out his hand. Friends? Harry shook it. Friends. The first week at Hogwarts passed in a blur of classes and observations. Transfiguration with McGonagall was rigorous, she expected excellence and had no patience for laziness. Harry turned his match into a needle on the second try, earning a rare nod of approval and 5 points to Slytherin, which seemed to pain her slightly. Charms with Professor Flitwick was more enjoyable, the tiny wizard was enthusiastic and encouraging, and his obvious delight when Harry managed a perfect levitation charm ahead of schedule was genuine. History of Magic with Professor Binns was useless for actual learning but excellent for studying. Harry used the ghostly professor's droning lectures to read ahead in his other subjects while maintaining enough awareness to note the rare useful information. Defense against the dark arts was troubling. Professor Quirrell was a nervous wreck of a man, wrapped in a purple turban that he claimed was a gift from an African prince. He stuttered through his lectures, flinched at loud noises, and seemed genuinely terrified of his own subject matter. None of this was what troubled Harry. What troubled Harry was the headache. It started the moment he entered Quirrell's classroom, a sharp pain behind his scar that pulsed in rhythm with the professor's movements. Harry's occlumency walls held against whatever was causing it, but the pain remained, a constant low-level thrum that intensified whenever Quirrell looked directly at him. Something is wrong with that man, Harry thought during their first lesson, watching Quirrell stammer through an explanation of basic defensive theory. Something is hiding in him. The journal's teachings on legilimency and occlumency had covered the concept of possession, how a sufficiently powerful wizard could inhabit another's mind, using them as a vessel. The symptoms matched, the nervous behavior covering for moments of uncharacteristic competence, the headaches Harry experienced in his presence, the way Quirrell's eyes sometimes flickered with an intelligence that didn't match his apparent personality. But possessed by what? Or whom? Harry kept his suspicions to himself and began watching Quirrell very carefully. Friday evening found Harry in the library, surrounded by books on magical theory and the history of the founders. He wasn't alone, Hermione had claimed the seat across from him, and they had developed an unspoken agreement to share study space. She didn't ask about his interest in obscure historical texts, and he didn't comment on her habit of reading 3 books simultaneously. Potter. Harry looked up to find Draco Malfoy standing at the end of their table, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. His expression was complicated, hostile but curious, proud but uncertain. Malfoy. You've been avoiding me. I've been attending classes and studying. If you interpret that as avoidance, perhaps you should examine your own expectations. Malfoy's jaw tightened. I offered you friendship on the train. You rejected it. I declined to make an immediate alliance based on insufficient information. There's a difference. Harry closed his book and gave Malfoy his full attention. You want to know where we stand? Fine. I think you're intelligent, trained, and probably more capable than you've had the opportunity to demonstrate. I also think you've been taught to believe things that don't hold up under examination. Such as blood purity as a predictor of magical ability. Harry gestured at Hermione without looking at her. Granger is Muggleborn. She's also the most talented witch in our year. That's not opinion, it's observation. Either your theory is wrong, or she's an impossibility. Which seems more likely? Malfoy's eyes flicked to Hermione, who had gone very still. One exception doesn't prove the rule, I agree. But I could name others. Lily Evans Potter was Muggleborn, she was also one of the most gifted witches of her generation. Tom Riddle was a half-blood, and he became the most powerful dark wizard in a century. Harry paused. Or would you argue that blood status has nothing to do with magical ability? In which case, what exactly is the point of blood purity? Malfoy opened his mouth, closed it, and for the first time since Harry had met him, seemed genuinely at a loss for words. I'm not attacking you, Malfoy. I'm inviting you to think. Harry stood, gathering his books. When you've decided whether you're capable of that, we can have a real conversation. Until then, I have studying to do. He walked away, leaving Malfoy standing in the library with an expression that suggested his worldview had just encountered something it couldn't easily dismiss. Hermione caught up to him in the corridor. That was. She seemed to be struggling for words. You defended me. I stated facts. You compared me to your mother. And to you-know-who. Both comparisons were accurate. Harry glanced at her. You're brilliant, Hermione. Don't let people like Malfoy make you doubt that. Their prejudice says everything about them and nothing about you. Her eyes were suspiciously bright. Why are you like this? You're supposed to be a Slytherin. I am a Slytherin. That means I value cunning, ambition, and results. Harry smiled slightly. It doesn't mean I have to be cruel. Cruelty is inefficient, it makes enemies unnecessarily and wastes energy that could be spent on actual goals. What are your goals? The question was genuine, curious rather than suspicious. Harry considered how to answer. To learn everything I can. To build something worth building. To make sure that when I have power, and I will have power, I use it for something better than fear and hatred. He met her eyes. Is that Slytherin enough for you? Hermione stared at him for a long moment. Then she laughed, a surprised sound, like she hadn't expected to find it funny. I think, she said slowly, that you might be the strangest person I've ever met. I'll take that as a compliment. It was meant as one. The second week brought the first real test of Harry's careful positioning. It started in the Slytherin common room, where the first years had gathered after dinner. The usual cliques had formed, Malfoy with his followers, Daphne with her friend Tracy Davis, not reading alone in a corner. Harry had positioned himself near the fire, working through a transfiguration essay while keeping his awareness on the room. Marcus Flint, the Quidditch captain, entered with several older students. He was a large, brutish-looking seventh year with teeth that suggested either troll ancestry or very poor dental care. Potter, he said, stopping in front of Harry's chair. We need to talk. Harry set down his quill. Of course. What can I help you with? You've been causing problems. Have I? I wasn't aware. Don't play stupid. Flint's voice was flat. You're cozying up to Gryffindors. You're defending mudbloods. You're making us look weak. I'm making you look weak by having friends in other houses. Harry's tone was mild. That's an interesting perspective. I would have thought it made us look connected. Connected. Flint spat the word. To blood traders and mudbloods. To people who might be useful. Harry stood, and though he was much smaller than Flint, he didn't seem diminished by the height difference. Let me ask you something, Flint. What's Slytherin's reputation right now? Outside this room, in the wider school. Flint's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? I mean that every other house thinks we're future Death Eaters. The professors watch us for signs of dark magic. The ministry has our families under surveillance. We're isolated, suspected, and distrusted. Harry's voice remained calm. How has that worked out for us? We don't need their approval, don't we? When we graduate, who will hire us? Who will do business with us? Who will give us the opportunities to actually use the cunning and ambition this house is supposed to develop? Harry shook his head. Isolation isn't strength. It's a slow death. The common room had gone silent. Every Slytherin was watching now. I'm not suggesting we abandon our values, Harry continued. I'm suggesting we be smart about how we pursue them. We can be ambitious without being cartoonish villains. We can be cunning without making enemies we don't need. We can be proud of our house without spitting on everyone else. You think you can just, what? Rehabilitate Slytherin's image by being nice to Gryffindors? Flint's tone was mocking, but there was uncertainty beneath it. I think I can demonstrate that Slytherin produces more than Dark Lords and bigots. I think I can show that cunning includes knowing when to make allies instead of enemies. Harry met Flint's eyes directly. And I think that if you're threatened by a first year having friends, maybe you should examine what that says about your own position. The silence stretched. Flint's face was unreadable. Then, surprisingly, he laughed. You've got nerve, Potter. I'll give you that. He shook his head. Fine. Do whatever you want with the Gryffindors. But if it comes back on the house, you'll answer for it. Fair enough. Flint walked away, his entourage following. The tension in the room eased slightly, though Harry could feel the weight of many eyes still watching him. Daphne appeared at his elbow. That was either very brave or very stupid. Why not both? You just challenged the established order of Slytherin House. In front of everyone. I challenged an assumption, Harry corrected. The established order can adapt or not, as it chooses. I'm not trying to lead a revolution, I'm just refusing to participate in our own marginalization. Our. Daphne's eyebrow rose. You've been here 2 weeks and you're already saying power. I was sorted here. That makes it my house too. Harry returned to his seat and picked up his quill. If anyone has a problem with that, they're welcome to discuss it with me. Daphne studied him for a moment, then sat down across from him. Help me with the Transfiguration essay. Of course. They worked in companionable silence, and Harry felt the room slowly return to normal around them. The first skirmish was over. He hadn't won, exactly, but he hadn't lost either. It was a beginning. The following Saturday brought the first flying lesson. Harry had been anticipating this with a mixture of excitement and caution. Flying was one of the few magical skills he hadn't been able to practice. Brooms required actual brooms, and wandless levitation, while theoretically possible, was beyond his current abilities. The lesson was held on the grounds, where rows of school brooms lay on the grass. The Slytherins gathered on one side, the Gryffindors on the other, with Madame Hooch standing between them looking impatient. Well, what are you waiting for? She barked. Everyone stand by a broomstick. Come on, hurry up. Harry positioned himself next to a broom that looked slightly less ancient than the others. Daphne was on his left, Malfoy on his right. The blonde boy had been keeping a careful distance since their library confrontation, watching Harry with an expression that suggested ongoing internal debate. Stick out your right hand over your broom, Madame Hooch instructed, and say, up. Up, everyone shouted. Harry's broom leapt into his hand immediately, the wood warm against his palm. He felt a connection, similar to his wand but more primal, more about pure will than magical channeling. Around him, the results were mixed. Hermione's broom rolled over. Ron's hit him in the face. Neville's didn't move at all. Malfoy's broom had responded instantly, and he shot Harry a competitive look that Harry acknowledged with a small nod. Now, when I blow my whistle, you kick off from the ground, hard, Madame Hooch said. Keep your broom steady, rise a few feet, and then come straight back down by leaning forward slightly. On my whistle, 3, 2, Neville, nervous and desperate to prove himself, kicked off early. His broom shot upward like a cork from a bottle, climbing 20 feet, 30, 40, with Neville clinging on in obvious terror. Madame Hooch shouted for him to come down, but the broom was out of control, bucking and spinning. Then Neville fell. Harry moved without thinking. His Parselmagic responded to pure instinct, a hissed word that caught Neville in mid-air, slowing his descent just enough to transform a lethal drop into a merely painful one. Neville hit the ground hard, but he hit it at a survivable speed. Madam Hooch rushed over, and Harry let his magic fade before anyone could notice. But Daphne was watching him with sharp eyes, and he saw her mouth the word interesting. "Broken wrist," Madam Hooch announced, helping Neville up. "Come on, boy, hospital wing. All of you stay on the ground while I take this one up. If I see a single broom in the air, the one riding it will be out of Hogwarts before they can say, Quidditch." She led Neville away, and the moment she was out of sight, Malfoy snatched something from the ground. "Did you see his face, the great lump?" Malfoy laughed, holding up a small glass sphere. "Look, it's that stupid thing his grandmother sent him." "Give that here, Malfoy," Ron said, stepping forward. "I think not." Malfoy mounted his broom and kicked off, rising easily into the air. "I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find." "How about up a tree? Or on the roof?" Several Gryffindors shouted protests. Harry watched Malfoy hover above them, calculating. The obvious response was to fly up and retrieve the Remembrall dramatically. It's what everyone expected, what would make a good story. But that would escalate the situation, risk expulsion, and gain nothing except momentary satisfaction. Different approach. "Malfoy," Harry called up, his voice carrying clearly. "What exactly do you hope to accomplish?" The question seemed to throw Malfoy off balance. "What? You have Longbottom's property. Holding it hostage accomplishes nothing except making you look petty. If you throw it, you've destroyed something that belongs to another student. That's vandalism at best, and the professors will hear about it. If you keep it, you're a thief." Harry shrugged. "Where's the win?" Malfoy's face flushed. "I don't need to justify myself to you." "No, you don't. But you might want to justify yourself to yourself." Harry's voice was calm, almost gentle. "Is this really who you want to be? Someone who steals from classmates to get attention? Your family has power, wealth, influence, and you're using it to bully a boy who's already been humiliated? Shut up, Potter. Make me." Harry smiled slightly. "But you can't, can you? Not from up there. So you'll throw the Remembrall, and I'll report you to Snape, our head of house, who I don't think will appreciate a Slytherin making us look like petty thieves, and whatever you were hoping to prove will be lost in the consequences." The standoff stretched. Malfoy's knuckles were white around the glass ball. Then, slowly, he descended. He landed, walked over to where Neville's things had been gathered, and dropped the Remembrall onto the pile. "You're no fun, Potter," he said, but his voice lacked heat. "I'm not trying to be fun. I'm trying to be smart." Harry met his eyes. "You should try it sometime. You might find it suits you." Malfoy stalked away without responding. The other students watched him go, then turned to look at Harry with expressions ranging from confusion to admiration to suspicion. Hermione caught his eye and mouthed thank you. Ron looked torn between disappointment that there hadn't been a dramatic chase and relief that his new friend wasn't getting expelled. Daphne moved to stand beside Harry. "You just let him off the hook," she murmured. "I gave him a chance to back down without losing too much face," Harry corrected. "He took it. That means some part of him wanted to take it. That's useful to know. You're playing a long game with Draco Malfoy." "I'm playing a long game with everyone." Harry watched Madam Hooch return in the distance. "It's the only kind worth playing." That evening, a summons arrived for Harry. Professor Snape wanted to see him in his office immediately. Harry walked through the dungeon corridors with careful composure, running through possible reasons for the meeting. Snape couldn't know about the Parselmagic he'd used to slow Neville's fall. There had been no visible effect, nothing to trace. The confrontation with Malfoy had been public, but Harry had prevented conflict rather than causing it. Unless this was about something else entirely. Snape's office was exactly what Harry expected, dark, cramped, filled with jars of specimens that seemed designed to unsettle visitors. The professor sat behind his desk, his black eyes fixed on Harry as he entered. "Close the door." Harry complied and stood before the desk, waiting. "You answered my questions correctly in class," Snape said abruptly. "Those questions were from the third-year curriculum." "Yes, sir." "Where did you learn the answers?" "I read ahead, sir." "Over the summer?" Snape's eyes narrowed. "The summer when you lived with Muggles. Who had no magical books. Who didn't know you were a wizard." Harry hesitated. This was dangerous ground. "I found books," he said carefully. "In my family's vault, when I visited Gringotts." "You visited Gringotts before receiving your letter?" "Hagrid took me." "Hagrid took you in July." "You answered questions today that required weeks of study." Snape leaned forward. "Try again, Potter. Where did you learn?" Harry met the professor's eyes and felt the brush of legitimacy against his shields. Not aggressive, testing, probing for weaknesses. He let Snape see what he wanted him to see, a boy reading by candlelight, books spread around him, working through potions theory with the dedication of someone who had finally found something worth learning. True images, just not the complete truth. Snape withdrew, his expression unreadable. "You have natural talent," he said finally. "That is irritating, as your father had no aptitude for potions whatsoever." "I'm not my father, sir." "No." Something flickered in Snape's eyes. "No, you're not. You have your mother's gift." Harry went very still. This was the first time anyone had compared him to his mother in a way that mattered. "I didn't know she was talented at potions." "She was talented at everything." The words seemed to escape Snape before he could stop them. He looked away, his jaw tight. "Your mother was the finest witch of her generation. She could have been anything, done anything. Instead she married Potter and died protecting you from," he stopped abruptly. "From Voldemort," Harry finished quietly. "I know." Snape flinched at the name but didn't correct him. "You will not speak of this conversation to anyone," Snape said, his voice cold again. "I called you here to assess whether you were cheating. I have determined that you are not. You are dismissed." Harry didn't move. "Professor?" "What?" "I'm not asking for special treatment because of who my mother was. I'm not asking to be your favorite student or your friend. But I would like to learn from you. Actually learn, not just survive your class." Harry kept his voice steady. "Is that possible?" Snape stared at him for a long moment. The silence stretched until it became uncomfortable. "We shall see, Potter," he said finally. "Now get out." Harry left, but he felt something shift in the air between them. Not friendship, probably not ever friendship, but something that might eventually become respect. It was another beginning. October arrived with falling leaves and the growing anticipation of Halloween. Harry had settled into a rhythm, classes in the morning, study sessions with Hermione in the afternoon, careful political maneuvering in the Slytherin common room in the evening. His friendship with Ron had solidified into something genuine, despite the cross-house complications. Daphne remained his closest ally within Slytherin, though close was relative. She kept her own counsel and revealed nothing she didn't choose to reveal. Harry respected this, recognized a fellow strategist, and gave her the same courtesy. The strangest development was Malfoy. Since the Remembrall incident, Draco had been watching Harry with an expression that suggested ongoing internal conflict. He still sneered at Gryffindors, still parroted his father's views on blood purity, still tried to maintain his position as the obvious Slytherin first-year leader. But he also stopped actively attacking Harry's friendships. He asked occasional questions in private, questions about Potter family history, about magical theory, about things that suggested he was actually thinking about what Harry had said. "He's confused," Daphne observed one evening. "You've challenged everything he was taught, and he doesn't know how to respond." That's the point. Harry was working through an arithmancy textbook he'd borrowed from an upper year. If I attacked his beliefs directly, he'd defend them out of pride. By questioning them calmly, I force him to examine them himself. And if he decides they're worth defending anyway, then I'll know where he stands, and I can plan accordingly. Harry turned a page. But I don't think that's what will happen. Malfoy's intelligent, his problem is that he's never been encouraged to use his intelligence for anything except echoing his father. You think you can turn him? I think I can give him the chance to turn himself. What he does with that chance is up to him. Daphne was quiet for a moment. You're frighteningly good at this. At what? People. Strategy. Making everyone around you think they're making their own choices when really you're guiding them. Harry looked up from his book. Does that bother you? It should. She met his eyes. But you're not lying to anyone. You're not forcing anyone. You're just showing them possibilities they hadn't considered. That's not manipulation. It's leadership. There's a fine line between the two. I know. That's why I'm watching you so carefully. She almost smiled. So far, you're staying on the right side of it. It was, Harry thought, one of the highest compliments he'd ever received. The week before Halloween, Harry made his first move against a larger enemy. He'd been watching Quirrell since September, cataloging the professor's tells and patterns. The headaches had continued, intensifying whenever Harry was close to the man. The turban gave off a faint magical signature that his Parselmagic could detect, something dark and hungry and very, very patient. Harry was almost certain that Lord Voldemort was hiding in Professor Quirrell's body. The question was what to do about it. A direct confrontation would be disastrous. Even diminished, Voldemort was a wizard of tremendous power, and Harry was an 11-year-old who hadn't even completed his first year. The smart move was to gather information, prepare defenses, and wait for an advantage. But Harry had also noticed something else about Quirrell, his interest in the third-floor corridor. It's forbidden, Hermione had told him early in the term. Dumbledore said anyone who goes there will die a most painful death. Which means there's something there worth protecting, Harry had reasoned. Something Dumbledore doesn't trust anywhere else. A few careful inquiries, a conversation with Hagrid that seemed casual, some overheard staff discussions, research into recent Hogwarts events, had revealed the basics. Nicholas Flamel. The Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore's protection scheme. And Quirrell was after it. Harry couldn't stop Voldemort's host from attempting to steal the stone. But he could make sure that when the attempt happened, he was ready to respond. He began preparing. Extra practice with his Parselmagic, pushing his combat abilities to their limits. Research into protective enchantments and counter curses. Careful mapping of Hogwarts' secret passages, using information from the journal and his own explorations. He also reached out to an unexpected ally. Professor Snape, Harry said after potions one afternoon, may I ask you something? Snape's expression suggested he would rather eat dragon dung, but he nodded curtly. The forbidden corridor on the third floor. The headaches I get in defense class. The way Quirrell keeps glancing at his turban when he thinks no one is watching. Harry kept his voice very quiet. Is there a connection I should know about? Snape went absolutely still. What, he said softly, do you think you know? I think something is hiding in Professor Quirrell. Something that gives me headaches because of this. Harry touched his scar. Something that wants whatever is behind the third-floor corridor's protections. The silence stretched for a long moment. You will tell no one of this conversation, Snape said finally. You will not investigate further. You will not approach Quirrell outside of class. Is that understood? Professor, if something is going to happen, it is being handled. Snape's voice was sharp. By adults. By people who have dealt with these matters before you were born. Your job is to be a student, not a hero. I don't want to be a hero. I want to survive. Something shifted in Snape's expression. Then do as I say. Stay out of it, Potter. Some enemies are beyond even your unusual talents. Harry nodded slowly. Yes, sir. But as he left Snape's office, he had no intention of staying out of anything. He'd given Snape fair warning. If the adults failed to handle the situation, Harry would handle it himself. Halloween arrived with a feast and a crisis. Harry had been anticipating something going wrong. The journal's historical notes suggested that Halloween was magically significant in ways that attracted trouble. But he hadn't expected it to arrive in the form of a mountain troll. The announcement came during the feast, when Professor Quirrell burst through the doors screaming about a troll in the dungeons before fainting dramatically. Harry watched him fall and noticed that the professor's turban-covered head twisted in an odd direction just before he hit the ground. Almost as if something was looking around, assessing the chaos it had created. Diversion, Harry realized immediately. He let the troll in to get everyone away from wherever he wants to be. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Dumbledore ordered, and the great hall erupted into organized panic. Harry moved with the crowd, but his mind was racing. The Slytherin dormitories were in the dungeons, exactly where the troll was supposedly located. Either Quirrell had lied about its location, or he didn't care if students ran directly into danger. Neither option was acceptable. As the Slytherins reached the dungeon stairs, Harry slipped away from the group. He had a destination in mind, and it wasn't a common room. The third-floor corridor was deserted when he arrived, the chaos of the troll alarm having drawn everyone elsewhere. The door to the forbidden section was locked, but a whispered Parseltongue command dealt with that easily. Behind the door was a massive three-headed dog, all three heads asleep. Harry noted the trapdoor beneath its paws and the music box someone had left playing nearby. Quirrell had already been here, had already put the Cerberus to sleep. Harry didn't follow him down. That would be stupid. Instead, he retreated to the corridor and waited. 20 minutes later, Quirrell emerged from the third-floor door, his expression frustrated, his turban slightly askew. He didn't see Harry, who was hidden behind a statue with his Parselmagic wrapped around him like camouflage. The mirror, Quirrell muttered, adjusting his turban. The old fool put it in a mirror. How am I supposed to? He stopped abruptly, cocking his head as if listening to something only he could hear. Then he nodded. Yes, Master. I understand. We will find another way. He hurried away, and Harry filed the information away. A mirror. Some kind of final protection that Quirrell couldn't penetrate. Something that required a different approach. Harry would figure out what that meant later. For now, he had another problem to deal with. The troll. Harry found the creature on the second floor, cornering a small figure in a bathroom. Through the door, he could hear screaming, not the deep-voiced bellow of a monster, but the high-pitched terror of a young girl. Hermione. Harry didn't hesitate. The bathroom door was hanging off its hinges, and he could see the troll inside, 12 feet tall, gray-skinned, wielding a club the size of a small tree. Hermione was crouched beneath a sink, frozen with fear. The troll raised its club. Harry spoke in Parseltongue. The word that emerged was not a spell in any conventional sense. It was a command, a direct order to the creature's primitive nervous system, bypassing thought and speaking directly to instinct. Stop. The troll stopped. Its tiny eyes went wide with confusion, the club frozen above its head. It swayed slightly, caught between the urge to smash and the overwhelming pressure of Harry's will. Hermione, Harry said calmly, move away from the sink. Slowly. She scrambled across the floor, too terrified to speak. The moment she was clear, Harry spoke again. Sleep. The Parseltongue command hit the troll's mind like a hammer. The creature's eyes rolled back, and it collapsed forward, hitting the floor with an impact that shook the entire corridor. Silence. Then running footsteps, and Ron burst through the doorway with his wand drawn and absolutely no idea what he was going to do with it. Hermione. Harry. Are you? He stopped, staring at the unconscious troll. What the bloody hell happened? It fell, Harry said blandly. Hit its head. It fell. Yes. Ron looked at the troll. Looked at Harry. Looked at Hermione, who was still shaking against the wall. I don't believe you, Ron said. That's fine. Harry knelt beside Hermione. Are you hurt? And no. I don't think so. She was staring at him with wide eyes. How did you? That wasn't normal magic. That wasn't any magic I've ever read about. We can discuss it later. Harry helped her to her feet. Right now, we need to explain why we're here instead of our dormitories. The professors arrived moments later, McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell bringing up the rear with his turban firmly in place. Harry noted that Snape was limping slightly, as if something had bitten his leg. The Cerberus, Harry thought. He went down there too. Probably to stop Quirrell. The explanations were awkward. Harry claimed he'd heard Hermione had gone to the bathroom before the feast and hadn't returned, so he'd come looking for her. Ron backed the story instinctively. Hermione added that she'd been crying in the bathroom and hadn't heard the troll announcement. McGonagall was skeptical but couldn't disprove anything. She deducted 5 points from Gryffindor for Hermione's foolishness and awarded 5 points to Harry and Ron for their concern. 5 points each, she clarified, for sheer dumb luck. If you had been killed, she stopped herself. Return to your dormitories immediately. They went. In the Gryffindor common room, where Harry had been invited despite his house, because some moments transcended rivalries, the three of them sat in a corner and processed what had happened. You did something to that troll, Hermione said quietly. Something impossible. Hermione, don't lie to me, Harry. I know magic. I've read about magic. Nothing in any book I've seen can do what you did, speaking to a troll and making it collapse. Harry was silent for a long moment. He liked Hermione. Trusted her, even. But what she was asking him to reveal was dangerous, information that could make him a target if it reached the wrong ears. But she deserves the truth, the journal had always taught him. Those who earn your trust deserve to keep it. What I'm about to tell you cannot leave this room, Harry said finally. If it does, if anyone else finds out, the consequences could be severe. For all of us. Ron leaned in. You're serious. Completely. Hermione nodded slowly. I promise. Me too, Ron added. Harry took a breath. I'm a Parselmouth. I can speak to snakes, and other reptilian creatures, to some extent. That includes trolls, though their minds are so primitive that speaking is more like shouting. Ron's face went pale. Parseltongue. But that's a dark wizard thing. You know who could speak it. So could Salazar Slytherin. So could several historical wizards who were neither dark nor evil. Harry kept his voice steady. It's a gift, not a curse. What matters is how it's used. Hermione's expression was thoughtful. I read about Parselmouths. They're extremely rare, there have only been a handful in recorded history. But I never read that they could do what you did. Controlling creatures with words. That's because modern books don't have access to the older traditions. Harry chose his next words carefully. There are branches of magic that have been lost or suppressed. I've found ways to study some of them. The questions in potions, Hermione breathed. You knew things that weren't in our textbooks. You've been studying advanced material all along. Since I was 8. 8? How? You were living with muggles. I found a book. Harry met her eyes. A very old book, written by someone who wanted to pass on his knowledge to future generations. It's been teaching me ever since. The silence stretched. You're not normal, Ron said finally. I mean, I knew you weren't normal. Boy who lived and all that. But you're really not normal, are you? No. I'm not. Harry's voice was quiet. I never have been. The question is whether that changes how you see me. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. Something passed between them, the kind of wordless communication that would become more refined over years of friendship. You saved my life tonight, Hermione said. You didn't have to. You could have stayed safe in your dormitory, and no one would have blamed you. I couldn't do that. I know. She reached out and took his hand. That's why it doesn't change anything. You're still Harry. You're still our friend. The rest is just details. Ron nodded firmly. What she said. Besides, being friends with the only Parselmouth in Britain sounds dead useful. You can warn me if any snakes are planning to bite me. Harry laughed, an unexpected sound, genuine and surprised. I'll do my best. Good enough for me. Ron grinned. Now, are there any other dark secrets you want to share while we're at it? Harry thought about the journal, about Salazar's echo, about the Chamber of Secrets waiting somewhere in Hogwarts. About the piece of Voldemort hiding in Quirrell's turban, and the Horcrux he suspected lived in his own scar. Plenty, he said. But let's save those for another night. The rest of October passed in a strange new equilibrium. Harry's friendship with Ron and Hermione had been forged in the fire of the troll attack, and it showed. They studied together openly now, ignoring the stares of students who couldn't understand why a Slytherin would associate so closely with Gryffindors. In the Slytherin common room, Harry's actions had earned him a different kind of respect. He hadn't asked for permission or apologized for his choices, he'd simply made them and dealt with the consequences. That was something his housemates understood. Even Malfoy seemed affected. He hadn't spoken to Harry directly since the incident, but his sneering comments about blood traitors and mudbloods had diminished noticeably. You're changing things, Daphne observed one evening. The whole dynamic of this house is shifting because of you. Is that good or bad? Ask me again in a few years. She turned a page in her History of Magic textbook. For now, I'll say it's interesting. Harry smiled and returned to his own studies. He had the rest of the year to worry about Quirrell and the stone and Voldemort's machinations. Tonight, he was just a student doing homework with a friend. It was a pleasant change. November brought Quidditch season and an unexpected offer. Mr. Potter. Professor Snape's voice stopped Harry after potions. A word. They waited until the other students had filed out. Snape's expression was unreadable, but there was something in his eyes that suggested this conversation had been mandated rather than chosen. Professor Flitwick mentioned your performance in his class. He believes you have unusual reflexes and spatial awareness. Snape's voice was flat, as if reporting facts he found distasteful. Professor McGonagall has apparently agreed that you should be permitted to try out for the Slytherin Quidditch team, despite the normal first-year prohibition. Harry blinked. I wasn't aware I'd shown any particular flying ability. You caught Draco Malfoy's thrown object without moving from your position during the flying lesson incident. Snape's lip curled. Several professors witnessed it. They were impressed. Harry remembered, he'd used wandless summoning to catch the Remembrall, preventing the dramatic chase that Malfoy had been trying to provoke. He hadn't realized anyone had noticed the specifics of how he'd done it. If you wish to try out, practices begin next week, Snape continued. If you prefer to focus on your studies, no one will question your choice. What would you recommend, Professor? Snape was silent for a moment. Quidditch is a distraction from more important pursuits. However, it is also an opportunity for house visibility and personal connections that could prove valuable. His eyes met Harry's. Make your own decision, Potter. That's what you've been doing all along, regardless of anyone's recommendations. Harry nodded slowly. Thank you, Professor. I'll consider it. He left the office with much to think about. Harry decided not to try out for the Quidditch team. The decision surprised almost everyone. Marcus Flint had apparently been counting on Harry's rumored abilities to improve their chances against Gryffindor. Several older Slytherins expressed disappointment. Having the boy who lived on their team would have been a significant symbolic victory. "You're sure about this?" Daphne asked when he told her. "I don't have time," Harry said honestly. "Between classes, independent study, and everything else I'm monitoring, adding Quidditch practice would stretch me too thin." "Everything else you're monitoring?" "Quirrell. The third-floor corridor. The political dynamics within the house. My friendships outside the house." Harry shrugged. "I have a lot on my plate." "You're 11 years old." "I'm 11 years old with a Dark Lord living in my professor's head and a target on my back that's been there since I was a baby." Harry's voice was matter-of-fact. "I don't get to be a normal student, Daphne. The best I can do is be a strategic one." She studied him for a long moment. "You're going to burn out if you don't take breaks." "I'll take breaks when Voldemort is gone for good." "That could take years." "Then I'd better pace myself." Harry smiled slightly. "But thank you for the concern. It's nice to know someone's watching out for me." "Don't get used to it," Daphne said, but her voice was softer than usual. "I have a reputation to maintain." December brought snow to Hogwarts and a surprising invitation. Harry had planned to stay at the school over Christmas break. The Dursleys certainly wouldn't want him, and he had no desire to return to Privet Drive regardless. Several other Slytherins were staying as well, including Daphne, whose family was apparently traveling abroad. But 2 days before the break began, Ron approached him with an offer. "Mum wants you to come to the burrow for Christmas," he said, looking slightly embarrassed. "She says no one should be alone on the holidays, and when I told her you didn't have anywhere to go, she practically had a fit." Harry was touched. "She doesn't even know me." "She knows you saved Hermione from that troll. That's enough for her." Ron shrugged. "Also, she's been writing to me about you all term. I think she's curious about the boy who lived who chose Slytherin over everything else." "And your family is comfortable having a Slytherin in their home?" The twins think it's hilarious. Percy's pretending to disapprove but is obviously curious. "Ginny," Ron's ears went red. "Ginny's been obsessed with you since she was 6. Fair warning." Harry considered the offer. Spending Christmas with a real family, a loud, chaotic, loving family from everything Ron had described, was appealing in ways he hadn't let himself imagine. But there were strategic considerations too. The Weasleys were considered blood traitors by pureblood society, closely aligned with Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix. Accepting their hospitality would send a message about Harry's own allegiances. It was the right message to send. "I'd like that very much," Harry said. "Thank you, Ron." Ron's face lit up with genuine pleasure. "Brilliant. You're going to love my mum's cooking. And wait until you see the ghoul in the attic." He launched into an enthusiastic description of the burrow's many eccentricities, and Harry let himself be swept up in his friend's excitement. For the first time in his life, he was going to spend Christmas somewhere he was actually wanted. The Hogwarts Express carried them south through snow-covered countryside, and Harry watched the landscape change through the compartment window. Hermione had gone home to her parents, promising to write over the break. Daphne had given Harry a small package before he left. "Don't open it until Christmas," with the closest thing to warmth he'd ever seen in her expression. Now it was just Harry, Ron, and the twins, who had taken it upon themselves to educate Harry on the finer points of Weasley family dynamics. "Percy's a prat," Fred announced. "Tremendous prat," George agreed. "Charlie's brilliant but never around, dragons, you know, Bill's the cool one but he's in Egypt, and Ginny will probably faint the moment she sees you. So be gentle with the poor girl." Harry absorbed this information with amusement. The twins were entertaining, their seamless double act clearly the product of years of practice. They seemed to accept Harry's Slytherin status as a source of comedy rather than concern. "A snake in the lion's den," Fred mused. "Or is it a lion in snake's clothing?" George countered. Philosophical question for the ages. We'll put it to Percy. He loves philosophical questions. The train pulled into King's Cross, and Harry got his first glimpse of the Weasley matriarch. Molly Weasley was everything Ron had described, bustling, warm, overwhelming in the best possible way. She swept Harry into a hug before he could react, exclaiming about how thin he was and how lovely it was to finally meet him and how she hoped he liked roast chicken. You must be starving after that train ride. Here, have a biscuit, I made them fresh this morning. Arthur will be along shortly, he had to work late, something about a cursed teapot, but he's very excited to meet you too. Harry found himself swept along in a tide of Weasley hospitality, unable to get a word in edgewise but not particularly wanting to. This was what families were supposed to be like. This was what he'd been missing for 11 years. This, he thought as Mrs. Weasley fussed over his coat and scolded the twins for something and promised Ron that there would be plenty of his favorite pudding, is what I'm fighting for. Not power for its own sake. Not revenge against those who had wronged him. Not even survival, though that was certainly part of it. He was fighting for the chance to belong somewhere. To have people who cared about him not because of prophecy or politics or blood debt, but simply because he was Harry. The burrow rose before them, a ramshackle tower of a house that looked like it had been built by someone who didn't believe in right angles, and Harry felt something loosen in his chest. Home, he thought. Maybe. Eventually. If I can just survive long enough to build it. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Chambers Echo. The burrow was chaos given architectural form. Harry had never experienced anything like it. The house seemed to breathe, its crooked walls settling with groans and creaks, its staircases shifting subtly when no one was looking. Ghoul in the attic, gnomes in the garden, chickens wandering through the kitchen, every corner held something unexpected, something alive, something that defied the sterile order of Privet Drive. He loved it immediately. Your room's up here, Ron said, leading Harry up a narrow staircase to the topmost landing. Sorry it's small. And orange. I was really into the Chudley cannons when I was younger. The room was aggressively orange, walls, bedspread, curtains, even the ceiling bore the team's colors and moving posters of players zooming on broomsticks. A camp bed had been wedged beside Ron's, leaving barely enough floor space to stand. It's perfect, Harry said honestly. Ron looked skeptical. You don't have to be polite. I know it's not what you're used to. You're right. It's not. Harry dropped his trunk at the foot of the bed. It's better. The confusion on Ron's face was almost painful. Better than what? Than a cupboard under the stairs. Harry said it matter-of-factly, without self-pity. That's where I lived before Hogwarts. This room is larger, warmer, and has an actual window. I'm not being polite, Ron. I'm being honest. Ron stared at him for a long moment. A cupboard? My aunt and uncle aren't kind people. But that's not important anymore. I'm here now, and this is wonderful. Harry smiled. Now tell me about these Chudley cannons. Are they actually as terrible as the twins suggest? Ron accepted the subject change with visible relief, launching into a passionate defense of his favorite team's recent losing streak. Harry listened, asked questions, and let himself enjoy the simple pleasure of a normal conversation with a friend. It was, he reflected, the best Christmas gift he could have asked for. Christmas morning at the burrow was an assault on the senses. Harry woke to the smell of bacon and the sound of Mrs. Weasley's voice rising from the kitchen, scolding someone, probably the twins, for something undoubtedly deserved. Ron was already up, bouncing on his bed with undignified excitement. Presents. Ron announced. Come on, there's presents. Harry followed him downstairs, still slightly dazed by the warmth and noise. The Weasley family had gathered around a lopsided Christmas tree decorated with what appeared to be live fairies, and beneath it sat a pile of wrapped packages. Harry, dear, you've got some here too, Mrs. Weasley said, pressing a mug of hot cocoa into his hands. We couldn't have you going without on Christmas morning. Harry looked at the small pile of packages with his name on them and felt something crack in his chest. He'd never received Christmas presents before. Not real ones. The Dursleys had occasionally given him things like coat hangers or old socks, always with an air of resentment. "Thank you," he managed. "You didn't have to." "Nonsense. You're family now." Mrs. Weasley said it with such casual certainty that Harry had to look away before his eyes betrayed him. He opened his presents slowly, savoring each one. Mrs. Weasley had knitted him a sweater in emerald green, Slytherin colors, though he suspected she would have chosen them regardless just because they matched his eyes. Ron had given him a box of chocolate frogs with a note about completing his card collection. The twins contributed a package of Zonko's products with a warning label that Harry suspected was only partially joking. And then there were the unexpected ones. Hermione had sent a book, Advanced Defensive Theory, with a note that read, "For when you're ready to explain what you really did to that troll." Harry smiled at that. Daphne's package contained a silver pendant on a fine chain, shaped like a coiled serpent. No note, but when Harry held it, he felt a faint pulse of protective magic. A ward of some kind, keyed to him specifically. The final package had no card at all. The wrapping was plain brown paper, the contents soft and flowing. Harry unfolded the fabric carefully and found himself holding a cloak that shimmered like liquid moonlight. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." The note was unsigned, but Harry recognized the flowing script. Dumbledore. "Blimey," Ron breathed, looking over Harry's shoulder. "Is that an invisibility cloak?" Harry draped it over his arm and watched his limb disappear. "It would seem so. Those are really rare. Like, really really rare. I've heard of them, but I've never actually seen one." Harry ran his fingers over the fabric, feeling the magic woven into every thread. This had belonged to his father. James Potter had worn this cloak, used it for pranks and adventures and probably things Harry would never know about. It was a connection to a past he'd never had the chance to experience. "I think," Harry said quietly, "I'm going to hold on to this." The rest of Christmas Day passed in a warm blur of food and laughter and the kind of family chaos Harry had only ever imagined. Mr. Weasley arrived home mid-morning, immediately cornering Harry with questions about Muggle technology that suggested a fascination bordering on obsession. "Electricity," Mr. Weasley said reverently. "Fascinating concept. You mean to tell me that Muggles have learned to trap lightning in wires?" "Something like that, sir. And these computers Ron tells me about, they think like people. They process information. It's not quite thinking, but it can seem like it." Mr. Weasley looked as though Harry had just revealed the secrets of the universe. "Remarkable. Simply remarkable." Percy, the prefect brother, was exactly as the twins had described, pompous and self-important but not actually unkind. He quizzed Harry about his academic performance with the air of someone conducting an interview. Ginny, the youngest, turned scarlet every time Harry looked in her direction and spent most of the day hiding behind her mother or fleeing the room entirely. Harry pretended not to notice, which seemed to be the kindest option. And through it all, Harry observed the patterns of the family, the relationships between siblings, the way Mr. and Mrs. Weasley communicated with looks and touches rather than words. This was what a healthy family looked like. This was what he wanted to build someday. The journal had taught him many things, but it couldn't teach him this. Some lessons could only be learned by living them. That night, Harry experimented with the invisibility cloak. The burrow was quiet, the Weasleys asleep, and Harry moved through the darkened house like a ghost. The cloak was extraordinary, it blocked not just sight but most magical detection methods. His Parselmagic could still sense the world around him, but to outside observation, he simply didn't exist. A deathly halo, Salazar's journal had whispered when Harry described the cloak. "I did not think any remained in wizarding hands. This is no ordinary invisibility cloak, this is the original. The one Death himself created, if the legends are true. Harry didn't know if he believed in legends. But he believed in power, and the cloak radiated it. He practiced moving silently, flowing from shadow to shadow, learning the cloak's capabilities and limits. By midnight, he could traverse the entire house without making a sound or disturbing a single ward. Then he sat by the window and looked out at the snow-covered garden, thinking. Quirrell was still at Hogwarts, still hunting the Philosopher's Stone, still housing whatever remained of Lord Voldemort. The Christmas break was a respite, not a resolution. When Harry returned to school, the game would continue. But for now, for this one night, he let himself simply be. A boy in a borrowed room, wearing his father's cloak, surrounded by people who cared about him. It was enough. The return to Hogwarts came too quickly. Harry said goodbye to the Weasleys with genuine regret, accepting Mrs. Weasley's tearful hug and Mr. Weasley's enthusiastic handshake. Even Percy managed a stiff nod of farewell. "You'll come back this summer," Mrs. Weasley said firmly. "I won't hear any arguments." "I'd like that very much." "Good. It's settled then." She pressed a package of sandwiches into his hands. "For the train." "You're still too thin, dear." Harry carried those sandwiches onto the Hogwarts Express like they were made of gold. January brought bitter cold and a new determination. Harry had spent the holiday weeks planning, and now it was time to execute. The Philosopher's Stone wasn't going anywhere, but Quirrell's attempts to reach it were becoming more desperate. Harry could feel the escalation in the headaches that plagued him during defense classes. But there was another matter that demanded his attention first. The voice in the walls. Harry had been hearing it since October, a whisper at the edge of perception, almost too faint to register. At first, he'd attributed it to the castle's natural magical resonance. Hogwarts was ancient and powerful, and it wasn't unreasonable to think that its stones might have absorbed some form of consciousness over the centuries. But the whisper was becoming clearer, and it was definitely not the castle. "Hungry, so long, master will come, master will return." Parseltongue. The voice in the walls was speaking in Parseltongue. Harry mentioned nothing of this to anyone. The journal had prepared him for this possibility. The Chamber of Secrets, Salazar Slytherin's legendary hidden sanctum, was supposed to contain a monster. A guardian that only the heir of Slytherin could command. If the chamber exists, Salazar's echo had told him, you will find it eventually. My blood calls to my creations. But be cautious, I do not know what state my familiar might be in after 1,000 years of isolation. Familiar. The founder had called the monster his familiar. Harry needed to find it. The search consumed his spare moments for weeks. He explored the castle with the invisibility cloak, his Parselmagic stretched to its limits, feeling for the source of the whispers. They were strongest in certain areas, the dungeons, the second floor, places where the pipes ran thick through the walls. Pipes. The voice was coming through the pipes. A serpent, Harry realized. Something that moves through the plumbing system. Something large enough to speak but small enough to fit in the pipes. That narrowed the possibilities considerably. He consulted the journal's bestiary and found only one creature that matched, a basilisk. The king of serpents. A magical snake of immense size and power, capable of killing with a glance, aging slowly if at all, loyal only to those who shared Slytherin's blood. Salazar's familiar was a basilisk. And she had been alone in the chamber for 1,000 years. The entrance was in a bathroom. Harry found it in late January, following the whispers to a disused girl's lavatory on the second floor. The room was perpetually flooded, its fixtures ancient and unreliable, and it was haunted by a ghost called Moaning Myrtle who spent her days weeping in a toilet stall. No one ever comes here, Myrtle informed him mournfully when he asked about the room's history. They all avoid me. They think I'm annoying. I don't think you're annoying, Harry said diplomatically. Can you tell me about this sink? The one with the snake engraved on the tap. Myrtle's translucent face contorted with old pain. That's where I died. Harry went very still. What do you mean? 50 years ago. I was crying in this very stall. Olive Hornby had been making fun of my glasses, and I heard someone come in. A boy. He was making a strange hissing sound, and then I came out to tell him to go away, and I saw the eyes. Yellow eyes? Enormous. Terrible. Myrtle shuddered. And then I was dead. 50 years ago. A boy who spoke Parseltongue. Yellow eyes that killed. Tom Riddle. It had to be Tom Riddle, the young Voldemort, who had been a student at Hogwarts in the 1940s. He had found the chamber, opened it, and used the basilisk to kill. But if Riddle had controlled the basilisk, why was she still down there? Why was she whispering about waiting for her master to return? Harry needed answers, and there was only one place to find them. Open, Harry hissed at the sink with the serpent engraving. The tap glowed brilliant white, spinning. The sink began to move, dropping out of sight, leaving a large pipe exposed, wide enough for a man to slide into. Harry looked into the darkness and felt his Parselmagic reach out in response. Something was down there. Something ancient and powerful and desperately lonely. He jumped. The pipe was a slide, smooth and dark, carrying him down through layers of the castle's foundation into the bedrock beneath. Harry controlled his descent with whispered commands, slowing himself as the pipe leveled out and deposited him in a stone tunnel. The tunnel floor was littered with small bones, rats, mice, other creatures that had found their way into the pipes over the centuries. Harry stepped over them carefully, his wand-lit path revealing damp walls covered in serpentine carvings. Master? The voice was clearer now, coming from ahead. Is that you, Master? Have you finally returned? I am coming, Harry responded in Parseltongue. I am of Slytherin's blood. I mean you no harm. Silence. Then, Slytherin's blood. Yes. Yes, I can taste it on the air. But you are not him. You are not the last one who opened the chamber. The last one was not a true heir. He was a pretender who used you for murder. Murder? The voice sounded confused. I do not understand. The last master said I was protecting the school. He said the girl was a threat. Harry's jaw tightened. Riddle had manipulated the basilisk, twisted her loyalty into a weapon. A creature who had been created to protect had been turned into a killer. He lied to you, Harry said gently. The girl was innocent. A student. She posed no threat to anyone. I killed an innocent. The anguish in that voice was unmistakable. Whatever the basilisk was, she was capable of feeling guilt. It was not your fault. You were deceived by someone you trusted. Harry reached the end of the tunnel and found himself facing a massive circular door, carved with intertwined serpents. Their emerald eyes seemed to follow him as he approached. Open, he commanded. The serpents separated, the door splitting down the middle and swinging outward. Beyond was a vast chamber, lined with towering stone pillars carved with serpents, lit by a greenish glow that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. And at the far end, coiled around a massive statue of Salazar Slytherin, was the basilisk. She was enormous, 60 feet at least, her scales a deep green that shimmered in the ethereal light. Her eyes were closed, and Harry felt a surge of relief. Even a Parselmouth could die from the basilisk's killing gaze. You may open your eyes, he said. I will not look directly at them. But I wish to speak with you face to face. The great head rose slowly, and Harry kept his gaze fixed on the serpent's chin, close enough to seem respectful, far enough to avoid accidental death. You are young, she observed. Younger than any heir who has found me before. I am 11. My name is Harry Potter. Potter. The word came out as a thoughtful hiss. I do not know this name. But you carry Slytherin's gift. You carry his magic. And you smell. She inhaled deeply, her forked tongue tasting the air. You smell of him. Of my first master. The one who made me. I have been studying his teachings. His journal found me when I was 8 years old. The journal. Yes. The basilisk's voice grew warm with memory. He wrote it for his heirs. For those who would come after and carry his legacy. What was he like? The real Salazar Slytherin. The serpent was quiet for a long moment. He was kind, she said finally. That is what the others never understood. He was cautious and suspicious and proud, but beneath it all, he was kind. He built this school to protect magical children. He built this chamber to protect the school. He created me to be a guardian, not a weapon. What happened? Why did he leave? The other founders feared what they did not understand. They saw me as a monster, not a protector. They demanded that Salazar destroy me or leave Hogwarts. Her voice grew bitter. He chose to leave rather than betray me. He sealed the chamber and told me to sleep, to wait for an heir who would understand the truth. And then Riddle came. The pretender. The word dripped with contempt. He spoke my master's tongue, but he did not carry my master's heart. He was cold, empty, hungry for power. I thought perhaps he was what Salazar had warned me about. One who would twist my purpose. But he commanded me, and I was bound to obey. You are not bound anymore, Harry said quietly. I release you from any compulsions the pretender placed on you. I offer you a choice, serve me willingly, or be free to leave this place forever. The basilisk's head lowered until it was level with Harry's chest. Her breath was warm and smelled of old magic. You would free me? After I killed for another master? You were manipulated by a monster. The guilt belongs to him, not you. Harry met her gaze, still careful, still at an angle, but unafraid. I am not Riddle. I do not want slaves or tools. I want allies. Friends. People, and creatures, who choose to stand with me because they believe in what I'm building. And what are you building, young heir? Harry considered the question carefully. A world where magic doesn't have to hide in fear. Where the old prejudices, blood purity, creature discrimination, all of it, are replaced by something better. A world where the strong protect the weak instead of preying on them. That is what Salazar wanted, the basilisk whispered. That is why he built this school in the first place. I know. His journal told me. The serpent was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, she lowered her great head to the floor before Harry, a gesture of submission that he hadn't asked for. I am Sereth, she said. I was created by Salazar Slytherin to guard his legacy. For 1,000 years I have waited for a true heir, one who would restore what was lost. And now? Now I have found you. Her voice was fierce with sudden conviction. I will serve you, Harry Potter. Not because you command me, but because you are worthy. Because you carry my first master's dream in your heart. Harry reached out and placed his hand on her massive snout. The scales were warm beneath his fingers, thrumming with ancient power. Then welcome, Sereth. We have a lot of work to do. Harry emerged from the chamber near midnight, his mind reeling with implications. He had a basilisk. A 60-foot killing machine sworn to his service, hidden in a secret chamber beneath the school. The tactical possibilities were staggering. But he couldn't use her. Not yet, perhaps not ever, not directly. The moment anyone discovered a basilisk beneath Hogwarts, there would be panic. Calls for the creature's destruction. Investigations into how Harry had found her and what that meant about his heritage. No, Sereth had to remain a secret. A last resort, a hidden ally, a trump card that he would reveal only when there was no other option. In the meantime, he had another problem to address. The chamber had shown him something disturbing. Among Sereth's confused memories of her long isolation, she had mentioned another visitor. Someone who had come decades ago, before Riddle, and left something behind. A diary. Tom Riddle's diary, the same artifact that had allowed the young Dark Lord to possess and control Seraph 50 years ago. And according to Seraph, that diary was no longer in the chamber. Someone had taken it. February arrived with a new mystery layered atop the old ones. Harry continued his classes with renewed focus, his mind constantly processing the implications of what he'd learned. Riddle's diary was out there somewhere, a dark artifact capable of possessing people and commanding the basilisk. If it fell into the wrong hands, if someone managed to use it again, he needed to find it. But he had no idea where to look. In the meantime, he maintained his careful balance of alliances. Ron and Hermione remained his closest friends, their bond forged in the troll attack and strengthened by months of shared study sessions. Daphne was his confidant within Slytherin, the one person in his house he trusted with something approaching full honesty. And then there was Malfoy. Draco had been acting strangely since Christmas. The sneering arrogance was still there, but it felt forced now, a mask that didn't quite fit anymore. He watched Harry with an expression that mixed confusion with something almost like longing. Harry let him watch. Sooner or later, Malfoy would make a decision. Harry just had to be ready for whatever that decision was. The confrontation came in late February, in an unused classroom on the 4th floor. Harry had found the room during his explorations and claimed it as a private study space. It was warded with Parseltongue enchantments that made it effectively invisible to anyone who didn't already know it was there. Malfoy shouldn't have been able to find it. But he did. Potter. The blond boy stood in the doorway, his wand drawn but not raised. "We need to talk." Harry didn't reach for his own wand. His Parselmagic was faster anyway. "How did you find this room?" "I followed you." Malfoy's voice was flat. "I've been following you for weeks. You disappear at odd hours, you come back smelling like damp stone and old magic, and you think no one notices. Most people don't. I'm not most people." Malfoy stepped inside, letting the door close behind him. "I'm the heir of House Malfoy. I was trained to observe, to analyze, to understand power when I see it. And you, Potter, are not what you pretend to be." Harry considered his options. He could deny everything, but Malfoy clearly had evidence. He could silence the boy, but that would create more problems than it solved. Or he could take a calculated risk. He chose the risk. "Sit down, Malfoy. We're going to have the conversation you've been avoiding since September." Malfoy hesitated, then sat in the chair across from Harry's desk. His posture was defensive, but there was something almost desperate in his eyes. "Everything I was taught is wrong," he said abruptly. "Isn't it? The blood purity, the superiority, the idea that mudbloods are inherently inferior, it's all rubbish." "Some of it. Not all." Harry leaned back in his chair. "Blood does carry magic. Old families do have advantages, access to family grimoires, inherited magical talents, political connections. But none of that makes them inherently better than first-generation wizards. It just gives them a head start. Then why did my father, why did everyone? Because it's easier to believe you're special because of what you are than because of what you do." Harry's voice was gentle. "If blood determines worth, then the Malfoys are automatically superior. No effort required, no uncertainty, no risk of failure. It's comfortable. But it's not true. No. It's not." Malfoy's face crumpled, just for a moment, just a flash of vulnerability before his mask reasserted itself. But Harry had seen it. "I don't know who I am anymore," Draco admitted quietly. "Everything I believed, everything I was raised to be, if it's all lies, then what's left? That's the question, isn't it?" Harry stood and moved to the window, looking out at the snowy grounds. "You could go back to your father's beliefs. Easier, more comfortable, and you'd have his approval. Or you could decide for yourself what you believe and who you want to become. And if I choose wrong?" Then you learn and try again. That's what growing up means. Harry turned to face him. I'm not going to tell you what to believe, Malfoy. I'm not going to save you from your own choices. But I will tell you this, the path your father set you on leads somewhere dark. I've seen the end of it. So has the world. You mean the Dark Lord? I mean the ideology that created him. The pureblood supremacy, the dehumanization of Muggleborns, the belief that power justifies cruelty. Harry's voice hardened. Voldemort was a product of that thinking. If you follow in his footsteps, you'll end up the same way. Malfoy flinched at the name but didn't look away. And if I don't want that? If I want to be something else? Then you start by making different choices. Small ones at first, how you treat people, what you say when no one important is listening, who you choose to respect. Eventually, those small choices become habits, and habits become character. You make it sound simple. It's not. It's the hardest thing you'll ever do. Harry smiled slightly. But I think you can do it. You're intelligent, Malfoy. You're capable. All you need is the courage to think for yourself. The silence stretched between them. Then, slowly, Malfoy extended his hand. I can't promise anything, he said. I can't suddenly become a Muggle lover or whatever it is you want. But I can promise to try. To actually think, instead of just repeating what my father says. Harry shook his hand. That's all I ask. The alliance with Malfoy, tentative and fragile as it was, shifted the dynamics of Slytherin House. Draco's followers noticed immediately. Crabbe and Goyle were confused but followed Draco's lead, as they always did. Pansy Parkinson was furious, sensing that her place in Draco's orbit was being challenged. Theodore Nott observed with quiet interest, and Blaise Zabini began paying attention to Harry in ways he hadn't before. But the biggest change was in the common room's atmosphere. You did something, Daphne observed one evening. The tension's different. People are looking at you differently. Malfoy and I reached an understanding. An understanding. Her eyebrow rose. The boy who called you a blood traitor in September is now your ally. Ally might be too strong a word. Let's say we've agreed to stop being enemies. That's quite a shift. People change. Harry turned a page in his arithmancy textbook. Or they have the capacity to change, if someone gives them the opportunity. Daphne studied him for a long moment. You're collecting us, aren't you? Building a coalition within the house. Malfoy, not, now probably Zabini. You're not just surviving Slytherin, you're reshaping it. I'm trying to show people that there's another way to be ambitious. That cunning doesn't require cruelty, and success doesn't require enemies. Noble goals. Practical goals. An isolated Slytherin house is weak. A connected one, with allies in other houses and other political factions, is much more powerful. And you just happen to be at the center of those connections. Harry smiled. Coincidence, I'm sure. March brought spring rains and mounting pressure from the Quirrell situation. Harry's headaches had intensified dramatically. The fragment of Voldemort hiding in the defense professor's turban was growing stronger, more desperate, more willing to take risks. Quirrell had tried to access the third-floor corridor twice more that Harry knew of, and both times he'd been thwarted by the protections. But the protections wouldn't hold forever. Eventually, Quirrell would find a way through. Harry needed to act first. He spent hours in his secret study room, poring over the journal's combat teachings and practicing his Parselmagic until his voice was raw. The confrontation was coming, he could feel it like a storm on the horizon. When it arrived, he needed to be ready. You are pushing too hard, Sereth observed during one of his visits to the chamber. He'd taken to spending time with the basilisk, learning from her memories of Slytherin and the founders. Your magic needs rest. I don't have time for rest. Voldemort is in the castle, wearing my professor like a suit. If he gets the Philosopher's Stone, then the old protections will activate and destroy both the stone and anyone trying to steal it. Saratha's voice was patient. The headmaster is not a fool, young master. He has prepared for this eventuality. The headmaster is also playing his own game. He put the stone in Hogwarts knowing it would attract Voldemort. He wants something from this situation, probably to see what I'll do. And what will you do? Harry was quiet for a moment. What I have to. Whatever that turns out to be. The end of March brought an unexpected development. Harry was in the library with Hermione when a commotion erupted near the entrance. Students were gathering, whispering, pointing at something Harry couldn't see from his position. What's going on? Hermione asked, craning her neck. Harry's Parselmagic reached out, sensing the magical signatures in the crowd. Mostly students, nothing unusual, except, his blood went cold. Hermione. Stay here. He was moving before she could respond, pushing through the crowd until he reached the center of the disturbance. A first-year Ravenclaw girl lay on the floor, her body rigid, her eyes staring at nothing. She wasn't dead, Harry could sense her life force, dimmed but present, but she wasn't conscious either. She had been petrified. Everyone back. Madame Pants was shouting, her voice shrill with panic. Someone fetch the professors. Back, I say. Harry knelt beside the girl, his mind racing. Petrification. The same thing that had killed Moaning Myrtle 50 years ago, except this victim had only been petrified, not killed. Sereth didn't do this, he realized immediately. She's still in the chamber, and she hasn't left in decades. Which meant there was another threat in the castle. Something with powers similar to a basilisk. Something that had been hiding, waiting, and had now struck. The diary. Riddle's diary was active. Someone had found it, opened it, and been possessed just like whoever had been controlled 50 years ago. And the possessed person was now using the chamber's secondary access, the one Sereth had mentioned but didn't fully understand, to attack students. Harry stood slowly, his face carefully blank. Professor McGonagall had arrived and was taking charge of the situation, ordering students to their common rooms. Dumbledore would be informed. Investigations would begin. But Harry already knew what was happening. He just needed to figure out who was being possessed and how to stop them without revealing his own connection to the chamber. The game had just become much more complicated. The attacks continued through April. 3 more students were petrified, a Hufflepuff, a Gryffindor, and in the most alarming incident, a ghost. Nearly headless Nick had been found floating motionless in a corridor, his transparent form somehow frozen in the same rigid state as the human victims. The school was in a panic. Parents threatened to withdraw their children. The Board of Governors demanded action. Dumbledore was publicly calm but privately, Harry suspected, deeply concerned. Harry, meanwhile, was hunting. He visited Sereth regularly, questioning her about the diary's capabilities. The basilisk knew that Riddle had left the artifact in the chamber, but she didn't know its full powers. It speaks, she said. The book speaks to whoever writes in it. It can read minds, manipulate emotions, eventually possess the weak-willed completely. The pretender created it to preserve a piece of himself, to ensure that his work could continue even if his body failed. A Horcrux, Harry breathed. The journal had mentioned them, dark artifacts created through murder, containers for fragments of a wizard's soul. Riddle split his soul and put part of it in a diary. I do not know these terms. But yes, the book contains his essence. His hunger. His hatred. Harry's mind raced. If the diary was a Horcrux, destroying it would be complicated. Normal magical destruction wouldn't work, you needed something capable of causing damage beyond magical repair. Basilisk venom. The most potent magical substance in the world. Sereth, if I brought the diary to you, could you destroy it? With my venom? Yes. Nothing survives my venom. Then I need to find out who has the diary and get it away from them. But that was proving difficult. Harry had observed every student in the school, searching for signs of possession, memory gaps, personality changes, unusual fatigue. So far, nothing definitive. The possessed person was either very good at hiding or someone Harry hadn't thought to suspect. The answer came in early May, from the last person Harry expected. Harry. Ginny Weasley appeared at the Slytherin table during breakfast, her face pale and her hands shaking. I need to talk to you. Privately. The request drew stares from everyone around them. A Gryffindor first year approaching the Slytherin table was unusual enough, that it was the youngest Weasley, well known for her tongue-tied terror around Harry Potter, made it extraordinary. Of course, Harry said, rising smoothly. Let's go for a walk. They left the Great Hall together, ignoring the whispers that followed them. Harry led Ginny to a quiet alcove near the kitchens, where he'd placed subtle privacy wards weeks ago. What's wrong, Ginny? She was crying, silent tears streaming down her freckled cheeks. It's me, she whispered. I'm the one attacking people. Harry went very still. Tell me everything. The story came out in fragments, broken by sobs. Ginny had found a diary among her school supplies at the beginning of the year. She thought it had been accidentally included with the second-hand books her mother bought in Diagon Alley. The diary had been blank at first, but when Ginny wrote in it, it wrote back. He was so kind, she said miserably. He listened to me. He understood. I was so lonely, and he was always there, and I didn't realize what he was doing until you started losing time. Ginny nodded frantically. Hours at first. Then whole nights. I would wake up and not know where I'd been, with blood on my robes and no memory of how it got there. And the attacks, every time one happened, I couldn't remember the night before. I knew it was me, I knew something was wrong, but I couldn't stop. He wouldn't let me stop. Where is the diary now? In my trunk. I hid it, but I can feel it calling to me. It wants me to pick it up again, to let him back in, and I'm so tired, Harry, I don't know how much longer I can fight. Harry made a decision. Give me the diary, he said. I'll destroy it. Ginny's eyes went wide. You can do that? I know someone who can help. But I need the diary, and I need you to stay strong until I've dealt with it. Can you do that? She nodded, wiping her tears. I'll try. But hurry. Please. I will. That night, Harry descended into the Chamber of Secrets with Tom Riddle's diary in his hands. The artifact was malevolent. Even holding it, he could feel Riddle's consciousness probing at his occlumency shields, searching for weakness. The soul fragment was stronger than Harry had expected, fed by months of draining Ginny's life force. An intruder, the diary whispered in his mind. But not the girl. Someone new. Someone interesting. Riddle, Harry responded in Parseltongue. We meet at last. You speak the tongue. How unexpected. The diary's presence was cold, curious, dangerous. And you resist me. Your mind is remarkably well defended for one so young. I've had good teachers. Indeed. I sense their work in your shields, old magic, properly applied. But no defense is perfect, child. Given time, I will find your weaknesses. You don't have time. Harry reached the chamber's main hall, where Sereth waited in her coiled position around Slytherin's statue. The basilisk's eyes were closed, as always in Harry's presence, but her massive head tracked his approach. You brought it, she hissed. I can smell the pretender's essence. Open your mouth. I'll throw it in. Wait. The diary's voice grew urgent. We can bargain. I have knowledge you want, secrets of the Founders, power beyond imagining. Destroy me, and it will all be lost. Your knowledge is poisoned. Everything you offer comes with a price I'm not willing to pay. Even revenge. I know who betrayed your parents. I know who put you with those muggles. I know secrets about Dumbledore that would shake your faith in everything you think you understand. Harry hesitated. The temptation was real, the diary's knowledge could fill in so many gaps in his understanding. But he could also feel the trap in the offer, the hook beneath the bait. Keep your secrets, he said. Sereth, now. The basilisk's mouth opened, revealing fangs the size of swords. Each tooth glistened with venom that could kill with a scratch. You'll regret this, Riddle screamed. I am Lord Voldemort. I am immortal. You cannot destroy. Harry threw the diary. It tumbled through the air, pages fluttering, and landed directly on one of Sereth's fangs. The venom began its work immediately, the leather cover bubbled and smoked, the pages blackened and curled, and a terrible shriek echoed through the chamber as the soul fragment within was torn apart. Black liquid poured from the wound, hissing where it touched the stone floor. The diary thrashed and writhed like a living thing, fighting against its dissolution. And then, with a final agonized wail, it was gone. Harry stood in the silence that followed, breathing hard. It is done, Sereth said. The Pretender's fragment is destroyed. Thank you, Sereth. There is no need for thanks, young master. This was always my purpose, to guard against those who would corrupt my first master's legacy. Her voice softened. But be warned. If the Pretender created one such vessel, he may have created others. This war is not over. Harry nodded slowly. I know. But tonight, we won a battle. He left the chamber and climbed back toward the light, carrying with him the knowledge that somewhere out there, other pieces of Voldemort's soul were waiting to be found. The hunt had only just begun. Ginny Weasley recovered. Without the diary's influence, her color returned and her nightmares faded. Harry told her only that the diary had been destroyed and that she was safe now. He didn't mention the chamber, the basilisk, or the true nature of what had been possessing her. Some secrets were too dangerous to share. The petrified students were revived when the mandrakes matured in early June. The attacks were attributed to dark magic of unknown origin, and the school year ended with more questions than answers. But Harry knew the truth, and the truth changed things. Voldemort was more than a spirit clinging to Quirrell's body. He was a shattered soul, distributed across multiple vessels, each one capable of causing untold harm. Destroying one fragment wasn't enough, Harry would have to find and eliminate them all. And somewhere in that revelation was another, darker truth. The scar on Harry's forehead. The connection he felt to Voldemort. The piece of the Dark Lord that lived in his defense professor. Your scar is not just a scar, the journal had warned him months ago. The curse that failed did not fail cleanly. Something was left behind, a fragment, like the diary. A piece of him lives in you. Harry was a Horcrux. He had always known, somewhere in the back of his mind. But knowing intellectually and accepting emotionally were different things. Now, faced with the evidence of what Horcruxes could do, he couldn't ignore it anymore. There was a piece of Voldemort's soul attached to his own. And sooner or later, he would have to deal with it. The end of the year brought one final confrontation. Quirrell made his move on the last day of exams. Harry felt it in his scar, a surge of pain that meant Voldemort was close to his goal. The possessed professor had finally figured out how to get past Dumbledore's final protection. Harry moved. He told Ron and Hermione to find McGonagall, to alert the professors to what was happening. Then, while they rushed to obey, he used his invisibility cloak to slip through the castle toward the third-floor corridor. Fluffy was asleep when he arrived, Quirrell had already passed. Harry followed, dropping through the trapdoor into the devil's snare below. The plant tried to grab him. A hissed command in Parseltongue made it recoil. Harry dropped to the floor beneath and continued. The flying keys. The giant chess set. The troll, already unconscious, Quirrell's work. The potion's logic puzzle. Harry passed each obstacle with methodical efficiency, his mind focused on what lay ahead. He'd prepared for this confrontation for months. When he reached the final chamber, he was ready. Quirrell stood before the mirror of Eriste, the same mirror Harry had seen at Christmas, the one that showed your deepest desire. The professor's face was pale with desperation. "I see myself with the stone," Quirrell muttered. "I see myself presenting it to my master. But how do I get it?" "Use the boy," a voice hissed from beneath the turban. "He is here. I can feel him." Quirrell spun. Harry let the invisibility cloak drop. "Potter." The professor's voice shook. "How did you? I've known about you since September," Harry said calmly. "The headaches. The way your turban moves when it shouldn't. The voice that isn't yours. Clever child." The voice from the turban was stronger now, more present. "Come here. Let me see you. Don't move." Quirrell raised his wand, but his hands were trembling. "My master wishes to speak with you face to face." "Then let him show himself." Quirrell hesitated. Then, slowly, he began unwrapping his turban. The face on the back of Quirrell's head was barely human, chalk white, with red eyes and slits for nostrils. Voldemort's visage, reduced to a parasitic shadow clinging to another wizard's skull. "Harry Potter," Voldemort whispered. "We meet again. You're smaller than I expected." The red eyes blazed with fury. "Insolent child. You have no idea what I am." "I know exactly what you are." Harry's voice was steady. "A soul torn apart, scattered across artifacts and hosts, too afraid of death to live properly. You're not a Dark Lord, Tom. You're a ghost who doesn't know he's already gone." "Lies." Voldemort's shriek echoed through the chamber. "Quirrell, kill him. Kill him now." Quirrell raised his wand. Harry spoke a word in Parseltongue. The spell that erupted from his throat was not gentle. It was pure destruction, a lance of serpentine magic that punched through Quirrell's shield and struck him in the chest. The professor flew backward, hitting the wall with a crack. But he wasn't down. Voldemort's power was sustaining him, forcing his broken body to rise. "Impressive," Quirrell said, his voice distorted. "You have gifts, Potter. But you cannot defeat my master. His power is—" Harry crossed the distance between them in 2 strides and placed his hand on Quirrell's face. The effect was immediate. Quirrell's skin began to burn where Harry touched it, not from heat, but from his mother's protection, the blood magic that Voldemort could not endure. The professor screamed, trying to pull away, but Harry held on. "My mother's love," Harry said through gritted teeth. "You couldn't overcome it 16 years ago. You can't overcome it now." The burning spread. Quirrell's face crumbled to ash, then his neck, then his shoulders. Voldemort's fragment fled the dying body with a shriek of rage, a black mist that passed through Harry and vanished into the night. Harry stood alone in the chamber, surrounded by ashes, breathing hard. He'd won. For now. But as he looked into the mirror of Eriste, seeing himself surrounded by family, by people who loved him, he knew this was only the beginning. The war was just starting. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Philosopher's Gambit. The hospital wing was quiet in the aftermath. Harry lay in a bed near the window, watching the morning light creep across the stone floor. He'd been here for 3 days, Madame Pomfrey insisted, despite his protests that he felt fine. The magical exhaustion from his confrontation with Quirrell had been significant, and his body needed time to recover. But his mind never stopped working. Dumbledore had visited twice. The first conversation had been brief, the headmaster confirming that Quirrell was dead, that Voldemort had fled, that the Philosopher's Stone had been destroyed to prevent future attempts. The second conversation had been more substantial. "You knew I would go after him," Harry had said, watching the old wizard's face carefully. "You set this up. The stone, the protections, all of it, you wanted to see what I would do." Dumbledore's eyes had lost their twinkle. I suspected Tom would make an attempt this year. I hoped the protections would be sufficient to stop him. I did not anticipate that you would involve yourself so directly. You left me with the Dursleys for 10 years. You never checked on me, never ensured I was safe. And now you're surprised that I don't wait for adults to solve my problems. The silence that followed had been heavy with unspoken history. I have made mistakes, Harry, Dumbledore said finally. More than I can count. Your placement with the Dursleys was necessary for the blood protection to function, but I should have done more to ensure your well-being. Why didn't you? Because I was afraid. The admission seemed to cost Dumbledore something. Afraid of what you might become. Afraid that my interference might push you toward darkness rather than away from it. Afraid that I would see in you what I once saw in another brilliant, powerful young wizard who came to Hogwarts with nothing and left with everything. Tom Riddle. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. I failed Tom. I saw his potential for darkness and did nothing to address it. When I learned of your survival, of the prophecy that connected you to him, I feared making the same mistake in reverse, intervening too much, shaping you into a weapon rather than a person. So you left me alone instead. To my eternal regret. Harry considered this for a long moment. He wanted to be angry, he was angry, but anger was a tool, not a master. And understanding Dumbledore's motivations was more valuable than indulging his resentment. I'm not Tom Riddle, Harry said finally. I never will be. But I'm also not the naive hero you seem to want. I'm something else, something you're going to have to learn to work with rather than around. And what would that cooperation look like? Honesty. Information. Treating me as a partner rather than a piece on your chessboard. Harry met the old wizard's eyes directly. I know about the Horcruxes, Headmaster. I know what Voldemort did to himself, and I know what that means for destroying him permanently. If we're going to work together, we need to start from that foundation. Dumbledore's expression flickered with something, surprise, perhaps, or resignation. You continue to exceed expectations, Harry. Very well. When you are recovered, we will talk. Properly, this time. He had left, and Harry had spent the remaining days thinking about what that conversation might contain. The end-of-year feast was subdued. Slytherin had won the House Cup, legitimately, for once, without any last-minute point adjustments. Harry's defeat of Quirrell had earned him 100 points, pushing his house over the top. The green and silver banners hung from the ceiling, and his housemates celebrated with uncharacteristic warmth. You actually did it, Daphne said, sitting beside him at the feast. You beat a possessed professor and won us the cup. The older students are talking about making you an honorary prefect. That seems excessive. That's what I told them. You're 11. There's plenty of time for accolades. She paused, studying his face. You're not celebrating. I'm thinking. About? Harry glanced around the great hall, taking in the faces of students and staff. Ron and Hermione were at the Gryffindor table, catching his eye and smiling. Malfoy was at the far end of the Slytherin table, his expression thoughtful as he watched Harry. Dumbledore sat in his golden chair, ancient and tired and still playing games Harry didn't fully understand. About what comes next, Harry said finally. This year was just the beginning. Voldemort is still out there. The Horcruxes are still out there. And now I've shown everyone that I'm not the naive boy who lived they expected. Is that a bad thing? It means people will be watching me more carefully. Allies and enemies alike. Harry turned back to his plate. I need to be smarter next year. More careful. Build my power base without drawing too much attention. And what about this summer? Back to the Muggles? Harry's jaw tightened. For now. The Blood Wards still need to anchor somewhere, and Dumbledore controls too many variables for me to simply disappear. But I won't be idle. You never are. Daphne raised her goblet in a small toast. To a successful first year, then. And to whatever chaos you're planning for the second. Harry touched his goblet to hers. To chaos. The Hogwarts Express carried them south through summer sunshine, and Harry shared a compartment with an unusual group. Ron and Hermione were there, of course, their friendship had only strengthened through the year's events. But Daphne had joined them as well, along with a reluctant Draco Malfoy who seemed to be testing the boundaries of his new tentative alliance with Harry. "This is weird," Ron muttered, eyeing Malfoy with poorly concealed suspicion. "Having a Malfoy in our compartment." "Things change," Harry said mildly. "People change." "Do they?" "Because he still looks like a git to me." "Careful, Weasley." Draco's voice was cool, but it lacked the venom it would have carried 6 months ago. "Potter might be willing to tolerate your presence, but that doesn't mean I have to enjoy it." "Boys," Hermione interrupted before Ron could respond. "Can we please get through one train ride without a fight?" The tension eased slightly. Daphne caught Harry's eye and raised an eyebrow, impressed, perhaps, by his ability to keep such disparate personalities from exploding. "What are everyone's plans for summer?" Harry asked, deliberately changing the subject. "France," Daphne said. "My family has property in Provence. Father wants to recover somewhere warm." "Is he still unwell?" "Stable, but not improving." Her voice was carefully neutral, but Harry could hear the worry beneath it. "The healers aren't sure what's wrong." "I'm sorry." She nodded, accepting the condolence without comment. "We're staying home," Ron said. "Mum wants a quiet summer after everything with Ginny." Harry felt a twist of guilt. He'd saved Ginny from the diary, but he'd also chosen not to reveal the full truth of what had happened. The Weasleys knew their daughter had been possessed by dark magic, but they didn't know how close she'd come to being consumed entirely. Some secrets protected people. Others just postponed pain. "Greece," Draco said when the silence stretched too long. "Father has business with some foreign wizards. I'll be studying under private tutors most of the time." "What subjects?" "Dueling. Politics. The usual pureblood curriculum." Draco's tone was neutral, but Harry heard what he didn't say, that Lucius Malfoy was doubling down on his son's training, perhaps sensing that Draco's loyalties were shifting. "If you want supplementary reading," Harry offered, "I have some texts that might broaden your perspective." Draco looked at him sharply. "What kind of texts?" "Historical. Philosophical. Things your father's tutors probably won't cover." Harry smiled slightly. "Think of it as intellectual cross-training." The offer hung in the air. Draco's expression cycled through suspicion, curiosity, and finally something like cautious interest. "I'll consider it." It was, Harry reflected, progress of a sort. King's Cross Station was crowded with families reuniting, and Harry watched the Weasleys swarm around Ron with a familiar mixture of longing and contentment. Mrs. Weasley spotted him and immediately pulled him into a crushing hug. "Harry, dear. You look thin, have you been eating properly? You must come stay with us again this summer." "I won't take no for an answer." "I'd like that very much, Mrs. Weasley." "It's Molly, dear. After everything you did for Ginny," her voice caught. "Your family now. Whether you like it or not." Harry found, somewhat to his surprise, that he liked it very much indeed. The Dursleys were waiting by the barrier, their expressions ranging from Vernon's purple-faced fury to Petunia's thin-lipped anxiety to Dudley's nervous fidgeting. None of them seemed happy to see him. The feeling was mutual. "Boy," Vernon growled. "Get your things. We're leaving." "Of course, Uncle Vernon." Harry kept his voice pleasant, his expression neutral. "I trust you've had a good year." Vernon's eye twitched. He didn't respond, instead turning and marching toward the exit. Petunia followed, and Dudley scurried after them, casting terrified glances over his shoulder. Harry followed at his own pace, already planning. The summer would be long. The Dursleys would be unpleasant. But he had the journal, the invisibility cloak, and a growing network of allies who would write to him. More importantly, he had purpose. Somewhere out there, Voldemort's Horcruxes waited to be found. Somewhere, the Covenant of Morgana plotted their ancient schemes. And somewhere, the answers to questions Harry hadn't even thought to ask lay buried in libraries and vaults and forgotten places. He would find them all. But first, he would survive the summer. Privet Drive hadn't changed. The same neat lawns, the same gleaming windows, the same suffocating normalcy that had made Harry's childhood a prison of conformity. Number 4 sat exactly where it had always been, identical to its neighbors, radiating the kind of aggressive ordinariness that Harry had come to associate with fear. The Dursleys feared magic. They feared difference. They feared anything that might disrupt their careful performance of respectability. And now they feared Harry himself, though they would never admit it. "Your room is upstairs," Aunt Petunia said stiffly as they entered the house. "The second bedroom. We've cleared out Dudley's broken things." Harry paused. "The second bedroom? Don't make me repeat myself." He climbed the stairs slowly, processing this unexpected development. The cupboard under the stairs had been his space for as long as he could remember. The second bedroom, Dudley's room for broken toys and excess possessions, had always been forbidden territory. The room was small by normal standards but palatial compared to the cupboard. A bed, a desk, a wardrobe, a window that actually let in sunlight. Harry set his trunk at the foot of the bed and stood for a moment, absorbing the reality. They were afraid of him now. Afraid enough to give him a proper room, afraid enough to treat him with a minimal level of human dignity. Fear isn't respect, Harry reminded himself. But it's a start. He unpacked his things methodically, textbooks on the desk, robes in the wardrobe, the journal hidden in a false bottom he'd enchanted into his trunk. His wand went under his pillow, within easy reach. Then he sat at the desk and began to write. The first letter was to Dumbledore, brief and businesslike, confirming his arrival and requesting information on when they might continue their conversation. The second was to Daphne, a longer missive discussing summer plans and her father's condition. The third was to Ron and Hermione together, a chatty update that revealed nothing important but maintained connection. The fourth letter was the most difficult. "Dear Ginny, I hope you're recovering well. What happened to you was not your fault, and you should never blame yourself for actions taken while you weren't in control. The darkness that touched you is gone now, destroyed completely. It cannot hurt you again. If you ever need to talk about what happened, what you remember, what you fear, what you're struggling to understand, I am here. I will not judge, and I will not share anything you tell me with anyone else. You are stronger than you know. The fact that you fought the possession for months, that you eventually sought help rather than surrendering, that takes courage that most people will never understand. Be well, Ginny. And remember, you survived." Harry he sealed the letter and set it aside for Hedwig, who was stretching her wings after the long train journey. "For letters tonight," he told her. "Then you can hunt." Hedwig hooted acknowledgement and extended her leg for the first envelope. The summer fell into a routine. Mornings were for chores, the Dursleys had not abandoned their expectations entirely, and Harry found that maintaining a facade of compliance was easier than constant conflict. He weeded the garden, painted the fence, performed the domestic tasks that Aunt Petunia assigned with cold precision. But his mind was never on the work. While his hands moved through mechanical labor, Harry planned. He reviewed what he knew about Voldemort's Horcruxes, the Covenant of Morgana, and the political landscape of Wizarding Britain. He composed mental letters to allies and considered strategies for the coming year. Afternoons were for study. He retreated to his room and immersed himself in the journal's teachings, pushing his Parselmagic to new levels. Combat techniques, ward construction, the beginnings of blood magic theory that Salazar's echo had finally deemed him ready to learn. Blood is memory, the journal taught him. It carries the experiences of your ancestors, the connections to your living family, the essence of what makes you uniquely yourself. Blood magic is the art of reading and writing those memories, of accessing power that transcends individual capability. Your mother's protection is the purest example. Her love, expressed through her blood, created a shield that Voldemort could not penetrate. This was not conscious magic, she did not cast a spell. It was magic at its most fundamental, sacrifice given form, love made manifest. To learn blood magic is to understand this principle and apply it deliberately. It is dangerous, easily corrupted, and forbidden by most modern magical authorities. It is also the most powerful form of magic that exists. Harry practiced carefully, starting with simple exercises, reading the magical signatures in his own blood, tracing the connections to his parents' sacrifice. The work was slow and draining, but he could feel the foundations being laid for something significant. Evenings were for correspondence. Letters arrived daily, from Ron, describing life at the burrow, from Hermione, summarizing her summer reading, from Daphne, providing updates on her father and commentary on wizarding politics. Malfoy wrote occasionally, his letters formal and careful but increasingly honest. And then there were the other letters. Potter, I am writing to inform you that certain parties have taken an interest in your activities this past year. Your handling of the Quirrell situation was observed by more than the Hogwarts staff, and opinions regarding your potential are divided. Some see you as a threat to be neutralized. Others see you as an asset to be acquired. I recommend you take precautions accordingly. A friend. The letter was unsigned, the handwriting unfamiliar. Harry studied it for hours, analyzing the parchment, the ink, the subtle magical traces embedded in the paper. Nothing conclusive, whoever had sent it knew how to cover their tracks. But the warning itself was valuable. Harry was being watched by parties beyond Dumbledore and the Ministry. Whether this meant the Covenant or some other faction remained to be seen. He burned the letter and increased his vigilance. July brought two significant developments. The first was Dobby. The house elf appeared in Harry's bedroom without warning, his tennis ball eyes wide with distress, his pillowcase tunic stained with what might have been tears. Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts. Harry stared at the creature for a long moment, his Parselmagic probing for threats or deceptions. He found only genuine fear and desperate loyalty. Why? Terrible things are planned, sir. Dark things. If Harry Potter goes back to school, stop. Harry's voice was firm but not unkind. Sit down, Dobby. Tell me everything from the beginning. The story emerged in fragments, interrupted by Dobby's compulsive self-punishment and cryptic references to his master. Harry pieced together the essentials. Someone was planning something dangerous at Hogwarts, Dobby had heard about it in his household, and the elf had taken it upon himself to warn Harry away. Your master is a Death Eater, Harry said quietly. Isn't he? Dobby's eyes went wide with terror. Dobby cannot say, Dobby must not, you don't have to confirm it. I already know. Harry considered his options. Dobby, I appreciate your warning. But I'm not going to hide from danger. I'm going to face it and deal with it. But Harry Potter could be killed. I've been almost killed several times already. It hasn't stopped me yet. Harry smiled slightly. What I need from you, Dobby, is information. Can you tell me what's being planned? Who's behind it? What the actual threat is? Dobby's ears drooped. Dobby cannot say specifics, sir. Master's orders prevent Dobby from revealing family business. Then can you tell me anything that isn't family business? General warnings, rumors you've heard, anything that might help me prepare. The elf was silent for a long moment, clearly fighting against the constraints of his servitude. There is an old thing, Dobby said finally. A thing from the dark times. Master is giving it to someone at the school. Dobby does not know what it does, but Master was very pleased when he found it. An old thing from the dark times. Harry's blood went cold. What did it look like? Can you describe it? Dobby only saw it once, sir. It was a book. A black book with no writing on the cover. The diary. Lucius Malfoy had Riddle's diary. Harry had destroyed it in the chamber, which meant his actions had already changed the timeline. But in some original sequence of events, the path he would have walked without Salazar's journal, the diary would have been passed to someone at Hogwarts. Ginny, probably, just as it had happened this year. But Harry had intervened. The diary was gone, its Horcrux destroyed. Which meant whatever Lucius was planning to give to a student was something else. A decoy? A trap? Or another dark artifact entirely? Thank you, Dobby. You've been very helpful. Harry Potter still goes to Hogwarts. The elf looked devastated. Harry Potter goes to Hogwarts, Harry confirmed. But Harry Potter goes prepared. The second development was less mysterious but equally significant. A letter arrived from Gringotts, formal and heavy with official seals. Mr. Potter, as per regulations regarding the inheritance of ancient and noble houses, we are required to inform you that you have been identified as the sole heir to the following estates, the ancient and noble house of Potter, the ancient and noble house of Peverell, through maternal descent from Ignotus Peverell. Additionally, magical testing has confirmed your eligibility to claim certain rights associated with the bloodline of Salazar Slytherin, pending formal acceptance. We request your presence at Gringotts at your earliest convenience to discuss your inheritance, review family assets, and complete the formal claiming process. May your gold flow ever freely, Ragnarok, Director of Inheritance Affairs, Gringotts Bank. Harry read the letter 3 times, his mind racing. He had known about the Potter inheritance, the journal had mentioned it, and his vault at Gringotts confirmed the family's wealth. The Peverell connection was news, though it explained the invisibility cloak. But the Slytherin claim. Your blood carries my signature, Salazar's echo confirmed when Harry consulted the journal. Through what path, I cannot say, perhaps a distant ancestor, perhaps a magical adoption lost to history. But the goblins do not make claims lightly. If they say you can claim the Slytherin inheritance, it is because your blood speaks the truth. The implications were staggering. The heir of Slytherin wasn't just a title, it came with political standing, access to family vaults and artifacts, and a seat on the Wisengamot. Combined with the Potter and Peverell estates, Harry would be one of the most powerful figures in Wizarding Britain before he even finished school. But power attracted attention, and attention was dangerous. Harry wrote back to Gringotts, requesting a meeting during his upcoming visit to Diagon Alley. He would need to understand exactly what he was inheriting before deciding how much to claim publicly. Some power was more useful kept hidden. August brought the end of his Dursley exile. Mrs. Weasley's invitation had been genuine, and Dumbledore had agreed, somewhat reluctantly, that Harry could spend the final weeks of summer at the Burrow. The Blood Wards would hold until next year, and the experience would be socially beneficial. Harry suspected Dumbledore was also gathering information, using the Weasleys as unwitting observers. It was the kind of manipulation the headmaster favored, indirect, deniable, and wrapped in genuine kindness. But Harry didn't mind being observed if it meant escaping Privet Drive. The Weasleys arrived to collect him in a flying car, a Ford Anglia that Mr. Weasley had enchanted against every regulation in the Ministry Handbook. Harry climbed into the back seat with Ron, watching the Dursleys gape in horrified fury as the vehicle rose into the sky. "Sorry about the car," Ron said, not sounding sorry at all. "Dad's been working on it for years. Mum doesn't know it can fly." "It's brilliant," Harry said honestly. The Burrow welcomed him like an old friend, its crooked architecture and chaotic warmth exactly what he remembered. Mrs. Weasley fussed over his thinness, Mr. Weasley interrogated him about Muggle telephone systems, and the twins launched into an elaborate prank war that somehow incorporated Harry within hours of his arrival. It was chaos and noise and joy, and Harry soaked it in like a plant finally receiving sunlight. Ginny was different than he remembered, quieter, more watchful. She no longer fled the room when he entered, but she didn't seek him out either. Harry gave her space, understanding that recovery from possession took time. One evening, she found him alone in the garden, watching the sunset. "Thank you," she said quietly. For the letter. And for everything. You don't need to thank me. Yes, I do. She sat down beside him, keeping a careful distance. I remember some of it. The diary. What Tom showed me, what he made me feel. I remember how close I came to being consumed, Harry finished when she trailed off. Yes. Her voice was barely a whisper. He wanted to come back, didn't he? To use me to become real again. Yes. And you stopped him. I destroyed the artifact that was controlling you. You stopped him, Ginny. You fought for months, and you eventually sought help instead of surrendering. That was your victory, not mine. She was quiet for a long moment. I have nightmares, she said finally. I dream about him. About his voice in my head, telling me I'm worthless, that no one will ever love me, that I might as well give in because fighting is pointless. And when you wake up, I remember that I'm still here. That I survived. She looked at him with eyes that had seen too much for her age. Is that enough? It's the beginning, Harry said. Surviving is always the beginning. What you build afterward, that's up to you. Ginny nodded slowly, absorbing this. What did you build? She asked. After surviving whatever it was that made you who you are. Harry considered the question carefully. I'm still building, he said finally. I'm not sure what it will be when it's finished. But I know it will be mine. Diagon Alley was crowded with Hogwarts students completing their shopping, and Harry navigated the chaos with practiced ease. His visit to Gringotts had been enlightening. The goblins had confirmed his status as heir to 3 ancient and noble houses, Potter, Peverell, and Slytherin, and explained the assets associated with each. The Potter vault was substantial but not exceptional. The Peverell holdings were mostly historical artifacts and a modest estate in the West Country. But the Slytherin inheritance was something else entirely. Salazar had been one of the wealthiest wizards of his era, and his investments had compounded for a millennium. The vault contained gold, yes, but also rare books, priceless artifacts, and political assets that could reshape Wizarding Britain if deployed properly. Harry had claimed everything but requested that the Slytherin inheritance remain confidential. The goblins had agreed, for a fee, and Harry had left Gringotts with several new keys and a much clearer picture of his resources. The rest of the shopping trip was routine: new robes, restocked supplies, the books required for second year. Harry also visited Flourish and Blots, where a crowd had gathered for a book signing. Gilderoy Lockhart, the author, was exactly as insufferable as his photographs suggested. The man posed and preened and signed autographs with the air of someone who had never doubted his own magnificence. Harry Potter. Lockhart spotted him in the crowd and seized the opportunity for publicity. Come here, let's get a photo together. Together we'll make the front page. Harry found himself dragged to the front of the store, cameras flashing, while Lockhart announced that he would be joining Hogwarts as the new defense against the dark arts professor. Wonderful, Harry thought grimly. Another year of incompetent defense instruction. He extracted himself as quickly as possible and fled to the safety of the Weasleys, where he found an unexpected confrontation in progress. Lucius Malfoy stood facing Arthur Weasley across a display of cauldrons, their postures radiating hostility. Draco hovered behind his father, his expression uncomfortable, and when his eyes met Harry's, there was a flash of something that might have been apology. Weasley, Lucius was saying, his voice dripping with contempt. I'm surprised you can afford to be seen in public, given your family's finances. Some things are more valuable than gold, Malfoy. Arthur's voice was tight with controlled anger. Ah yes, I've heard that sentiment from the destitute before. Curious how it never seems to comfort them when the bills come due. Harry watched the exchange with interest. Lucius Malfoy was everything Draco was struggling not to become: polished, cruel, utterly certain of his own superiority. The elder Malfoy's eyes swept across the assembled Weasleys with obvious disdain, lingering briefly on Ginny with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. He knows, Harry realized suddenly. He knows about the diary. He knows what happened to his plan. Lucius's gaze found Harry, and the mask of aristocratic contempt flickered for just a moment, replaced by something sharper, more calculating. Harry Potter. The boy who lived, associating with blood traders and mudblood lovers. His voice was mild, but the threat beneath it was unmistakable. How disappointing. Mr. Malfoy. Harry kept his own voice neutral. I've heard a great deal about you. Have you? All good things, I hope. Informative things. Harry smiled slightly. I'm a student of history, you see. I find it fascinating how certain families manage to avoid consequences for their actions, generation after generation. The silence that followed was absolute. Lucius's eyes narrowed. Be careful, boy. Some histories are better left unexamined. And some histories have a way of repeating themselves. Harry held the older wizard's gaze without flinching. Unless someone intervenes. For a moment, Harry thought Lucius might actually draw his wand. The tension in the air was electric, the surrounding shoppers holding their breath. Then Lucius laughed, a cold, mirthless sound. You have nerve, Potter. I'll give you that. Draco, come. He swept out of the store, his son following. But Draco looked back once, catching Harry's eye, and there was something in his expression that looked almost like hope. The Hogwarts Express pulled away from platform 9 3/4, carrying Harry toward his second year and whatever challenges awaited. He shared a compartment with his usual circle, Ron and Hermione, Daphne and Tracy Davis, but his mind was elsewhere. The confrontation with Lucius Malfoy had confirmed his suspicions. The elder Malfoy knew something about the diary and was suspicious of Harry's involvement in its disappearance. That made Harry a target. But it also meant Lucius was off balance, uncertain about how much Harry actually knew. That uncertainty was an advantage, one Harry intended to exploit. You're thinking too hard, Daphne observed. I can practically hear the gears turning. Just planning. Always planning. She settled back in her seat. My father wants to meet you, by the way. When you're ready. Is he well enough for visitors? Well enough. And curious about the boy who's been writing to his daughter all summer. A slight smile touched her lips. I've told him you're not as insufferable as your reputation suggests. High praise. The highest I give to anyone. The train carried them north through changing landscapes, and Harry watched the countryside roll by. Somewhere ahead, Hogwarts waited with its secrets and dangers. Somewhere behind, Voldemort's remaining Horcruxes lurked in hidden places. And somewhere in the spaces between, the Covenant of Morgana continued their ancient plots. But for now, for this moment, Harry was just a boy on a train with his friends, heading toward another year of learning and growth. It was enough. The sorting feast was uneventful, but the announcement that followed was not. I am pleased to introduce our new defense against the dark arts professor, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling with what Harry suspected was suppressed amusement. Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart rose to thunderous applause, mostly from the female students, and took a theatrical bow. His robes were a shade of turquoise that should have been illegal, and his smile was bright enough to cause permanent retinal damage. Harry exchanged a look with Daphne that communicated entire volumes. We're doomed, Ron muttered from across the great hall. Despite the house separation, his voice carried perfectly. Harry couldn't disagree. The first defense class of the year confirmed their worst fears. Lockhart had filled the classroom with portraits of himself and assigned reading from his own books, a collection of adventure stories that seemed increasingly implausible the more Harry examined them. The practical examination consisted of a quiz about Lockhart's personal preferences, favorite color, lilac, secret ambition, to rid the world of evil and market his own line of hair care products. When Lockhart released a cage of Cornish pixies as a demonstration, the classroom devolved into chaos. The tiny blue creatures wreaked havoc while Lockhart attempted ineffective spells and eventually retreated, leaving the students to deal with the disaster. Harry immobilized the pixies with a single Parseltongue command, a word that froze them in place like living statues. The classroom went silent. "What did you just do?" Hermione breathed. "Pest control." Harry gathered the frozen pixies and deposited them back in their cage. "Shall we continue with the lesson?" Lockhart had fled. The students looked at Harry with expressions ranging from awe to fear to calculation. "That wasn't in any textbook," Hermione said slowly. "No. It wasn't." Harry gathered his things and left the classroom, feeling the weight of dozens of stares on his back. The careful mask of normalcy he'd maintained was slipping. Between the confrontation with Lucius and this display of unusual magic, people were starting to see that Harry Potter was something more than the boy who lived. He needed to be more careful. Or he needed to stop caring about concealment and embrace what he was becoming. The choice would have to be made eventually. But not today. October brought the first significant test of Harry's second year, the heir of Slytherin rumor. Someone was whispering about Harry's sorting, his Parseltongue abilities, his mysterious powers. The whispers spread through the school like wildfire, feeding on fear and uncertainty. "They're saying you opened the Chamber of Secrets," Hermione reported during a study session. "That you're secretly controlling some monster to attack Muggleborns." "That's ridiculous," Ron said hotly. "Harry would never. I know that, and you know that, but most of the school doesn't know Harry like we do." Hermione's voice was worried. "The attacks haven't even started, and people are already pointing fingers." Harry listened without comment. The rumor was technically true, he had opened the chamber, and there was a monster inside it. But the monster was Seraph, who was firmly under his control and had no interest in attacking anyone. The real question was who was spreading these rumors and why. "Someone's testing me," Harry said finally. "Trying to see how I react to pressure." "Who would do that?" "Any number of people. Lucius Malfoy, who suspects I interfered with his plans last year. The Covenant, if they're watching me. Even Dumbledore, who probably wants to see how I handle being accused of dark magic." "That's paranoid," Ron said. "It's realistic. In my position, paranoia is just good planning." The attacks began in November. The first victim was a Ravenclaw student, found petrified in a corridor, his camera clutched in frozen hands. The second was a Hufflepuff, discovered near the kitchens. The third was nearly headless Nick and a Gryffindor prefect, both frozen in the same corridor. Harry knew immediately that something was wrong. He visited Seraph that night, descending into the chamber with growing urgency. "It is not me," the basilisk said before he could ask. "I have not left this place. I have not attacked anyone. I know. But something is. Something with similar powers. There are few creatures capable of petrification. Basilisks, gorgons, certain cursed artifacts. If there is another threat in this castle, it is not of serpent origin." Harry paced the chamber floor, his mind racing. The attacks were real. The victims were being petrified by something that wasn't Seraph. And the timing, right after rumors about Harry being the heir of Slytherin, couldn't be coincidental. Someone is framing me, Harry realized. Or framing the idea of the heir of Slytherin. Making it look like the chamber has been opened again. To what end? To discredit me? To restart the panic from 50 years ago? To cover for something else entirely? He didn't have answers. But he was determined to find them. The investigation consumed his every spare moment. Harry tracked the locations of the attacks, interviewed witnesses, carefully, without revealing his own connection to the chamber, and analyzed the magical residue left at each scene. His Parselmagic could sense things that conventional detection couldn't, and what he found was disturbing. The petrification wasn't serpentine. It was crystalline, something to do with mineral magic, earth-based enchantments that had nothing to do with basilisks or snakes. Someone was using a different method entirely but making it look like a basilisk attack. The Covenant, Harry breathed during one late-night research session. This is their style. They're not just attacking students, they're attacking my reputation. Making me look like the dark wizard everyone fears. He needed proof. And to get proof, he needed to catch whoever was responsible in the act. The trap was set in December. Harry let it be known, subtly, through careful channels, that he would be alone in a specific corridor at a specific time. If the attackers were following him, targeting him, they would have an opportunity. And Harry would be waiting. The night was cold, the corridor dark. Harry stood with his back against the wall, his Parselmagic spread like a net around him, feeling for any disturbance. Footsteps approached. A figure emerged from the shadows, tall, robed, face hidden by a mask. Harry didn't move. "The Serpent King," the figure said, voice distorted by magic. "We've been watching you. I noticed. You're not subtle. We don't need to be subtle. We have numbers, resources, and time. What do you have? Friends. Knowledge. And a very long memory." Harry's voice was calm. "Tell me about the Covenant. Tell me why you're trying to frame me for attacks you're orchestrating." The figure laughed, an ugly, mirthless sound. "You think we're responsible for the attacks? We're trying to stop them, boy. The attacks are real. The threat is real. And you, the so-called heir of Slytherin, are our best lead." Harry's mind raced. This wasn't what he'd expected. "Explain. There is something in this castle that shouldn't exist. An artifact of tremendous power, awakened after centuries of dormancy. We believed you had found it, that you were using it for your own purposes. But your behavior suggests otherwise. What artifact? That's what we need to determine." The figure took a step closer. "We are not your enemies, Harry Potter. Not necessarily. We have enemies in common, the Dark Lord and his followers, the corrupt ministry, the ancient evils that threaten magical society. If you are truly innocent of these attacks, then perhaps we can work together." Harry considered the offer carefully. The Covenant was dangerous, the journal had been clear about that. But they were also knowledgeable, connected, and apparently not responsible for the current crisis. "I'll consider it," Harry said finally. "But I need information first. What do you know about the attacks? What artifact are you tracking?" "The artifact is called the Mineral Mirror. It was created by a Muggle-born witch in the 16th century who discovered how to crystallize magical energy. Anyone reflected in its surface is frozen in stone, not petrified in the traditional sense, but transmuted. The effect appears similar to basilisk petrification, but the cause is entirely different. And this mirror is in Hogwarts. It was brought here recently. We don't know by whom or why. But if we can find it, we can end the attacks and clear your name." Harry nodded slowly. "I'll look into it. If I find anything, how do I contact you?" The figure produced a small stone, carved with runes Harry didn't recognize. "Speak into this. We will hear." The figure melted back into the shadows, leaving Harry alone with more questions than answers. The Mineral Mirror. Harry spent the following weeks researching, using every resource at his disposal. The journal had fragmentary references to crystallization magic, and the Hogwarts library contained a few obscure texts that mentioned similar artifacts. The mirror had been created by a witch named Margaret Stone, a Muggle-born who had attended Hogwarts in the late 1500s. She had developed the artifact as a defensive weapon against persecution, a way to freeze attackers in their tracks. But the mirror had been lost for centuries, supposedly destroyed in a fire. Apparently not. Someone had brought it to Hogwarts and was using it to attack students. The attack seemed random, Muggleborns and purebloods alike had been victimized, which suggested either indiscriminate targeting or a pattern Harry hadn't yet identified. He needed to find the mirror before anyone else was hurt. The breakthrough came in January. Harry was exploring an unused section of the castle, mapping it for his own purposes, when his Parselmagic detected something unusual. A pocket of crystalline energy, hidden behind a wall, pulsing with contained power. He found the hidden room with careful searching, a disused chamber that might once have been a teacher's office. Inside, covered by a dusty sheet, was a full-length mirror in an ornate frame. The mineral mirror. Harry approached it cautiously, keeping his eyes averted. The journal had taught him that reflection-based artifacts required direct eye contact to function. As long as he didn't look directly into the glass, he was safe. Someone had been here recently. There were fresh footprints in the dust, marks where the sheet had been moved. The mirror was being used, but by whom? Harry set up surveillance wards around the room and retreated to plan his next move. The culprit was not who he expected. 3 nights later, Harry's wards triggered. He raced to the hidden room under his invisibility cloak, arriving just in time to see a figure pulling the sheet from the mirror. Professor Quirrell. But Quirrell was dead. Harry had watched him turn to ash, had felt Voldemort's fragment flee the dying body. And yet here he was, somehow, preparing to use the mirror for another attack. "That's not possible," Harry whispered. The figure turned, and Harry saw the face clearly for the first time. It wasn't Quirrell. It was someone using Polyjuice Potion to assume his appearance, someone who had studied the dead professor's mannerisms well enough to impersonate him. Someone who shouldn't have known Quirrell was dead, because Harry had never told anyone the details of their confrontation. "Show yourself," the false Quirrell said, voice distorted. "I know you're there, Potter. Your magic is distinctive." Harry let the cloak fall, his wand in hand. "Who are you?" The false Quirrell smiled, an expression Quirrell had never worn, too confident by half. "I am a servant of a cause greater than you can imagine. The attacks were necessary to draw you out, to test your capabilities. You've proven yourself interesting. By victimizing innocent students. By demonstrating the corruption of magical society. Every one of those students would have grown up to perpetuate the systems that oppress our kind. Their temporary petrification is a small price for the awareness it creates." Harry's blood ran cold. This wasn't the Covenant, their representative had seemed genuinely disturbed by the attacks. This was someone else, someone with their own agenda. "Who do you work for?" "I work for the future, Potter. The same future you should be working toward, if you understood what you truly are." The figure raised a hand, and Harry felt magic gathering, not a spell, but something more fundamental. The mirror pulsed with light. Harry moved. His Parselmagic lashed out, a serpentine strike aimed at the figure's wand arm. The attack connected, sending the imposter stumbling, but the mirror was already active. Light spilled from its surface, seeking a target. Harry dove aside as the crystallizing beam swept past him. The wall behind him turned to stone, not just frozen, but actually transmuted, the wood and plaster becoming solid granite. "Impressive reflexes," the false Quirrell said, recovering. "But the mirror's range is increasing. Soon it will affect the entire castle. Then I'll destroy it." Harry spoke a word in Parseltongue, a command that would shatter any object made of glass. The mirror shuddered but held, protected by enchantments that resisted his magic. "The mirror cannot be destroyed by conventional means," the imposter laughed. "It was designed to survive anything short of basilisk venom." Harry reached into his robes and withdrew a small vial, a gift from Seraph, prepared for exactly this kind of emergency. The concentrated venom glowed faintly in the dim light. The false Quirrell's eyes went wide. "That's not possible. How could you have?" Harry threw the vial. It struck the mirror's surface and shattered. The venom spread across the glass, eating through the enchantments like acid through paper. The mirror screamed, an actual sound, high and piercing, as its magic unraveled. The crystallizing light flickered and died. The mirror cracked, then shattered, then dissolved into dust. The imposter stared at the pile of debris where the artifact had stood. "You'll pay for this," they whispered. You don't understand what you've done. I stopped your attacks. That's enough. This isn't over, Potter. The cause continues with or without the mirror. You've only delayed the inevitable. The figure reached into their robes and produced a small object, a port key. Harry realized too late. They touched it and vanished, leaving Harry alone with the mirror's remains. He stood in the silent room for a long moment, processing what had happened. The attacks would stop, the mirror was destroyed. The students who had been petrified would be revived with the Mandrake potion. His reputation would be cleared, eventually. But he had new enemies now. Enemies who could impersonate the dead, who had access to artifacts he'd never heard of, who seemed to know things about him that they shouldn't. The game was getting more complicated. The spring term passed in a blur of classes and recovery. The petrified students were revived, their memories of the attacks hazy and incomplete. The official explanation blamed dark magic of unknown origin, and Dumbledore announced increased security measures that would supposedly prevent future incidents. Harry knew the truth was more complicated, but he kept his knowledge to himself. The Covenant contact had gone silent after the mirror's destruction, either satisfied that the threat was ended or suspicious of Harry's methods. The mysterious imposter had not reappeared. But Harry had learned valuable lessons from the experience. First, there were factions at play that he hadn't anticipated. The Covenant, the imposter's unnamed cause, and possibly others, all watching him, testing him, trying to determine what he was and what he might become. Second, his power was growing faster than he'd expected. The ability to destroy the mirror with basilisk venom, the combat reflexes that had let him dodge the crystallizing beam, the Parselmagic that could immobilize pixies and detect hidden threats, these were abilities that set him apart from normal students. Third, concealment was becoming less viable. Too many people had seen too much. The question wasn't whether to reveal his true nature, but when and how. The year ended with another conversation with Dumbledore. You found the mirror before anyone else, the headmaster said, his voice carefully neutral. You destroyed it using methods that I suspect you'd prefer not to explain. And you confronted the person responsible for the attacks without informing any member of staff. Yes. That is concerning. Why? Harry met the old wizard's eyes. I solved the problem. No one else was hurt. The attack stopped. But at what cost? What methods did you use? What alliances did you form or enemies did you make? Those are my concerns, not yours. The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken tension. Harry, Dumbledore said finally, I am trying to protect you. I know our relationship is complicated, and I know you have reasons to distrust me. But the path you're walking leads somewhere dark. I've seen it before. You've seen it in Tom Riddle. You've said as much. Harry's voice was flat. But I am not Tom Riddle, headmaster. I never will be. How can you be certain? Because I have something he never did. I have people who care about me, really care, not just want to use me. I have a moral compass that points toward protection rather than domination. And I have a purpose that goes beyond my own power. What purpose? Harry considered how much to reveal. I want to build a world where magic doesn't hide in fear, he said finally. Where the old prejudices are replaced by something better. Where children like me don't grow up in cupboards because the adults who were supposed to protect them were too afraid or too negligent to do their jobs. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Those are noble goals. They're practical goals. The wizarding world is broken, headmaster. The blood purity nonsense, the creature discrimination, the corrupt ministry, the way we hide from muggles instead of finding ways to coexist, all of it is unsustainable. Sooner or later, something will force a change. I'd rather be the one directing that change than the one swept away by it. And if your methods for achieving change are too extreme? If you become the very thing you're trying to prevent? Then people like you will stop me. Harry stood, preparing to leave. That's the point of having allies, isn't it? To keep each other honest. He left Dumbledore's office with more questions than answers, but also with a clearer sense of the road ahead. The game was far from over. But Harry was learning the rules, building his resources, and preparing for the challenges to come. He was ready for whatever came next. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Heir Ascendant. Summer arrived like a held breath finally released. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4, watching his classmates disperse to their families, and felt the familiar tension between longing and determination. The Weasleys were gathering near the barrier, Molly already fussing over Ron's rumpled robes, Arthur deep in conversation with Hermione's parents about something that was probably electrical. Daphne had departed with her mother, a tall woman with the same ice-blue eyes who had regarded Harry with frank assessment before nodding once in apparent approval. The Dursleys weren't coming. Harry had arranged that weeks ago, through careful correspondence with both Dumbledore and the Ministry. He was 12 now, nearly 13, and the Blood Wards needed only minimal contact to maintain themselves. A few weeks at Privet Drive would suffice. The rest of his summer would be spent elsewhere. Harry. Mrs. Weasley spotted him standing alone and immediately bustled over. There you are, dear. You're coming with us, of course. I won't hear any arguments. Actually, Mrs. Weasley, I have other arrangements for the first part of summer. Harry smiled at her disappointment. But I'd love to come to the burrow in August, if the invitation still stands. Of course it does. But where will you be until then? Not with those dreadful muggles. Only briefly. I have business at Gringotts that will take some time, and some family matters to attend to. The lie was smooth because it was mostly true. Harry did have business at Gringotts, extensive business, involving the 3 inheritances he'd claimed and the political positioning they required. What he didn't mention was the other research he planned to conduct, the allies he intended to contact, and the preparations he needed to make for the coming year. Mrs. Weasley looked uncertain but eventually nodded. Well, if you're sure. But you write to us, you hear. And if anything goes wrong, I'll come straight to the burrow, Harry promised. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. For everything. She pulled him into a crushing hug that he no longer found uncomfortable. Your family, Harry. Never forget that. He wouldn't. The Dursleys lasted exactly 6 days. Harry had anticipated their hostility, but the reality exceeded even his pessimistic expectations. Vernon had grown bolder during Harry's absence, apparently convincing himself that the freakish boy couldn't be as dangerous as he remembered. The result was a campaign of petty cruelties, reduced meals, extended chores, verbal abuse that escalated daily. On the 6th day, Vernon made the mistake of raising his hand. Harry didn't move. He didn't need to. His Parselmagic responded to the threat before his conscious mind even registered it, a pulse of force that caught Vernon's descending arm and held it frozen in the air. The silence that followed was absolute. I have tried, Harry said quietly, to be patient. I have tried to be reasonable. I have asked nothing from you except basic human decency, and you have consistently failed to provide even that. Vernon's face was purple, his eyes bulging with effort as he tried to move his arm. He couldn't. Here is what's going to happen. I am going to release you, and you are going to sit down. Then we are going to have a conversation about expectations. Harry released the magic. Vernon stumbled backward, catching himself on the kitchen counter. You can't, Vernon started. I can. I just did. Harry's voice remained calm. The Ministry of Magic has rules about underage magic, but those rules have exceptions for self-defense. You just attempted to assault me. That gives me legal justification for whatever I do next. Legal? You freaks don't have laws, we have laws. We have courts. We have prisons that make human ones look like vacation resorts. Harry met Vernon's eyes. I don't want to hurt you, Uncle Vernon. I don't want to hurt anyone in this house. What I want is to be left alone until I leave for school. Is that really so much to ask? Petunia had appeared in the doorway, her face white. Dudley lurked behind her, too terrified to enter the kitchen. Here is my proposal, Harry continued. I will stay in my room. I will not use magic in front of you. I will not cause any disturbances that might attract attention from your neighbors. In return, you will provide me with adequate food, leave me in peace, and refrain from any attempts at physical violence. Do we have an agreement? The silence stretched. Fine, Vernon spat finally. Fine. Stay in your room, then. See if I care. Thank you, Uncle Vernon. I'm glad we could come to an understanding. Harry turned and walked upstairs, leaving the Dursleys to process what had just happened. Behind his closed door, he allowed himself a small smile. The next few weeks would be much more productive now that they'd established boundaries. The room became his base of operations. Harry had expanded it again using Parseltongue enchantments, not dramatically, but enough to accommodate a proper workspace. His desk was covered with correspondence, research notes, and plans for the coming year. The journal lay open beside him, its pages filled with Salazar's flowing script. You are approaching a crossroads, the Echo wrote. The next year will determine much about your future trajectory. Choose your moves carefully. I know. Harry studied the map he'd created, a web of connections linking the major players in Wizarding Britain. The Ministry at the center, corrupt and complacent. The Wisengamot surrounding it, divided between progressive and traditionalist factions. The ancient families orbiting everything, their alliances shifting like sand. And threading through it all, invisible to most, the Covenant of Morgana and whatever faction had sent the Mirror's controller. I need more information about the imposter, Harry said. They knew things they shouldn't have, about Quirrell, about me, about the chamber. Information gathering requires resources you are still building. Focus on what you can control, your alliances, your training, your political positioning. The Gringotts inheritance will help with the political side. The inheritance is a foundation, not a solution. You will need allies who can operate where you cannot, adults with established reputations and access to circles still closed to you. Harry nodded slowly. He'd been thinking along similar lines. Daphne's father. He's well connected, and Daphne trusts him. A possibility. The Greengrass family has historically maintained neutrality, which could work for or against you. Approach carefully. And Draco's situation. The Malfoy heir is a calculated risk. His father is deeply embedded in the old power structures, Death Eater connections, Ministry influence, Covenant ties that he may not even recognize. Turning Draco fully would require separating him from his father's influence, which may not be possible while he remains a minor. But maintaining the connection keeps options open. Precisely. Let him continue his internal struggle. When the time comes to choose, he will remember who offered him alternatives. Harry returned to his planning. The summer stretched ahead, full of work to be done. Gringotts welcomed him with the particular respect that goblins reserved for significant account holders. Ragnarok himself met Harry in a private conference room, a mark of status that the young wizard didn't fail to appreciate. The director of Inheritance Affairs was ancient even by goblin standards, his sharp eyes assessing Harry with undisguised calculation. Mr. Potter. You've requested a comprehensive review of your holdings. I've requested a strategy session, Harry corrected politely. I understand what I own. What I need to understand is how to use it. Ragnarok's lips twitched, the goblin equivalent of a broad smile. A wizard who asks the right questions. How refreshing. He produced a thick folder from his desk. Very well. Let us begin. The session lasted 6 hours. Harry learned that the Potter estate included not just gold but also significant investments in magical businesses, partial ownership of Flourish and Blots, shares in the Daily Prophet, and a controlling interest in a small but prestigious wand-crafting firm in Belgium. The Peveril holdings were smaller but historically significant, the family's connection to the Deathly Hallows gave them a kind of legendary status that transcended mere wealth. But it was the Slytherin inheritance that proved most illuminating. The Slytherin vault has not been accessed in over 400 years, Ragnarok explained. The last direct heir died without issue in the 1590s, and subsequent claimants failed the blood verification. Your successful claim represents the first legitimate access since then. What's in the vault? Extensive records. 4-1. Salazar Slytherin was meticulous about documenting his work, research notes, spell creation journals, correspondence with the other founders. There are also artifacts, some of which we have been unable to identify, and a substantial collection of rare materials. And the political assets? Ragnarok's expression sharpened. The Slytherin seat on the Wizengamot has been vacant for centuries. It carries significant weight, one of the 4 founder seats, with special voting privileges on matters of magical education and heritage. However, claiming it publicly would attract attention. I'm aware. Harry considered his options. Can the seat be claimed without announcing it? The claim itself is a matter of record, but active participation in Wizengamot sessions is optional. You could hold the seat in reserve, so to speak, until you choose to exercise its powers. That's what I want. Claim the seat, register me as the holder, but don't announce anything publicly. The same applies to the Peveril seat, if there is one. There is, though it carries less political weight. Ragnarok made a note. And the Potter seat? That one they already know about. I'll take it actively when I come of age. A cautious approach. The goblins approve. Harry smiled slightly. I hoped you would. The vault itself was a revelation. Harry descended into the depths of Gringotts, past the security dragons and the underground lakes, to a section of tunnels that felt different from the rest. Older. More deliberately constructed. The Slytherin vault was carved directly into the bedrock, its door a massive slab of green-veined marble inscribed with Parseltongue runes that responded to Harry's voice. Inside, the space was larger than the Potter family vault by an order of magnitude, a proper chamber rather than a simple room, lit by eternal flames that burned green and silver. The gold was substantial but not overwhelming. Slytherin had been wealthy, but his true treasures were knowledge, not currency. Harry found the research journals first, dozens of volumes documenting Salazar's magical experiments and discoveries. The spell creation notes were fascinating, revealing a systematic approach to magical development that modern wizards seem to have forgotten. And the correspondence with the other founders. My dear Salazar, your concerns about the Covenant's infiltration of the Ministry are noted, but I fear you overestimate their reach. Surely the protections we have placed on Hogwarts are sufficient to keep the children safe. Godric, you have always been too trusting. The Covenant does not attack directly, they manipulate, they corrupt, they turn friends against friends and families against themselves. Our protections keep them from the castle, but they will find other ways to influence our students. We must be vigilant. We must teach our students to recognize manipulation and resist it. Otherwise, everything we have built will eventually fall to them. Salazar Harry read letter after letter, piecing together a picture of the founders' relationship that contradicted everything the history books claimed. They had been friends, genuine friends, united against a common enemy. The split had come later, driven by Salazar's growing paranoia and the others' reluctance to believe the Covenant was as dangerous as he claimed. They didn't understand, Harry thought. They thought he was overreacting, and by the time they realized he was right, it was too late. He gathered the most relevant materials and prepared to leave, but one final item caught his attention. A ring. Silver, set with a dark green stone that seemed to absorb the light around it. It sat alone on a pedestal in the center of the vault, clearly significant. Harry approached it cautiously, his Parselmagic probing for traps or enchantments. The heir's ring, Salazar's journal supplied when he described it later. A focus for Parselmagic, created from a basilisk scale and enchanted with protective wards. Only a true heir can wear it, the ring will reject anyone else, violently if necessary. Harry slipped it onto his finger. The ring resized itself instantly, settling against his skin with a warmth that felt like recognition. Power flowed through the connection, not additional magic, but a clarification of what he already had. His Parselmagic sharpened, becoming more precise, more controlled. He left Gringotts wearing the ring beneath his sleeve, another tool in his growing arsenal. The letter from Daphne arrived 3 days later. Harry, Father has agreed to meet you. Come to Greengrass Manor on Thursday at noon. Use the Fleur address, Greengrass Hearth. Dress formally, Father appreciates attention to protocol. Be prepared for questions. He's been researching you since I first mentioned your name, and he has suspicions about your capabilities. I haven't confirmed anything, but he's too intelligent to miss the obvious signs. I'll see you Thursday. Daphne. Harry smiled at the note. Daphne's communication style was exactly what he appreciated, direct, informative, and free of unnecessary sentiment. She was warning him without being obvious about it, preparing him for an interrogation disguised as a social call. He spent the next 3 days preparing. Greengrass Manor was elegant without being ostentatious, a sprawling estate in the English countryside, its gardens immaculate, its architecture suggesting centuries of careful stewardship. The wards that surrounded it were subtle but powerful, designed to observe rather than obstruct. Harry felt them catalogue his magical signature as he stepped from the fireplace. Mr. Potter. A house elf appeared immediately, its posture formal. Lord Greengrass awaits you in the study. Please follow. The study was a masterwork of comfortable wealth, dark wood, leather furniture, walls lined with books that had clearly been read rather than displayed. Sirius Greengrass rose from behind his desk as Harry entered, and despite his illness, his presence filled the room. Harry Potter. Sirius's voice was measured, his eyes sharp. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the invitation, Lord Greengrass. Please, sit. Sirius gestured to a chair across from his desk. May I offer you tea? Something stronger. Tea would be welcome. Daphne was nowhere in sight. This was to be a private conversation, then. My daughter speaks highly of you, Sirius said as a house elf appeared with tea service. She is not easily impressed. Daphne is exceptional. Her good opinion means a great deal to me. Does it? Sirius's eyes narrowed slightly. I wonder what you hope to gain from her friendship. Insight. Perspective. Access to a viewpoint different from my own. Harry accepted his tea and met the older wizard's gaze. Daphne sees things I miss. She challenges assumptions I didn't know I was making. That's valuable. And in return? In return, I offer the same. My own perspective, my own challenges, my own insights. Friendship isn't transactional, Lord Greengrass, but it is reciprocal. Sirius studied him for a long moment. You speak like a politician, he said finally. I speak like someone who has learned to choose words carefully. Carelessness is expensive. Indeed it is. Sirius leaned back in his chair. Let us dispense with pleasantries, Mr. Potter. You are 12 years old, yet you carry yourself like someone twice that age. You've defeated a possessed professor, destroyed a dark artifact, survived attacks that have claimed adult wizards, and somehow accumulated enough political capital to claim 3 Wisengamot seats. That is not the profile of a normal student. No, Harry agreed. It isn't. So who are you, really? What are you, and what do you want? Harry considered his answer carefully. Sirius Greengrass was not the sort of man who would appreciate evasion, but he was also not someone Harry could afford to trust completely. Not yet. I am exactly what I appear to be, Harry said finally. A young wizard with unusual abilities, unusual circumstances, and unusual ambitions. What I want is to build a world better than the one I inherited, safer for magical children, freer from the old prejudices, less vulnerable to the threats that nearly destroyed us all a decade ago. Noble goals. Practical goals. The status quo is unstable. Change is coming whether we want it or not. I prefer to be the one directing it. And you believe a 12-year-old can direct the future of Wizarding Britain? I believe a 12-year-old can lay foundations. I believe I'll be much older before the real work begins. But foundations matter, they determine what can be built on top of them. Sirius was quiet for a long moment. My daughter believes in you, he said finally. That is not nothing. Daphne does not give her loyalty easily or carelessly. I know. I value it accordingly. Then value this as well. The Greengrass family has maintained neutrality for 300 years. We have survived purges, wars, and political upheavals by refusing to commit to any single faction. I will not abandon that tradition for a child's ambition, however impressive. I'm not asking you to abandon anything, Lord Greengrass. I'm asking for the opportunity to prove that my ambitions and your interests might align. And if they don't? Then we part ways as respectful adversaries rather than bitter enemies. Neutral isn't hostile. Another long pause. Then, surprisingly, Sirius smiled. You really are something different, aren't you? Something the world hasn't seen in a very long time. I try to be. Very well, Mr. Potter. You have my attention, if not yet my support. Continue to impress my daughter, and we will see what develops. It was, Harry reflected, a better outcome than he'd hoped for. The rest of the summer passed in preparation. Harry trained obsessively, pushing his Parselmagic to new levels. The Air's Ring amplified his abilities, making techniques that had once required significant effort nearly effortless. Combat casting became faster, wards became more complex, and his connection to Sereth strengthened even across the distance between Privet Drive and Hogwarts. He also studied. The materials from the Slytherin vault opened new areas of magical theory that modern education had forgotten or suppressed. Spell creation, ward architecture, the fundamental principles underlying magical manipulation, all of it was there, waiting to be learned. And he planned. The coming year would be different. The attacks had drawn too much attention, too many people were watching him now. The careful concealment he'd maintained was no longer viable. It was time to start revealing what he could do. Not everything, not yet, but enough to establish himself as a genuine power rather than just a lucky child. Enough to attract allies and deter enemies. Enough to begin building the coalition he would eventually need. The letter from Hogwarts arrived in August, containing his book list and a surprise appointment. Dear Mr. Potter, it is my pleasure to inform you that you have been appointed a student advisor for the incoming class of first-year students. This position carries no formal authority but provides opportunities for mentorship and leadership development. You will be expected to assist with first-year orientation and remain available for questions and guidance throughout the year. Congratulations on this recognition of your exemplary character. Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry read the letter twice, analyzing its implications. Dumbledore's doing, almost certainly. The old wizard wanted Harry in a position of visible responsibility, partly to observe him more closely, partly to encourage the exemplary character that McGonagall mentioned. It was manipulation, but benevolent manipulation, and Harry could work with it. The position would give him legitimate reason to interact with students across all houses, to build relationships that might otherwise seem suspicious. It was an opportunity. He wrote back accepting immediately. The burrow welcomed him for the final weeks of summer. Mrs. Weasley had outdone herself, creating a warmth and comfort that made Harry's chest ache with gratitude. The house was chaotic as always, Fred and George testing products in their room, Percy studying for his NEWTS, Ron practicing Quidditch in the orchard with Ginny. Ginny, who was doing remarkably better. She's been seeing a mind healer in London, Mrs. Weasley confided quietly. It's helped enormously. She still has nightmares sometimes, but they're not as bad. I'm glad. She talks about you, you know. How you saved her, how you understood what she was going through. Mrs. Weasley's eyes were bright. You're a good boy, Harry. Whatever else you are, whatever secrets you're keeping, and don't think I don't notice, you're a good boy at heart. Harry wasn't sure how to respond to that. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. It's Molly, dear. I keep telling you. The journey to Hogwarts was routine, but the conversation was not. Harry shared a compartment with his core group, Ron, Hermione, Daphne, and for the first time, Draco Malfoy joined them openly. The blonde boy had changed over the summer, his arrogance tempered into something more thoughtful, his hostility replaced by cautious alliance. Father was furious, Draco said quietly. When I told him I wanted to pursue my own connections at school, he nearly disowned me on the spot. Nearly. Mother intervened. She sees things differently than father. I think she's always had doubts about his methods, but she's never been able to act on them. Narcissa Malfoy, Daphne said thoughtfully. I've heard she was different before she married your father. More independent. She was a Black, Draco said. They valued independence, among other things. Sometimes I wonder what she might have become if she'd married someone else. Harry filed this information away. Narcissa Malfoy was a potential ally he hadn't considered, someone inside the Malfoy household who might be sympathetic to change. The point is, Draco continued, I've made my choice. I'm not my father, and I don't want to become him. Whatever that costs me. It might cost you a great deal, Harry warned. Your father has resources and connections. If he decides you're a threat to his plans, then I'll deal with it. I'm not naive about the risks. Draco's jaw tightened. But I'm also not willing to spend my life serving a cause I don't believe in just because it's easier. Harry extended his hand. Then welcome to the coalition. Officially. Draco shook it. The alliance was sealed. The sorting feast brought the first indication that this year would be different. Dumbledore rose to make his announcements, and among them was Harry's appointment as student advisor. The Great Hall's reaction was mixed, surprise from some quarters, approval from others, suspicion from a significant minority. But the real change came after the feast, when Harry gathered the first-year Slytherins in the common room. You've been sorted into a house with a complicated reputation, he told them. Some people will expect you to be evil just because you're wearing green. They'll watch you for signs of dark magic, they'll assume the worst about your motives, and they'll make you prove yourself in ways students from other houses never have to. The first years watched him with wide eyes, scared, uncertain, hungry for guidance. Here's the truth, Slytherin values ambition, cunning, and resourcefulness. None of those things are evil by themselves. What matters is what you use them for. You can be ambitious about making the world better. You can be cunning in the service of justice. You can be resourceful in protecting people who need protection. I'm not going to tell you it will be easy. It won't. But I am going to tell you that you're not alone. We look after our own in this house, really look after each other, not just play political games. If you need help, ask. If you see someone struggling, offer. That's how we change the reputation that's holding us back. The speech rippled through Slytherin House like a stone dropped in water. Some students embraced it eagerly, those who had always been uncomfortable with the house's darker associations. Others resisted, clinging to the old hierarchies and prejudices. But the seed was planted. October brought the first open conflict. A group of older Slytherin students, blood purists who resented Harry's influence, confronted him in the dungeons after curfew. Potter. Marcus Flint's replacement as de facto leader of the Old Guard was a seventh-year named Warrington, thick-necked and perpetually sneering. We need to talk about your little speeches. Harry had been expecting this. I'm listening. You're undermining everything this house stands for. Slytherin is about power, about purity, about knowing your place in the world. Not this pathetic cooperation nonsense you're peddling. What I'm peddling is success. The old methods have given Slytherin a reputation as a breeding ground for dark wizards. That reputation costs us, in job opportunities, in political influence, in basic respect. I'm trying to change that. By making us look weak. By cozying up to blood traitors and mudbloods. By showing that we can achieve our goals without making unnecessary enemies. Harry's voice remained calm. Power doesn't require cruelty, Warrington. The most successful people in history understood that. History written by the winners, Warrington spat. The Dark Lord understood power. He was building something great before Potter's mudblood mother got in the way. Harry went very still. Choose your next words carefully. Or what? You'll run to Dumbledore. Tell the teachers. That's not how we handle things in Slytherin, Potter. No, Harry agreed. It isn't. His Parselmagic lashed out before Warrington could react, not a physical attack, but something more insidious. A word of command that locked the seventh year's muscles in place, freezing him mid-sneer. The other students stepped back, eyes wide with fear. I've tried to be reasonable, Harry said, his voice soft. I've tried to explain, to persuade, to build consensus. But you're right about one thing, that's not how Slytherin handles disputes. He walked closer to Warrington, close enough to see the terror in the frozen boy's eyes. So let me be clear, in terms you'll understand. I am the heir of Slytherin. Not by rumor, not by speculation, by blood and magic and right. This house is my inheritance, and I will shape it according to my vision, not yours. He released the magic. Warrington stumbled, catching himself against the wall. If you challenge me again, Harry continued, I will respond accordingly. If you interfere with my allies, I will respond accordingly. And if you ever insult my mother's memory again, I will end you. Not kill, end. There are worse things than death for a wizard who loses his magic. The silence was absolute. Now, Harry said pleasantly, does anyone else have concerns they'd like to raise? No one spoke. Excellent. Then we understand each other. He walked away, leaving the older students to process what had just happened. Behind him, the power dynamics of Slytherin House shifted irreversibly. The news spread through the school like wildfire. Harry Potter had openly claimed the Slytherin heritage. Harry Potter had used unknown magic to immobilize a seventh year without a wand. Harry Potter was not the hero everyone expected, he was something else, something unprecedented. The reactions varied. Ron was worried, Hermione was fascinated and slightly alarmed, Daphne was quietly pleased. Draco seemed relieved, as if Harry's display had validated his own choice to ally with him. The staff response was more complicated. That was a significant revelation, Dumbledore said during their first conversation after the incident. I had suspected, of course, but public confirmation changes things. It was necessary. The old guard in Slytherin was undermining everything I've been building. They needed to understand that I'm not just another student with opinions, I have genuine authority. Authority based on blood and intimidation. Authority based on power, which I've been trying to exercise responsibly. Would you have preferred I let Warrington continue spreading his poison unchallenged? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. I am concerned, he said finally, about the methods you're choosing. Dominance through fear, even justified fear, is a dangerous path. I know. That's why I paired the confrontation with months of community building. The first years trust me because I helped them, not because I scared them. The moderate students support me because I've shown there's another way to be Slytherin. Warrington's faction is isolated because they rejected cooperation, not because I crushed them. And yet you did crush them, in the end. I established a boundary. There's a difference between dominance and defense. Is there? Dumbledore's eyes were unreadable. The line between them has blurred before, for wizards more experienced than yourself. That's why I have allies who will tell me when I'm crossing it. Harry met the headmaster's gaze. That's why I'm having this conversation with you, instead of avoiding it. I don't want to become what you're afraid of. But I also can't achieve what I want by being passive. The conversation ended without resolution, but Harry sensed that Dumbledore's concerns had been somewhat eased. Somewhat. November brought unexpected news from outside Hogwarts. Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban. The announcement came at breakfast, delivered by a pale-faced Dumbledore who clearly had not expected this development. The wizarding prison was supposed to be inescapable, no one had ever broken out before. "Who's Sirius Black?" a first-year Hufflepuff asked loudly, voicing the question half the hall was thinking. "He killed 13 people with a single curse," an older student replied. "He was you-know-who's right hand. And he's Harry Potter's godfather." Every head in the Great Hall turned toward Harry. Harry's face revealed nothing, but his mind was racing. The journal had mentioned Sirius Black, James Potter's best friend, supposedly the one who betrayed his parents to Voldemort. But Salazar's echo had expressed uncertainty about the official story, noting inconsistencies that didn't add up. Now Sirius had escaped, and the timing couldn't be coincidental. "Mr. Potter." Professor McGonagall appeared at his elbow. "The headmaster would like to see you." "Of course." Dumbledore's office was crowded with security personnel, Aurors from the Ministry, members of what Harry suspected was the Order of the Phoenix, and several people he didn't recognize. "Harry." Dumbledore's voice was grave. "I wanted you to hear this directly, before rumors distort it further. Sirius Black was my godfather." "Yes. And according to official records, he was also the one who revealed your parents' location to Voldemort." "According to official records." Harry caught the caveat. "But you have doubts." Dumbledore exchanged glances with some of the others present. "I have questions. Sirius was never given a trial. He was sent to Azkaban on the strength of circumstantial evidence and the testimony of survivors who may have been mistaken. I advocated for proper proceedings at the time, but the political pressure to close the case was overwhelming. So he might be innocent. He might be. Or he might be exactly what the records say, a dangerous killer who has now escaped to finish what he started." "What he started meaning?" "You, Harry. If Sirius was loyal to Voldemort, he may be coming to kill you. If he was innocent, he may be coming to find you for different reasons. Either way, you are likely his primary target." Harry absorbed this information calmly. "What precautions are being taken?" The Aurors stepped forward to explain: Dementors around the school perimeter, increased patrols, monitoring charms on all access points. Harry listened, nodded appropriately, and filed away the details for later analysis. When the meeting ended, he retreated to his secret study room to think. Sirius Black. Godfather. Possible traitor, possible innocent. Coming for him either way. The year had just gotten significantly more interesting. December arrived with no sign of Black, but the tension remained. Harry used the time productively, continuing his coalition building and advancing his research. The Slytherin vault materials had opened new avenues of magical development, and his combat abilities were approaching levels that would challenge most adult wizards. But it was a different kind of discovery that proved most significant. He was exploring an unused section of the castle when he felt it, a pulse of familiar magic, hidden behind a wall. Parselmagic, old and faded but unmistakably present. The hidden chamber was small, barely more than a closet. Inside was a single item, a locket bearing Slytherin's crest. Harry recognized it immediately. The journal had described it, one of Salazar's personal effects, passed down through his line for generations. One of Voldemort's Horcruxes. He didn't touch it. Instead, he sat back and considered his options. The locket was dangerous, it contained a fragment of Voldemort's soul, just like the diary he destroyed. But destroying it required basilisk venom or something equally potent, and he hadn't brought any with him. More importantly, the locket's presence in Hogwarts raised questions. How had it gotten here? Who had hidden it? And why hadn't anyone found it before? Harry placed monitoring wards around the hidden chamber and retreated to plan. This would require careful handling, and possibly help from allies he hadn't yet fully trusted. The hunt for Horcruxes was beginning in earnest. The Christmas break brought answers about Sirius Black. Harry had used his Gringotts connections to investigate, and the results were illuminating. Sirius had indeed never received a trial, a glaring irregularity that suggested either massive incompetence or deliberate cover-up. More interestingly, the Potter estate records showed that James had named Peter Pettigrew, not Sirius, as the secret keeper for their final safe house. If that record was accurate, then Sirius had been wrongly imprisoned for over a decade. Harry spent the holiday composing a careful letter to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, requesting a formal review of the Black case. He signed it with his Potter family seal, invoking privileges he'd only recently claimed. The response came faster than expected. "Dear Lord Potter, your request has been received and is being reviewed by the appropriate authorities. Given the sensitive nature of the case and your personal connection to the events in question, we would appreciate the opportunity to discuss this matter in person at your earliest convenience. Respectfully, Amelia Bones, Director of Magical Law Enforcement. Amelia Bones, aunt of Susan Bones, a Hufflepuff in Harry's year. Reputation for integrity in a ministry known for corruption. This could be useful." The meeting took place in January, during a scheduled Hogsmeade weekend that Harry was permitted to attend despite being only in his third year. Special circumstances, Dumbledore had explained, given the security situation. The Three Broomsticks private room was warded against eavesdropping. Harry could feel the enchantments humming in the walls. Director Bones sat across from him, her monocle catching the light, her expression carefully neutral. "Lord Potter. Thank you for coming. Director Bones. Thank you for taking my inquiry seriously. It was a serious inquiry. The Black case has troubled me for years. I was a junior Auror when it happened, and even then the lack of proper procedure was unusual." "That's diplomatic of you." A slight smile touched her lips. "Diplomacy has its uses. But between us, in this room, it was a travesty. Sirius Black was thrown into Azkaban on Bartemius Crouch's orders, without trial, without testimony, without any of the protections that magical law is supposed to provide. Then why wasn't it corrected? Because correcting it would have meant admitting that the ministry made a catastrophic mistake at the height of the war. When emotions were running high, when people wanted closure, when admitting error would have undermined public confidence in the entire system." Bones's voice was bitter. "Convenience trumped justice. It usually does." Harry considered this. What would it take to correct it now? Evidence. Witness testimony. Something concrete that proves Black wasn't the secret keeper. She paused. "You mentioned Potter family records indicating Peter Pettigrew was the actual secret keeper. May I see them?" Harry produced the documents he'd brought, copies of the relevant sections, not originals. Bones studied them with growing intensity. "These appear authentic. But Pettigrew is dead. Black allegedly killed him along with the 12 Muggles." "Allegedly. Was the body ever recovered?" Bones went very still. "No," she said slowly. "It wasn't. The explosion supposedly vaporized him. Only a finger was found." "That's convenient." "It is." Bones's eyes met his. "Lord Potter, are you suggesting that Peter Pettigrew might still be alive?" "I'm suggesting that the official story has significant holes. A man who was supposedly vaporized leaving exactly one finger. An accused murderer never given a trial. A supposed traitor who the Potter family records name as the actual secret keeper." Harry leaned forward. "I want the truth, Director Bones. Whatever that truth turns out to be. If Sirius Black is guilty, let him be proven guilty in a proper proceeding. If he's innocent, let him be proven innocent. But this limbo, this assumption of guilt without evidence, it's not justice. It's just convenient." Bones was quiet for a long moment. You're very impressive for a 13-year-old, Lord Potter. I've had to be. Yes. I suppose you have. She gathered the documents. I'll look into this personally. No promises about outcomes, but I can promise a genuine investigation. That's all I'm asking. They parted with a handshake that felt like the beginning of something significant. The spring term brought the confrontation everyone had been anticipating. Sirius Black finally appeared at Hogwarts, not as an attacker, but as a desperate man seeking contact with his godson. Harry found him in the Shrieking Shack, following clues that had been left specifically for him to find. The man before him was barely recognizable as human. 12 years in Azkaban had reduced Sirius Black to a skeleton wrapped in skin, his eyes haunted, his hands trembling. Harry. Sirius's voice cracked. You look so much like James. I've been told. Harry kept his wand ready but didn't raise it. You escaped to find me. I escaped because I finally had a reason. Because I saw something in a newspaper that told me the real traitor was still alive. Sirius laughed, a broken, bitter sound. Peter. Peter Pettigrew. Hiding in plain sight for 12 years while I rotted in that hell. Pettigrew is alive. He's an animagus. An unregistered rat animagus. I saw him in a photograph, the Weasley family, with their pet rat perched on their son's shoulder. Sirius's eyes blazed with sudden intensity. The rat is missing a toe, Harry. One finger was all they found of Peter. One finger that he cut off himself before transforming and escaping into the sewers. Harry's mind raced. Ron's rat, Scabbers, he'd seen the animal dozens of times. Missing a toe. Unusually old for a rat. Unusually smart. It fit. You want me to help you prove this? I want you to know the truth. I want you to understand that I didn't betray your parents, I would have died for them. It was Peter, always Peter, the sniveling coward who sold them to Voldemort for protection he was too pathetic to earn himself. The truth matters to me, Harry said carefully. But so does proof. If you attack Pettigrew without evidence, I know. Sirius slumped against the wall. I've had 12 years to think about it. I know I can't just kill him, no matter how much I want to. The only way to get my life back is to prove my innocence legally, and that means capturing Peter alive. Director Bones is already investigating. If we can present her with Pettigrew himself. You've been in contact with Bones? Hope flickered in Sirius's ravaged face. She's one of the good ones. If anyone will listen, she's listening. She just needs evidence. Harry made a decision. I can help you capture Pettigrew. But we do this my way, with minimal violence and maximum documentation. I won't let you destroy your chance at exoneration by acting rashly. Sirius studied him for a long moment. You really aren't just James's son, are you? You're something else entirely. I'm what circumstances made me. Harry extended his hand. Do we have a deal? Sirius shook it. We have a deal. The capture of Peter Pettigrew was anticlimactic. Harry arranged the confrontation carefully, witnesses present, spells prepared, escape routes blocked. When the rat was forced into his human form, there was no question of his identity, a small, rat-like man with watery eyes and a missing finger, wearing robes that still bore the mark of the Weasley family. Harry, Peter began. Don't. Harry's voice was ice. Don't speak to me. Don't say my name. You betrayed my parents to their deaths and let an innocent man rot in prison for over a decade. There is nothing you could say that I would want to hear. The ministry arrived within the hour, Aurors, Amelia Bones herself, and a hastily assembled judicial panel. The trial was immediate and brief. Under Veritaserum, Peter confessed everything. Sirius Black was exonerated. The aftermath was chaotic. The Daily Prophet exploded with stories of ministry failure, wrongful imprisonment, and the resurrection of a man everyone had believed dead. Sirius was suddenly everywhere, giving interviews, demanding compensation, being photographed with a godson who hadn't known he existed. Harry managed the publicity carefully, presenting himself as a grateful but composed young lord rather than an emotional child. The image served his purposes: serious, controlled, mature beyond his years. But in private, with Sirius, things were different. "I missed everything," Sirius said quietly one evening, sitting beside Harry in the room of requirement, a secret space Harry had discovered months ago. "Your whole life. Your childhood, your first magic, your first day at Hogwarts. Peter took all of that from me. You're here now. Am I enough?" Sirius's voice was raw. "I don't know how to be a godfather, Harry. I barely know how to be a person anymore. Azkaban took pieces of me that I'm not sure I can get back. Then we figure it out together." Harry met his godfather's eyes. "I've never had family that actually wanted me before. We're both learning." Sirius's laugh was surprised, almost genuine. "Merlin, you really are something different. James would have been," he stopped, his voice catching. "He would have been so proud of you." "I hope so." They sat together in comfortable silence, two damaged people beginning to build something that might, eventually, become family. The year ended with a feast and a promise. Harry stood before his coalition, Gryffindors and Slytherins, Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs, united by something more than house loyalty. Ron and Hermione, his oldest friends. Daphne, his closest ally. Draco, his most valuable convert. And now Sirius, a godfather restored. "Next year will be harder," Harry told them. "The Ministry knows about me now. The old powers are watching. Voldemort's followers are stirring, and the Covenant is still moving in the shadows. But we're not alone anymore. We have each other, we have resources, and we have something worth fighting for." He raised his glass. "To the coalition. To the future we're building together." "To the future," they echoed. Outside, the summer sun was setting over the Scottish Highlands. Inside, something new was rising. Harry Potter was no longer just a boy who survived. He was becoming something more. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Serpent King rises. The summer of Harry's 14th year began with a funeral. Cyrus Greengrass died in June, his mysterious illness finally claiming what it had been slowly stealing for years. Harry stood beside Daphne at the graveside, watching as ancient rites committed her father to the earth. She didn't cry, Daphne never cried in public, but Harry could feel the rigid control she was maintaining, the walls she built to survive the moment. Afterward, in the Manor's drawing room, she finally spoke. He knew it was coming. "The last few months, he was preparing me, teaching me things he'd never shared before. Family secrets. Political alliances. The real history of the Greengrass line." "What did he tell you?" Daphne was quiet for a long moment. "He told me about the Covenant." Harry went very still. "My family has been aware of them for generations," Daphne continued. "Not members, never members, but aware. We've walked a careful line, staying neutral enough to avoid their attention while never openly opposing them. Father said it was the only way to survive. And now? Now I'm the Lady Greengrass, 14 years old, with enemies I can't see and allies I'm not sure I can trust." Her ice blue eyes met his. "Except you. You can trust me." "I know. That's what Father said, at the end. He said you were the first real chance in centuries to break the old patterns. He said I should help you however I could." Harry took her hand, a simple gesture, but one that carried weight. "I'm sorry about your father. He was a good man. He was a careful man. Good is more complicated." Daphne's voice softened slightly. "But yes. He was both, I think. In his own way." They sat together in silence, two young people bearing weights that should have belonged to adults. Finally, Daphne spoke again. "What happens next?" We keep building. We keep preparing. And when the time comes, we act. Act how? Harry considered how much to reveal. I found another Horcrux. Slytherin's locket, hidden in Hogwarts. There are more out there, I don't know how many, but at least several. Every one that exists is an anchor keeping Voldemort tied to this world. So we destroy them. We find them first. Then we destroy them. Harry's voice hardened. And while we're doing that, we deal with the other threats. The Ministry is compromised, Fudge is an idiot, but the people around him are worse. The Covenant is making moves I don't fully understand yet. And somewhere out there, Voldemort is rebuilding his strength, waiting for the moment to return. That's a lot of enemies. That's why we need a lot of allies. Daphne's grip on his hand tightened slightly. Then let's get to work. Grimmauld Place became Harry's base of operations. Sirius had inherited the Black family home, a townhouse in London hidden by ancient magic, protected by wards that predated the Ministry itself. It was dark, gloomy, and infested with dark artifacts that required careful handling. It was perfect. The Order of the Phoenix used to meet here, Sirius explained as they explored the house. Back during the First War, when Dumbledore was organizing resistance against Voldemort. My parents hated it, they were Voldemort sympathizers, like most of the Blacks, but I'd already broken with the family by then. And now? Now it's yours. Well, mine technically, but I'm naming you as my heir and giving you full access. Sirius's smile was crooked. Consider it 12 years of missed birthday presents. The house's library proved invaluable. The Blacks had collected dark artifacts for generations, but they'd also accumulated knowledge, texts on obscure magic, histories of ancient conflicts, records of Covenant activities that the family had quietly monitored. Harry spent hours combing through the materials, piecing together a clearer picture of his enemies. The Covenant of Morgana was older than he'd imagined, their origins traced back to before the Roman conquest of Britain, to a time when magical society was organized very differently. They had survived by adapting, by infiltrating whatever power structures emerged, by playing longer games than their opponents could conceive. Their goal, as near as Harry could determine, was control. Not dominion in the Voldemort sense, no Dark Lord sitting on a throne, but subtle influence over who could practice magic, who could learn it, who could pass it on. They believed that magic was sacred, that it should be limited to those they deemed worthy, and that the contamination of magical bloodlines with Muggle heritage was an existential threat. Voldemort's blood purity ideology was a cruder version of their philosophy. The Covenant saw him as a useful tool, someone who destabilized the existing order and created opportunities for their own advancement, but not as a leader they would follow. They had their own leader. The Hierophant. References to this figure appeared throughout the historical records, spanning centuries without any indication of succession. Either the title passed to new holders who adopted the same methods perfectly, or the Hierophant was immortal. Given what Harry knew about magical life extension, immortality wasn't impossible. July brought the Quidditch World Cup and an opportunity Harry hadn't anticipated. The event drew wizards from around the world, not just spectators, but politicians, businesspeople, and power brokers of every stripe. Harry attended as Lord Potter, accompanied by Sirius and a small group of allies. The political networking was intensive but productive. Harry met representatives from the French Ministry, the Bulgarian Quidditch Federation, and several ancient families whose names he recognized from Gringotts records. He was careful to present himself as young but serious, ambitious but not threatening. The match itself was spectacular, Ireland versus Bulgaria, a contest that showcased the best of magical athletics. Harry enjoyed it genuinely, allowing himself a few hours of simple entertainment amid the constant strategic calculations. And then the Death Eaters attacked. The dark mark rose over the campsite, green and terrible against the night sky. Masked figures swept through the grounds, terrorizing Muggles and burning tents. Panic spread like wildfire. Harry moved. His Parselmagic reached out, sensing the attackers' positions. There were perhaps 24 of them, not enough for a serious military operation, but enough to cause chaos and fear. "Stay together," he told his group. "Move toward the apparition point. I'll catch up." "Harry," Sirius started. "I need to see who they are." He slipped away before anyone could argue, using his invisibility cloak to approach the Death Eaters unseen. Most of them were exactly what he expected, older Slytherin families, men who had claimed imperious defense after the First War and returned to comfortable lives. They were playing at terrorism, rekindling old thrills without any real commitment. But among them were others. Watchers who hung back from the violence, observing rather than participating. Their masks were different, not the skull faces of Death Eaters, but something older. A serpent being crushed by a hand. Covenant. They were using the Death Eater attack as cover for their own intelligence gathering. Harry memorized their positions, their movements, the subtle signals they exchanged. Then he withdrew, rejoining his group at the apparition point as Ministry Aurors finally began to respond. "Did you see anything?" Sirius asked. "Enough," Harry replied. "I'll explain later." The train to Hogwarts carried news that overshadowed everything else. "The Triwizard Tournament," Hermione breathed, reading the announcement. "They're actually bringing it back." The tournament was legendary, a competition between the three great European magical schools, abandoned centuries ago because of its death toll. Now, apparently, the Ministry had decided the time was right for revival. "It's being held at Hogwarts," Ron added, scanning the details. "Delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive in October. The champions will be selected by some kind of magical artifact." Harry's mind was already analyzing implications. The tournament would bring foreign students to Hogwarts, potential allies, but also potential threats. It would draw international attention to Britain, useful for his growing political profile, but also for his enemies. And it would create opportunities for chaos that various factions might exploit. "This is going to be interesting," Daphne murmured, catching his eye. "That's one word for it." October brought the foreign delegations and a problem Harry had not anticipated. The Goblet of Fire selected 4 champions instead of 3. Harry Potter's name emerged from the magical artifact's flames alongside Cedric Diggory of Hogwarts, Fleur Delacour of Beauxbatons, and Victor Crumb of Durmstrang. The Great Hall erupted in chaos. "He's too young." Professor McGonagall protested. "The age line should have prevented any underage student from entering." "The Goblet's decision is binding," Bartemius Crouch said flatly. "Mr. Potter must compete, regardless of how his name came to be entered." Harry stood in the midst of the uproar, his face carefully blank, his mind racing. He had not entered his name. Someone else had, someone with enough magical skill to fool an ancient artifact, someone who wanted Harry in this tournament for reasons that couldn't be good. "I didn't enter," he said when the noise subsided enough for him to be heard. "I had no desire to participate in this competition. Someone else put my name in that goblet." "A likely story," Karkaroff, the Durmstrang headmaster, sneered. "The famous Harry Potter, seeking more glory. If I wanted glory, I could achieve it without risking my life in a tournament designed to kill its participants." Harry's voice was ice. "Someone is trying to either kill me or manipulate me into a position of vulnerability. I intend to find out who." The argument continued, but the outcome was inevitable. Harry was bound by magical contract to compete. As he left the Great Hall, Moody, the new defense professor, caught his arm. "Constant vigilance, Potter," the scarred Auror growled. "Someone went to considerable trouble to get you into this tournament. Watch your back." "I always do." But Harry noticed something as Moody walked away. A slight hesitation in his step, a flicker of something in his magical eye that didn't quite match the man's reputation. Something was wrong with Alastair Moody. The first task was dragons. Harry faced a Hungarian horntail, the most dangerous of the 4 breeds selected, in front of a crowd of thousands. The challenge was to retrieve a golden egg from the dragon's nest. He had prepared extensively, but preparation could only do so much against 50 feet of armored fury. The dragon lunged. Harry dove aside, his Parselmagic reaching out instinctively, not to communicate, because dragons weren't serpents, but to project a pulse of predatory intent that made the horntail hesitate. That moment of hesitation was enough. Harry summoned his firebolt and took to the air, leading the dragon on a chase that drew it away from the nest. His flying was spectacular, loops and dives that pushed the broom to its limits, but it was also strategic, positioning the dragon exactly where he needed it. When the horntail was fully extended, Harry spoke a word in Parseltongue. The chain anchoring the dragon to its post shattered. The horntail, suddenly free, reacted on instinct, spreading its wings and launching itself toward open sky. Harry dove beneath it, snatched the egg, and landed to thunderous applause. He'd completed the task in the shortest time of any champion, with the most creative solution. The judges awarded him first place. But the victory felt hollow. Someone had entered him in this tournament, and he still didn't know why. The Yule Ball provided answers of an unexpected kind. Harry attended with Daphne, a statement of alliance that drew whispers from every corner of the Great Hall. She was stunning in ice-blue robes that matched her eyes, and Harry found himself genuinely enjoying her company rather than simply strategizing. "You're distracted," she observed during a quiet moment on the dance floor. "I'm thinking about Moody." "The defense professor." "What about him?" "Something's wrong. His magical signature doesn't match what I'd expect from someone with his history. And he keeps watching me in ways that feel hungry." "You think he's an imposter?" "I think someone is wearing his face." Harry's voice was barely audible. "Polyjuice, probably. But I don't have proof, and confronting him without proof would tip off whoever's behind this. So we gather proof. We gather proof. Carefully." The music shifted, and Harry pulled Daphne closer for a slower dance. "Thank you," he said quietly. "For being here. For all of this. Don't get sentimental, Potter." But her voice was soft, and she didn't pull away. They danced until the music ended, and for a few minutes, Harry let himself forget about tournaments and conspiracies and the weight of the world on his shoulders. The proof came in February. Harry had been monitoring Moody's movements, noting patterns that didn't match the real Auror's known habits. The imposter drank constantly from a hip flask, far too frequently for simple paranoia. Polyjuice required regular doses to maintain the disguise. He arranged a confrontation carefully, with allies positioned and escape routes mapped. "Professor Moody," Harry said, entering the defense classroom after hours. "We need to talk." "Do we, Potter?" The scarred face turned toward him, the magical eye spinning. "About what?" "About who you really are." The imposter went very still. "That's a dangerous question to ask." "I'm a dangerous person to deceive." Harry's wand was in his hand, though he hadn't raised it. "The polyjuice is wearing off. I can see the edges of your real face beneath the illusion. You have about 30 seconds before you lose the disguise entirely." "Clever boy." The voice was changing, becoming younger, losing Moody's distinctive growl. "My father always said you were too clever for your own good." "Your father?" The transformation completed. Where Moody had stood, a younger man now emerged, pale, twitchy, with a fervent light in his eyes that spoke of madness or fanaticism or both. "Bartemius Crouch Jr., Harry said, recognizing the face from old newspaper photographs. "You're supposed to be dead. Death is negotiable for those who serve the Dark Lord faithfully." Crouch's wand was out now, pointed at Harry. "I was supposed to deliver you to him at the end of the tournament. The Triwizard Cup was going to be a port key, straight to the graveyard where my master waits. The third task. You were going to rig it, so I touched the cup first. The cup and the trophy. Both enchanted. Either one would have served." Crouch's smile was unsettling. "But you've ruined that plan now," haven't you? I'll have to improvise. I don't think so. Harry spoke a word in Parcel tongue. The door behind Crouch burst open, and Sirius entered with orders from the DMLE. Amelia Bones led them, her wand raised, her face grim. Bartemius Crouch Jr., she announced. You are under arrest for escape from Azkaban, impersonation of a ministry official, and conspiracy to commit murder. Crouch's face twisted with rage, and then he moved. His wand traced an arc, and a curse flew toward Harry. But Harry's Parselmagic was faster, raising a shield that absorbed the attack and reflected it back. Crouch stumbled, his own spell catching him in the chest. He collapsed, unconscious, and the Aurors swarmed in. How did you know? Bones asked Harry quietly as her people secured the prisoner. I observed. I analyzed. I prepared. Harry met her eyes. He mentioned a graveyard where Voldemort is waiting. That's our next target. A graveyard. He was planning to use my blood for some kind of resurrection ritual. Voldemort wants a body again, and apparently I'm a key ingredient. Bones's face hardened. Then we need to find that graveyard before he can make alternative arrangements. I have some ideas about where to start looking. The third task was transformed from a trap into an ambush. Under Dumbledore's supervision and with Ministry cooperation, the maze's challenges were secretly altered. The Triwizard Cup remained a portkey, but now it was designed to transport a strike team rather than deliver a victim. Harry entered the maze alongside the other champions, navigating its dangers with the focused intensity of someone who knew what was really at stake. Cedric and he had coordinated their approach, working together rather than competing. When they reached the cup, they touched it together. The world twisted, and Harry found himself in a graveyard beneath a dark sky. Tom Riddle's grave stood before him, and beside it, a cauldron. A bound figure that Harry recognized from descriptions, Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew. And something hideous floating in the potion, something that was almost human but terribly wrong. Kill the spare, a high, cold voice commanded. Harry was already moving. His Parselmagic lashed out, catching the curse Wormtail tried to cast and redirecting it into the ground. Cedric dove aside as Harry's shield expanded to cover them both. Then the portkey activated again, and the strike team arrived. Aurors, Order members, Dumbledore himself, all appearing in a coordinated rush that overwhelmed the graveyard's minimal defenses. Wormtail was captured within seconds, the ritual interrupted before Voldemort's homunculus form could be transformed. But the homunculus itself, fools! Voldemort's voice shrieked from the twisted form in the cauldron. You cannot stop me. I am Lord Voldemort. I am immortal. You're a fragment, Harry said, approaching the cauldron. A piece of a soul clinging to existence through sheer spite. You're not immortal, you're just too stubborn to accept that you've already lost. Potter. The red eyes in that horrible face fixed on him. You dare, I dare everything. Harry drew the vial of basilisk venom from his robes, a gift from Sereth, carried for exactly this moment. This is for my parents. He poured the venom into the cauldron. Voldemort's scream was indescribable, a sound of agony and rage that seemed to shake the very air. The homunculus dissolved, consumed by the most potent magical substance in existence. When the screaming stopped, only silence remained. Harry stood over the empty cauldron, breathing hard, feeling the weight of what he'd just done. Is he dead? Cedric asked, approaching cautiously. This body is destroyed. But he still has Horcruxes, pieces of his soul anchored in objects around the world. Until those are gone, he can return. Then we find them, Dumbledore said, joining them. All of them. And we destroy them. Harry nodded. We've already started. But there's one more thing I need to deal with first. He turned to face the assembled crowd, Aurors, Order members, Ministry officials who had witnessed the confrontation. What you saw tonight is not over. Voldemort will try to return through his Horcruxes. The Covenant of Morgana is still operating in the shadows. And the Ministry itself is compromised by people who would rather see the old evils return than adapt to a changing world. His voice carried across the graveyard, clear and strong. I am Harry Potter. I am the heir of Slytherin, the Lord of Potter and Peveril, and I am done hiding what I am. From this moment forward, I will fight openly against these threats, not as a child hoping adults will solve my problems, but as a leader building the coalition needed to create a better world. Anyone who wants to help is welcome. Anyone who stands against us will be opposed. And anyone who thinks the old ways can continue unchanged is about to be very disappointed. He met Dumbledore's eyes across the graveyard. The time for secrets is over, Headmaster. It's time to act. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Indeed it is, Harry. Indeed it is. The summer that followed was unlike any before. Harry's declaration at the graveyard had sparked a firestorm, the Daily Prophet exploded with stories, the Ministry scrambled to respond, and the wizarding world found itself forced to confront realities it had been ignoring for years. Voldemort's survival through Horcruxes became public knowledge. The Covenant's existence was confirmed by those who had always suspected but never had proof. And Harry Potter transformed from celebrity to political force, a 14-year-old who commanded respect usually reserved for people 3 times his age. The coalition expanded rapidly. Amelia Bones threw the DMLE's full support behind the Horcrux hunt. Sirius used his Black family resources to fund operations and gather intelligence. Dumbledore finally shared what he knew about Voldemort's history and likely hiding places. And Harry kept building. The Greengrass alliance solidified with Daphne's full commitment. Draco Malfoy broke openly with his father, seeking protection with Sirius while his mother quietly provided information from inside Malfoy Manor. Students from all 4 houses joined the coalition, drawn by Harry's vision of a wizarding world that didn't need to hide in fear. The Horcrux hunt consumed the summer months. The locket that Harry had found in Hogwarts was destroyed with basilisk venom. Intelligence led them to a ring hidden in the Gaunt Shack, another piece of Voldemort's soul, eliminated. Dumbledore himself tracked down a cup that had belonged to Helga Hufflepuff, secured in Bellatrix Lestrange's Gringotts vault. Each destruction weakened the spiritual anchor holding Voldemort's remnants to the world. But one Horcrux remained unaddressed, the piece of Voldemort's soul attached to Harry himself. The conversation with Dumbledore was difficult. The Scar Horcrux cannot be removed by conventional means, the headmaster explained, his voice heavy. The soul fragment is too deeply integrated with your own. Destroying it would require killing me. Yes. Temporarily, at least. The prophecy speaks of the power the Dark Lord knows not. I believe this refers to your mother's sacrifice, the blood protection that still shields you. If Voldemort himself were to strike you with the killing curse, the fragment of his soul within you would be destroyed while your mother's protection might preserve your own life. Harry absorbed this information with the calm that had become his default. So I need to let Voldemort kill me. In the most controlled circumstances possible, with every precaution in place to maximize the chance of your survival. Dumbledore's eyes were bright with unshed tears. I have spent years dreading this conversation, Harry. Knowing that the boy I watched grow up would have to face this choice. It's not really a choice, is it? If I don't do this, Voldemort can never truly be destroyed. He'll keep coming back, keep hurting people, keep poisoning the world. There is always a choice. You could live your life with the fragment inside you, hoping that Voldemort never finds another way to regenerate. And leave everyone else to deal with the consequences. Harry shook his head. That's not who I am. That's not who I want to be. He stood, preparing to leave. When Voldemort reconstitutes himself, because he will, eventually, through whatever means he can find, I'll be ready. I'll let him think he's winning. And then I'll destroy the last piece of his soul by becoming the weapon that kills it. Harry, it's my choice, Headmaster. My life, my death, my sacrifice. Don't take that from me by making it about your guilt. He left Dumbledore's office with the weight of destiny settling more firmly on his shoulders. The final confrontation came in the spring of Harry's 5th year. Voldemort had indeed found another way to regenerate, a dark ritual using blood stolen from his followers and magic siphoned from ancient ley lines. His new body was less human than before, more serpentine, but his power was undiminished. He attacked Hogwarts directly, leading an army of Death Eaters, Dementors, and creatures from the darkest corners of magical Britain. The battle was devastating. The coalition had prepared, but preparation could only do so much against overwhelming force. Defenders fell on both sides. The castle walls cracked under the assault. For hours, the outcome hung in the balance. And then Harry walked out to meet Voldemort alone. "Potter." Voldemort's voice was a serpentine hiss. "You've come to die. I've come to end this. Your arrogance is remarkable. You are a child playing at being a hero. I am Lord Voldemort, the greatest wizard who ever lived. You're a broken soul wearing a monster's face." Harry's wand hung at his side, deliberately non-threatening. "You've spent your entire existence running from death, and all you've accomplished is making yourself into something that deserves it. Enough talk." Voldemort raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. The green light struck Harry in the chest. He woke in a place that existed between worlds. King's Cross Station, but empty, endless, and white. A small, pitiful form huddled under a bench, the remnant of Voldemort's soul that had been ripped from Harry by the killing curse. Harry. He turned. Dumbledore stood before him, not the Dumbledore of the living world, but something older, wiser, more complete. "Am I dead? That is the question, isn't it?" Dumbledore's smile was gentle. "You have a choice. You can move on, leave this world behind, join your parents and all those who have gone before. Or you can return, finish what you started, and face whatever comes next." Harry looked at the pathetic thing that had been Voldemort's Horcrux. "He's destroyed. That piece of him?" "Yes." Tom's soul fragment was obliterated by the curse. "You are free of him, free to choose your own path without his shadow." "Then I choose to go back." Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. "There's still work to do." "I thought you might say that." Pride shone in Dumbledore's expression. "Go then, Harry. And know that whatever happens, you have already achieved more than I ever dared hope." The white world faded, and Harry fell back into life. He woke in the midst of battle. Voldemort stood over him, triumph in his red eyes, believing his greatest enemy finally defeated. Harry's wand moved. Expelliarmus. The spell caught Voldemort completely off guard. His wand flew from his grip as Harry rose, alive and whole, the soul fragment destroyed. "Impossible!" Voldemort shrieked. "You were dead. I killed you. You killed your own Horcrux." Harry's voice was steady. "The last piece of your soul that was protecting you from true death. You're mortal now, Tom. Fully, completely mortal." Voldemort's face contorted with rage, and fear. For the first time in decades, the Dark Lord knew genuine terror. He reached for his wand, but it wouldn't respond. Harry held it now, both wands raised, power flowing through him like nothing he'd ever experienced. "This is for everyone you've hurt," Harry said. "For my parents. For the innocents who died in your wars. For all the people who lived in fear because of what you are. You cannot defeat me. I am the Dark Lord. You're nothing." Harry spoke a word in Parseltongue, a word that meant ending, completion, finality. The magic that erupted from both wands was blinding. It struck Voldemort's chest and spread through his body like wildfire, consuming the dark magic that held him together. Tom Riddle screamed once, a sound that echoed across the battlefield, through the castle, into the very stones of Hogwarts. And then he was gone. Not vanished, not escaped, not waiting to return. Gone. The last fragments of his soul dispersed into nothing, unable to cling to existence any longer. Lord Voldemort was truly, finally dead. The aftermath was chaos of a different kind. The Death Eaters surrendered or fled. The Dementors scattered without their master's will to direct them. The creatures that had served darkness retreated to whatever shadows had spawned them. And Harry Potter stood in the courtyard of Hogwarts, surrounded by the living and the dead, and tried to understand what he'd accomplished. His friends found him there, Ron and Hermione, Daphne and Draco, Sirius and Dumbledore, and dozens of others who had fought beside him. They gathered around him, supporting him, celebrating the victory that had cost so much. "It's over," Hermione whispered. "It's really over." "This part is over," Harry corrected gently. "There's still work to do. The Ministry needs reform. The Covenant is still out there. The world we want to build doesn't exist yet. But Voldemort's gone. The immediate threat is ended." "Yes." Harry allowed himself a small smile. "That part, at least, is finished." Daphne's hand found his, squeezing gently. "So what now?" Harry looked out over the battlefield, at the cost of victory written in rubble and blood. "Now we rebuild. Better than before. The way it should have been all along." The summer after the war was a time of transformation. Harry's coalition became the foundation for genuine political change. Amelia Bones was appointed Minister of Magic, replacing Fudge in a landslide vote of no confidence. The Wizengamot was reformed, with new seats added for voices that had been marginalized for too long. The Covenant of Morgana retreated, not destroyed, but severely weakened by the exposure they'd received during the conflict. Their network was damaged, their agents identified and removed from positions of influence. The battle against them would continue for years, but the tide had turned. And Harry himself began the work he'd always known was necessary. He established a foundation, the Potter Slytherin Trust, dedicated to supporting Muggle-born students entering the magical world. He funded research into the causes and treatment of magical afflictions. He created scholarships, built institutions, and used his influence to open doors that had been closed for centuries. But he also remembered to live. His relationship with Daphne deepened into something that surprised them both, genuine love, built on years of alliance and mutual respect. They didn't rush toward any traditional conclusion, they had time now, time they'd never expected to have. Sirius became the father figure Harry had always needed, learning to be family alongside his godson. The Weasleys remained constants in his life, Molly's cooking, Arthur's enthusiasm, Ron's loyalty, and the gradually healing Ginny who had found her own strength. And sometimes, in quiet moments, Harry would descend into the Chamber of Secrets to speak with Sereth, the ancient basilisk who had been his ally since the beginning. "You have done what my first master dreamed of," she told him. "You have honored his legacy. I've only started. There's so much more to do." "There always is, young master. But you have time now. Use it wisely." The letter arrived on Harry's 17th birthday. It was delivered by an owl he didn't recognize, sealed with a symbol he knew too well, the serpent crushed by a hand. "Harry Potter, the Hierophant wishes to congratulate you on your victories. You have accomplished more in 17 years than most achieve in a lifetime. However, you should understand that the Covenant's work continues. We have been operating for 2,000 years, one defeat does not end our cause. You have set us back, but we are patient. We will adapt. We will persist. When you are ready to understand what we truly seek, not the caricature you have constructed, but our genuine purpose, you know how to reach us. The offer of dialogue remains open. Until then, be well, Serpent King. Your story is far from over." The Covenant of Morgana. Harry read the letter twice, then burned it with a gesture. The Hierophant was right about one thing, the story wasn't over. There would be more battles, more challenges, more enemies to face and allies to find. The world he wanted to build was still more dream than reality. But for the first time since he'd found Salazar's journal in a garden at age 8, Harry felt something like peace. He had survived. He had won. And he had people who loved him, not for what he could do or what he represented, but for who he was. Whatever came next, he would face it. Because he was Harry Potter. The Serpent King. The builder of coalitions, the destroyer of Dark Lords, the heir to a legacy that stretched back 1,000 years. And his story was just beginning. 10 years later Harry stood at the window of his office, looking out over the magical quarter of London. The city had changed in the decade since Voldemort's fall. Magical and Muggle worlds were beginning to integrate in ways that would have seemed impossible a generation ago, carefully, gradually, with protections for both sides, but real progress nonetheless. The coalition had evolved into an international movement, with branches in a dozen countries and influence in dozens more. The old blood purity ideologies were dying, replaced by a new vision of magical society that valued contribution over ancestry. And the Covenant was still out there. Still watching. Still waiting. But so was Harry. A knock at the door drew his attention. Lord Potter. His assistant, a young Muggle-born witch who had graduated from Hogwarts 2 years ago, peeked in. The ambassador from the American Magical Congress is here for your 11 o'clock. Send her in. Harry straightened his robes and prepared for another day of building the future. Some battles were fought with wands and curses. Others were fought with words and policies and the slow, patient work of changing minds. He was prepared for both. Epilogue Hogwarts, 20 years after the final battle Harry walked through the castle halls, memories surfacing with every step. Here was the corridor where he'd first confronted Quirrell. There was the bathroom that hid the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. And there, at the end of the Great Hall, was the table where he'd been sorted into Slytherin and begun the journey that had brought him here. He was visiting to deliver a lecture, The History of Magical Integration, to the 7th-year students. It was a topic he knew intimately, having lived most of it. But first, he had another appointment. The room of requirement opened to his need, revealing a comfortable space with a fire crackling in the hearth. Daphne was already there, waiting for him with a smile that still made his heart skip after all these years. "Ready for your lecture?" she asked. "Ready as I'll ever be." He sat beside her, taking her hand. "Remember when we were students here? When the biggest question was whether we'd survive to graduation? I remember thinking you were either the bravest person I'd ever met or the most foolish. The answer was probably both." They sat together in companionable silence, two people who had built a life out of chaos and conflict and somehow found happiness along the way. "The children want to visit Sereth this summer," Daphne mentioned. "Lily's been practicing her Parseltongue." Harry smiled. Their daughter, named for his mother, had inherited both his gift and his determination. She would carry the legacy forward when he was gone. "Tell her to be respectful. Sereth is old, and she doesn't suffer fools gladly. She'll be perfect. She's her father's daughter." Harry looked out the window at the Hogwarts grounds, at the lake and the forest and the castle that had shaped so much of his life. The world was different now. Better, in most ways, though challenges remained. The Covenant still lurked in the shadows. New threats emerged every few years. And the work of building a just society was never truly finished. But he had done what he set out to do. He had built a coalition. He had destroyed a Dark Lord. He had changed the world. And now he was passing that legacy to a new generation. "Come on," Daphne said, standing and pulling him up. "You have students waiting. Let them wait a moment longer." Harry pulled her close, holding her the way he'd learned to hold the things that mattered. "I want to remember this. All of it. Growing sentimental in your old age? Maybe." He smiled. "Is that so bad?" "Not at all, Lord Potter." She kissed him gently. "Not at all." They walked together toward the Great Hall, toward the future, toward whatever came next. the Serpent King had risen. And his legacy would endure for generations to come.